Soon as YouTube figures its stuff out, and waiting for it. There we go. Alright, so today we're going to be checking out Alchemy Factory. I haven't played this game before. It was gifted to me by a community member and all that. I didn't get a chance to check beforehand if they wanted me to drop their name or not, so that's the reason I'm not saying their name. I have no problem mentioning it if they're cool with it, but I don't know. But basically, it's a factory automation game, similar to like Factorio or Satisfactory, that kind of thing. The scale is a bit wild in the sense that you'll notice this factory is very small relative to the buildings, even though as far as like what you're doing with it is going to get just as big as a lot of the bigger factory games, but you know, you tower over the factory, which is an interesting change. So one thing I like to do whenever we play a game for the first time, and this is early access to be clear, is I like to recognize any accessibility settings they've got. You've got mouse sensitivity and field of view. This could be important for motion sickness, the field of view. Mouse sensitivity is just convenient. I guess you could argue that's accessibility, but you get that idea. The hold or toggle sprint, that's another one that could be an accessibility thing. Most of these settings here is neither here nor there. Volumetric fog can be a thing that can be accessibility. I guess you can argue that these settings can be accessibility from money side. Audio controllers, not a whole lot to say. I've not often seen sound effect quality as an option, and I haven't changed these ones. I changed the volume, but I've not changed any of the graphic settings or anything from the default. We'll see how it runs when we get in there. Key bindings. So I used Dvorak, not QWERTY, and so this is showing QWERTY keys. We'll see. There's sometimes they'll show those QWERTY keys and Dvorak works fine, and sometimes it doesn't. So there's a little bit of accessibility settings. That said, the absence of accessibility settings doesn't necessarily mean there's a problem. You can design a game where accessibility isn't a problem to begin with, i.e., if you're not using green good, red bad exclusively, then having a colorblind filter isn't necessarily. Let's go ahead and make a new game. We apparently... Okay, so there is multiplayer support, in case those are curious. New game name, mostly ethical alchemy. Sure. Alright. Okay, so it does not support multi-keyboard. I had to switch over to QWERTY. Alright, so it looks like the tutorial is going to be kind of the pin and go. They faced me this way first, even though I've got an arrow telling me to go there. I'm going to go to the big blinking thing in front of me. Main quest. An alchemist assessment issued by Alchemy Association. Complete to increase your alchemy level. I will get a reward of flax if I make 20 wooden gears, and I'll get 400 currencies. Which it doesn't tell me what the name of the currency is. Call someone with the answer? No, I'm not calling someone on stream. To be clear for the people popping on YouTube giving unhinged responses, we do have over 100 people over here on Twitch. You're not talking to someone who's got like no viewership or whatever, that is going to like bounce or doing it. You should get in Roblox and play. I'm just gonna start banning people. I'm assuming you need 20 logs. Where's my money? Oh, it's top right. Buy a plot of land. Okay. Apparently we just demolished the building. Okay, so build a wooden table. So we use Q. Wooden table. Let's shove that all the way over here in the corner, I guess. That better idea what's going on. Okay. Complete research of the table saw. Okay. Start research. Yeah, it's like, where did all the materials the building was made out of go? Build a table saw. Sure. Place logs into the table saw to produce planks. Okay. Not quite sure. Oh, there we go. Okay. Complete the research on the grinder. It's a little confused and all that, but we'll get there. Okay, we now have the grinder. It also wants me to connect a conveyor. So we need a conveyor. That's what I assume is happening right now is I don't have room for a conveyor. Let's go ahead and build a second table. Alright. Produce a large wooden gear. Grinders auto-process planks into large wooden gears. So we can put a little conveyor here. I can put a grinder here. Cool. Complete the research for a small storage box. Okay. So we're getting tutorial land here. Of just build one thing, then the next thing, then the next thing. No shocker there. Cool. And while we're here... Where are you going? Oh, okay. Ah, so the storage box does not carry much. Or it does. I guess logs don't stack or something? That's fine. I bought too many logs. I thought it was going to be one log to one plank, but it is just ripping away at that log. So collect 10 wooden gears. Check the mailbox for the quest list. Complete your main lists to increase your alchemy level. Oh, well, I mean, sure. Yeah, no, it's like satisfactory, but small. It's mini satisfactory. Yeah, we still haven't gone through. Yeah, we still haven't gone through a single log as far as I can tell. Because, like, that hasn't taken any out there. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things in Satisfactory. You can kind of, like, really get in the weeds of it and not know what to do. Okay, so we can submit our wooden gears. Alright, so we got our alchemy level is now 2, and we got unallocated points, and we got new material of flax seeds and limestone. Buy limestone from the merchant. Complete the stone crusher research. Sorry about that. So you want to spend all your money at the start by accident if you soft-locked yourself unable to afford limestone? My guess is we'll have a way to sell these materials. Okay, so we have... There's a bulk delete tool. Maker up conveyor belt. Okay, so you got all these tutorial things. I'm just trying to make the blinking crap on the bottom go away. Build a stone crusher. Okay, so you need gears. So we got our stone crusher here. So let's do the same thing we did with the other one. We can make a little box. Alright, so now we need to research the processor. And the mortar and pestle. Okay. So we've got the grinder. Mortar and pestle. Okay, what do you want me to do over here now? Buy flax seeds from the merchant. Yeah, no, this feels like a game that they would have, like, whole lists of stuff. Okay, so apparently I need more limestone, which is a problem because I have spent all my money. So let's take a look at what we got here. Shop management. Customers will only visit the shop located on the first floor, inaccessible shelves blocked by obstacles and displays. Because I did make the mistake of buying a bunch of wood, thinking it's going to be a 1-to-1, and it's going to have to make a bunch of wood. And now I have the problem of figuring out how to make the money. I'm assuming this is my shop. So let's see if we can remedy the situation, or if I have utterly scuffed my run right on the opener. I don't know how at all to do any of this. Take a small loan from the mailbox? Oh, I can. Okay. That's good. Because I just utterly screwed myself earlier. Right. I was gonna say, that'd be a little harsh right there at the beginning. What was I even trying to make? Right, you. The 1, 2... Is it really that much? What? Stone. Oh, you're not limestone. Okay, you're just like straight up stone. That's iron ore. I see. That's an intermediary. Okay. Okay. I've misunderstood. Okay. It wasn't clear that this was breaking the limestone into stone. This isn't that bad. Daily summary. Expenses 5,200, earnings 400. Yeah, that's how you run a stable business, right? Right? Okay, so you got some flax growing. Inside the shop, build a medium shelf. There you are. Assign the shelf to sell mortars. Okay, so now it's time to start making the money. Customers will proceed to checkout table after their purchase. Purchase and install an automatic cashier to enable automatic checkout. Purchase where? Purchase where? Congratulations, you have completed the tutorial. Remember, Great Alchemy Adventure has just begun. Tip, random quests on the mission often offer generous rewards. Short on funds? For production expansion? Try applying for the loan. I'm trying to read quest information. Don't ding me for not doing business fast enough. Oh, you just bought them all. Change you to sell gears. Okay, so I guess at this point we just start going through stuff. We can make linen thread, start that research. Must you walk in here menacingly with your scythe? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. My mortars are selling too fast. Okay, so it's one of those things I have to wait a little bit to pay it back. All right. So it looks like we're going to be running around, kind of popping in and out of setting up the automation and making money. And just doing our best here. And I'll need to make the flax rope or linen rope or whatever soon. Okay. I want to get the loan paid off pretty early, because I suspect that's going to be a whole big headache. It doesn't seem like there's the idea of interest, it's just you take the loan and you're not allowed to get another loan, which is fine. It's Vigi games. Come on. Oh, you finally ran out of, limestone. There you go. Wait, that's the wrong thing. Don't... Hang on. I'm making mistakes. Okay. Sounds like a weird thing to say, but stop buying my everything. I figured they would run out. I was actually really surprised. So it seems like what's going to happen is we're going to get something like I buy a piece of limestone and I can get 20 chunks of rock out of it, or whatever the actual amount is. So let's go ahead and put down another one of you. Thank you for being honest people and not just stealing my stuff while I'm not in my store. It's much appreciated. Okay, let's go back over here. I don't remember where I bought the seeds from. I didn't buy the seeds from you. Where did I buy those seeds from? I just bought... Oh, here. The second round of seeds. Because I assume we're going to need a decent number of this. You thought they were basically satisfactory nodes you build? Oh yeah, no, I see. Well, that was always the weird thing for me when I first came from Factorio and went to Satisfactory and you just plop this drill down. It's like, wait, this is forever? What? That's not how this works. Alright. You just bought the whole thing? Okay, I understand and appreciate it. Hey, Bees, how's it going? I hope you had the rest of your stream earlier went well. Can I queue up multiple? Yeah, so you can queue up multiple, it just does them one after the other, sequentially. What are those people gonna do with that many mortars? Look, man, it's a tough time. They're going to get into whatever business they so choose. And I, as the one benefiting, am not going to ask questions or report them to the authorities. Oh yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, no, I was appreciating the ADHD conversation and all that kind of stuff going on. Because like you were talking about the anxiety ADHD, which I tend to be more on the over-focus side, but have slight anxiety ADHD tendencies. And like the only comment I had added is, unfortunately for me, the medicines that help with the over-focus ADHD make anxiety ADHD worse. So it's kind of like, pick my poison. One of these is going to be a problem. Okay, so we got the linen rope. I'm assuming that's going to be a processor. Yeah, I feel like people don't really understand ADHD a lot, so it's nice to talk about. Yeah, well, I mean, a big part of it's definitely, like, the misconceptions of ADHD we have that go back to when we were growing up, that it was something that only impacted little boys who couldn't sit still in the back of the classroom kind of things. And not our much better modern understanding. That we started looking and going, wait a second. There's a lot of stuff that is happening with a lot of these different things that is not really that. Okay, apparently add more. That you wouldn't pick your anxiety HD. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like, over-focus can be rough, but... Oh, that consumes the seed. I mean, it makes sense. I didn't think about the fact that it's going to have to buy a new seed each and every plant. That checks out, though, considering the way the rest of this has worked. Yeah, no, for me, like, I find managing over-focus more manageable personally than anxiety. Like, not that one's better or worse than the other. Between the frustrations and all that. So I'm assuming, yeah, no, anxiety. Okay, so that's a bigger box. We'll definitely want to get to using that. Your anxiety is very unmanageable. Yeah, it happens. What was the button to rotate these? It's not caps lock. Oh, it is just R. You're as bad as working actual retail. It's like, sir, I see you stocking over there. I have been waiting at this counter It has been exactly 34 seconds. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? You do not make a person like me wait. Okay, so it's shift up and down. That's a classic. Cool. So I'm assuming the processor is what's going to make my rope. Recipe. Linen thread. Ah, it's a multi-stage. Okay, fair enough. Then go here. Drop off the flax. Hang on, I'm confusing myself. How do I pick you up? Okay, so I'm guessing what I need to do here is there's probably one of the earlier processes. I'll need to look. I'm sure there's a place to look up the recipes and all that. Let's look here. Stone Crusher's not it. Table Saw's not it. Grinder doesn't sound... Well, Grinder might be it. Yeah, okay, so the Grinder makes that. Then we go down here to the Advanced Processor. And that turns that into the linen thread. And I need linen rope. So we need a second processor to turn the thread into that. We're going to want buffer chests and all that here. Right now I'm trying to get like the absolute minimum setup for it to work at all done. I see. Wait. Okay. I'm gonna need to yoink a bunch of this. So what we're gonna want to end up doing here is I'm going to need to start getting a separate whole setup here that I could take a bunch of these planks and like have what's effectively a sequester chest. Okay, so let's go deal with our customers. Okay, so... And this is the beginning of the scale-up side of the operation. Okay, so now we need another table. And then on that, we're going to want another box. Okay. Okay, so with that, we're making our linen rope. Cool. If you're in the UK, you have private expensive or the NHS, which is a long wait time. Yeah. Your GP didn't believe you and you lost a job. Manager didn't believe me either. Yeah, that was, like, I kind of became aware that I had ADHD a long time ago, but didn't get, like, formally diagnosed until way later. And it was the thing that, like, actually led me to getting formally diagnosed was one of those things of going, you know what? If at any point, you know, someone tries to come after me so far as, like, job protections and all that, like, I don't have much ability to push back if I don't have the formal diagnosis or whatever. So let me go ahead and get that formal diagnosis just that way if I ever have someone, you know, go after me because of prejudice against it and everything. I have some rhyme or reason or recourse to protect myself kind of thing. Not that I've ever needed to, nor specifically expect to ever need to. But it's just kind of one of those things. Plus, it's good to... Oh, that's day 2. Plus, it's good to just know in general. Versus just kind of being like you feel like it's one of those things. Versus like actually being able to properly get a label put on it. Alright, so one thing I'm going to want to do is set up some buffer chests and all that. So right now I've got this bare minimum functioning going on over here just to produce the goods. We're not doing this in any kind of efficient way. We probably don't have the tools of doing it much more efficient. Like, I'm sure we're going to want splitter belts and merger belts and all sorts of nonsense that we don't have available yet. But if I can go and get that stuff split up, we can keep these machines running closer to capacity. Now, the good thing is there doesn't seem to be any, like, operating cost for keeping the stuff running in general. Okay, so let's go and add... I can add stuff even back here in the alley. Interesting. Alright. Oh, hush. And I'm noticing that there's no, like, setting the prices or anything. I kind of appreciate that, so I don't have to manage that. Okay, so this time, we've got a large storage box. So it's 12 gears and 10 wood. Wait a second. You're gonna need seeds? I am. Oh! 12 small gears. So I guess I'm setting up these small gears. Oh, we need 2 of these. That way those are going. I imagine eventually there's going to be some automation to going there, whether we take like conveyor belts to feed stuff over directly or something like that. Okay, so we're gonna have to do a small box here. Okay. If I didn't really need your money, I wouldn't deal with this. They don't even say thank you, they just take the stuff and they go. Alright. So let's try and make this have a buffer. So what we could do here for the buffer situation is... I wonder if you can have that feed directly in. Switch form? Oh. Okay. Alright, that's very workable. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll set that up here first. So what I can go ahead and do here is let's grab the small storage box. Oh, those get all sorts of wild shapes. Alright. Right now, I just needed to hold wood planks in it, or hold wood in it, so we can go ahead and do this. And then with this, I need to process those into wood. Alright, so I'm gonna need to move you. Wonder, does it give me the wood back? Yeah, okay, so it gives me the materials back. Alright, that's good to know. So I connect that. Keep feeding it logs so it won't take them anymore. Okay. Alright. So now... Oh, I need more wood. Give me the wood off the belt. That's fine. We'll go over here. So now what we could do is we'll need another small chest, so I'm going to need 6 wood here. And we get a small chest there, so we're at least getting the wood stocking up. We could start making it make little gears. They have a rather wild roadmap. I haven't looked at any of that yet. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, though. They've definitely got a good start here. Oh, still no room for more logs yet. Drop all this in here. I imagine as well as games you end up like readjusting your setup a lot. So now we're going to use that style. So that way this becomes a buffer chest. So that being a buffer chest, it'll be in line, it'll slowly build up the amount. It also means if I ever like fall behind, it doesn't instantly stop production, that kind of thing. You have 200 hours in the game, you only recently learned that if you are deleting stuff with X, you can press G when hovering over to delete the whole belt. Oh, neat. So I'll build another table. So the crusher makes the big gears. So let's see what we need to make the small gears. It could be the processor. The fact that they come in and just they buy like a stack of, you know, like 20 gears is just like, okay, I mean, sure. We're not ready to grab more flax out yet. Okay, so let's check the processor's recipes. Small gears. Oh, weird. So a small gear takes a big gear to be built. Alright. So that means I need you to make that, and then this, and then the storage chest, and then this, then the processor. Then we need to set you to small gears. Then while that runs there for a minute, we can grab some more wood from over here. Oh, that's the wrong machine. You grind that into gears. Okay. Hold, please. Then we go here. There. Now get small gears going so we can get bigger boxes. And bigger boxes mean bigger buffer chests. So less scrambling along the way. Now my hope is, with production speeds and all that, we can start having a bunch of these backfill. So, like, I'm hoping the process and how long it takes me to make... Yeah. Okay, that should be alright. We'll definitely want to improve this. Ideally, later, I'll want to have this split off and have a second box here. So we have a buffer and a series, or a buffer and an offset. But we don't have that technology yet. Let's go check in the flax. Hey, MacDivine, how's it going? Okay, so we finally got all of our wood that we over-purchased at the beginning moved away. Let's go pay off our loan.
Thank you MacDivine for subscribing for 3 months. Hi.
Hey MacDivine, how's it going? Alright, so we can go ahead and get the small wooden gears. And the linen rope. Let's take that back. Let's wait till we turn in the quest first. Okay. We have a carpenter request for wood. We have random quests for all these. Definitely gonna need more of everything. Okay, we can set up the main quest. Are you doing good? Just committing to commerce. Alright, we got new materials of iron ore and sage seeds. And then wants me to make healing potions. We'll deal with that in a minute. How's that box doing? Almost time for another thing to grab. So definitely need to get a buffer for stone as well set up. Let's start trying to clean this mess up. Yeah, so that gets backed up there. You seem to start backing up there. Yeah, because we got these random quests that are supposed to be good money. Alright, so stone's the next one. Oh, and you're running out of limestone. So let's grab 3 limestone. 1, 2, 3. You can drop that back into the box over here. We can put more than that, apparently. Let's grab another 3. 1, 2, 3. And then 1 more. I'm doing pretty good. We're just doing a little bit of alchemy. So at this point, small gear. Linen. Okay. They got shift sprint in this game? Yes. you can choose to turn it off for whatever reason. It's just like, you can turn it off with this. It's like, okay. Give me those. Alright, so we want to set aside the stone. Let's grab one of these boxes. Nope. End of the day. We earned more than we spent. That's kind of the dream right now. We'll need a rock crusher. And we will want one of you. And then you have the processor. Okay, so with that, grab your stone. Chuck it over here. Oh, it was reloading from the stuff on the conveyor belt. I was like, am I duping? What's going on here? Right. The goal here is I'm trying to make it so we have an inline one so when it backs up, we start having a build-up. Let's go slowly go through. It's good to see that this shows me what's left of that material. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's going to be much better when we get splitter belts and all that. Okay. We'll need probably 2 more limestone. Because that way we can go over here and keep you topped off. Oh, you didn't need 2, you only need 1. That's fine. You'll get there. Plant Sage or potions? We'll get there. Right now I'm trying to get this set up so I have the buffer chest and all that, because I'm getting all these quests over here on the right. That are big money payout quests that I just can't do. Okay, so you keep working on that. Because I don't have any buffer chests collecting things. Versus now I've got a buffer chest collecting the wood for me. This one's collecting the gears. That one's getting small gears. And I'm trying to set the same setup over here, so once this starts to get backfilled, we'll start getting stone set aside, and then maybe I'll be able to work on some of these other quests. So I'm trying to get all that done, because I also don't have much money. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. Alright, so you're just going to process for a while. You can do with a stack of the flax. That's the wrong way. And how much does the sage cost? $360. Because I want to get to the point I can start doing those side quests and all that. Because it looks like that's the way you get, like, a large influx of money versus the trickle income you're getting from doing just your regular stuff here. Okay, and that's not enough, so we go ahead and grab you. And you. Grab you. And got that cleaned up. You can just sit here doing your thing, because you're kind of redundant right now. Okay, now I can submit the carpenter's request. Oh, we probably have blueprint, or not blueprints, we probably have, yep. So we have a catapult. Catapult's an item. Catapult that can throw items onto shelves or hopper conveyors. Oh. We definitely want that. Okay, so that's going to let me start to automatically refill shelves. So we absolutely want that. We have a hopper conveyor designed to catch thrown items. It features a single conveyor belt. And we're just going to queue up the next one. I don't have enough money for more researchers. How's the shareholder value going? Oh, terrible. We only provide non-voting shares. So we've been constantly requested to increase our prices and everything. We've just basically told them no. Okay. Yeah, so you're doing your best to make the stone, but we'll end up needing to increase that. So for the hopper, I need the metal, so that's going to be the iron we found, or we're given, whatever. Okay. I want to scale up a bunch of that stuff. Okay, you're running out of wood. I'm going to start shutting down that sequence for this one, because this one, again, is making all the gear types as well, so it doesn't really need to run on its own. Okay, more rope. Yeah, so we had the stone, I'd be able to finish that one, and we're getting there, but not that fast. I probably just need to go ahead and put like a second grinder and all this right here just to speed it up. That's weird. And we can go grinder. What are you for? Wooden box. A box for stacking miscellaneous items. It might be a good alternative to a wooden table when a wooden table is too big. Gotcha, that's fine. Regardless, let's go grab a small box here. Okay, so we're gonna need more stone. You're slowly depleting that supply, which is fine. I don't think we get the stone in time for the objective today, or the bonus quest or whatever today. The urgent wood. Just take it straight through as wood. Okay. How's the game? It's pretty good so far. We're pretty early on. Just doing what we can. But, it's kind of an interesting twist on having, like, the satisfactory thing, but you're selling materials and all that. So it's partly running the store, partly doing, like, the automation. And the store looks like it's going to be automated itself later. Cap all that off for right now. Oh, okay, I didn't have enough linen for any of that. Okay. That's gonna be a whole thing to deal with later as well. Let's leave that alone for the moment. But yeah, so it's got like the main story quest of just like hitting certain production marks and all that. And then you buy your raw materials for doing all that. Get another chunk of limestone in here. Keep producing. So you got a spare there. Okay. But then you will have it where we can automate the cashing people out. And that we can automate the a lot of the other stuff too. Yep, so you're ready for me to grab more flax. Chuck that in there. Which means running over here now to buy more flax. Two bins of large gears requires less upkeep. The gears haven't seemed to be the one that was the real stickler so far as the upkeep. It's been the mortars. You have a person come in and buy like 5 of them all at once. But I'm more looking at trying to get those quests done. All right, so we can go in here. And there's 1,000-something bucks. Yeah, so those side missions here, these random quests, these ones seem to be the big ones for money. You get paid like a really significant kind of overhead price out of it. You're in a weird issue. You place a blueprint and you can't seem to get rid of it somehow? Gotcha. I could see that being early access problems kind of thing. Sounds like the sort of thing you'd run into that. One second. I'm doing stuff. Okay. Alright. So we've got the stone furnace. Simple heat device after adding fuel, the devices above the stone furnace can be heated. The fuel can automatically be refilled by a conveyor belt. And then we have an iron smelter, so we'll need that. It looks like we'll make the iron nails. Lab stands. I'll have to look at how that'll work in a minute. Got our sage. Okay. Essential stands for efficient production line setup. I'll have to look. It's fine. So we get those queued up. Grab another thing of sage seeds just to have some of those in a buffer. Okay. So we've almost got the linen rope and the stone for this. None of those need egg gears. We're not putting the linen rope there. Keeping that going. But you're not ready for another round there yet. So I need 3 more rope and a decent amount more stone. Okay. You already ate dinner, but you think it's time for snack? It's always time for snack. Why would it ever not be time for snack? Okay. So 1 more linen rope. And the urgent quest looks like it has to happen that day. So it definitely rewards you for buffering. So pin, submit. We already had the supplies on us. And now it's going to require iron. So basically I'm kind of focusing at the moment on the side objectives. Let's let those sit for right now. Kind of focusing on the side objectives because they give good payout. While I've got them. Okay, we'll get that objective done. All right. Cool. Now we can turn this one in. All right. So you should be running out of materials any time now. You can use 2 more logs to keep you topped off. And there'll be time to get our iron production online. Then how are you two doing? You probably a total of 5 more limestone. Goodbye, money. You were nice while you were there. Okay, I actually needed 6 limestone. Because I'm trying to keep them all buffered up. So that way if I mess up on anything, I can just keep selling whatever. It'll be fine. Okay. So now we're going to need to figure some stuff out. So the forge is going to require 20 loose stone. That's part of the reason I made this. Oh, I forgot to drop off the line. Wait, oh, there you are. Okay. We'll definitely want to get all this set up as soon as we get the iron production on to get these machines automatically being filled with materials, because we definitely don't want to be manually doing that forever. Alright, so the things we need to figure out, so we've got the heating element thing. You are bigger than I gave you credit for. So we feed fuel into this. That's fine. And then we would put the iron smelter on top of it. I see. So let's see if you even need to be on a table. Okay, you do not. Alright, so how do I want to set this up? Because we feed the iron ore into the top, and then iron ingots assumedly come out the bottom. And I assume we're feeding wood into the bottom of this. So let's try and get this whole thing set up. So there is where the stuff is going to come from. And I assume we can't just chuck this on the ground, right? Oh, no, you can. I had not anticipated that being a thing. Okay. Let's wait to put more material in there for a minute. Oh, you require nails. So in the meantime, put the furnace here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we'll get that going. Alright, so now I can go here. We'll need a storage container there. I've accidentally switched that. Wait, what? Oh, the conveyor belts can be... Okay. I understand. So, where I've been sitting here going, oh, like, I just gotta deal with this, the conveyor belts, I can actually do a lot of cool stuff with them. So meanwhile... we can grab you. Grab this. Okay, so we can get that started. Alright, so my assumption is we're going to need a bunch of iron, and I'm assuming it's going to be wood, not planks, that I feed into the bottom. 1, 2, 3. 1. Ow. Iron is expensive. And now what's going to end up being a big change we're going to have to do here is I am going to have to go through and just, How are you doing? You need more? We'll leave that alone for now. But what I am going to, we need more flax seeds. What I am going to end up needing to do here is, oh, look, I'm good for it, man, I promise. I'll happily pay you on Tuesday for the seeds you give me today. Huh. You really enjoy watching this, by the way? Well, I'm glad. I enjoy the factory automation games. Okay. So the assumption here, they put the iron in there. Cool. And I'm guessing it won't let me feed anything in there until... Oh, that's... Oh, I've got these backwards. Hold, please. And thank you for the follow and all that good stuff. So let's go ahead and... Alright, how do I want to do this? Yeah, we can snake it around. Then you'll be like this. I can take the tall conveyor belt, connect it like that, connect that. Okay, so now you get the iron, and it feeds up into the top, and it goes down and through. And then this, I'm assuming, is going to be firewood. And I just got achievement for producing an iron ingot. But yeah, my expectation of what I'm going to do here is we're going to start, in 1 second, I'm going to snooze these ads for as much as possible. That way, when I have to take my my break here in a couple minutes, when I say couple, it's like 20, I can time that as much to get dinner in the oven for me and Tomb and all that. Okay, so you're going to work on that. And we're going to get our iron ingots. And then we're going to need to do a lot with that. So, after we get that, we need to process the iron ingots into nails. Is that you? Yeah. Alright. So let's pick you up. Set you to nails. Okay. We're definitely going to need to increase our... Right, I didn't have the money for them. Definitely going to need to increase our linen production, because we're not keeping up there. But yeah, so what I was saying is once we get these nails produced, we're going to start rearranging this. And the reason we're going to rearrange it is I want to make it so that we have the receiving thing for our shelves and the output thing, so we can start flipping a bunch of stuff through. It was the flax, that's right. That way, like, again, I could just have the machines just running and I just have to reload it, and it'll automatically handle the shelves. But that's going to require nails, which we now have. Okay, so with the nails, we can make a hopper conveyor. Okay. Well, this brings up a curiosity. What happens... Okay, we can, pick you up. So have the gear, the belts there. So we'll start by just seeing how this hooks up over here. We'll definitely want to replace this. Z-axis up and down. Trying to think of where the heck... Okay, so you don't like that. What we need to do here... Try and do this. Now, in theory, that should just dump them into there. We'll see how that works. Now, obviously, the way I've got that set up is not great. But if that works, what that tells me then is we'll move the shelves a little bit away from the window so that this can be kind of my buffer into this room. Okay, so that is not working the way I thought it would. Oh, it can throw them directly onto the shelves. I see. So let's yoink that right now. And now it seems like what we're going to want to ultimately do is inside this room, I'm going to want to change the orientation of the shelves such that we can just huck the things onto the shelves. Let's get an idea of what we're looking at here. Oh, I need linen. Oh, is it just that easy? I assume it will stop when it's full. Okay. I thought it had to be all, like, lined up and I couldn't arc it or anything. So I just want to make sure when it's full, it stops. So it should stop. Oh, that's great. Okay. So then... Is there a way to make this into a splitter? Yes! Oh, you okay? 1 second. Because I wanna reduce all of my effort as fast as possible. And we can go here. I need more of you. Oh, you need small gears. That's my bad. That's not the right place. No, that's right, actually. That's weird. It's allowed to put a splitter on this side. But this side I can't. So it's a merger. How did I make this? Ah. There we go. And then you need to have your target set. I see. So you're now a gearbox. So I can go ahead and point you right over. Invalid angle. So this one's obstructed. That one is fine. This one's an invalid angle. Alright, we'll deal with that in a second. Yeah, no, the, is it hitting the top? It didn't look like it's hitting the top. No, that should be clear. Yeah, that looks clear to me. Like, the one over here makes sense, it's just smacking right into the wall. Too far to the side? Yeah, we'll see, Yeah, no, that's what I'm thinking, is that it might just need to be a little bit farther to the left. Can you? Yeah, no, because I'm already doing that with... So our little gears are already being from that same table. It's the big gears that aren't working. So here's what we could try doing. Yeah, it says invalid angle. Let's try doing one of these. So it'd be fine going there, invalid angle, and that's obstructed. Okay. Pretty soon we should be able to get that angle. That'll work. Alright. So what we can do here is we'll pick up this. Oh, that'll definitely obstruct. Let me just take the long way around. Okay, that's large wooden gears, and you're now for the linen. Yeah, it doesn't have to be straight line, but it has a very small angle to it. Okay. So you want a bunch of materials. Okay, so I might have those gears for you. Alright, you want a lot of gears. Okay, so it seems like what we're going to want to do here is probably find a better way to do a bunch of this. I'm imagining I can't build out here. Yeah, it's outside my area. So you probably want to bring the stuff into the store and then just start hucking it all over the store. I also noticed there's windows up top. I imagine we're going to put those to some significant use later. That we'll build and conveyor belt our stuff over top to just chuck it down on the store below. Are you not... Set target. Let the watch. Why did that blink down there? Okay, so now we got our mortars here. We can probably get a better angle here. Assume we can run... Yeah, so we can run our conveyor belts through this door. Yeah, so I do think it's going to be one of those things of, like, getting them inside the room. And then just getting them chucked wherever I need them inside the room. Okay, so you are staying full, so that's what matters. Oh, wait. We apparently get potion belts and everything? Alright, so that's getting that all automated. Realistically, this display over here on the right, I'm not going to be able to work with. For what we need to do. I think what I want to do is change up our layout so that we can get the materials in here in the windowsill and then huck those to the displays. So let's plan to set up a pair of displays. We have a large shelf here. Set up a display here and here. And work on trying to get this all set up. So let's see if I were to make a bunch of those, can I aim them at all the individual shelves? How are you doing on your linen? You are out. Or flax or whatever. Let's grab 2 flax plants. Because I'm trying to automate that stuff first. And then we'll worry about expanding what we're doing. Because we can get that all automated, then it's a matter of just occasionally going through and just dropping stuff into the system and letting it just process. Okay, so, experiment time. If I put you right there, what can you hit? You can hit those 2, but not the one over farther. So that tells me this display needs to be scooched over a little. Unless I were to bring it in and then line it up on this, it's fine. We'll set up the displays here. So then you would go into that bin. So let's start hooking that up. Oh, and it sounds like Tomb just got home, and that's the ad break starting. So if you bear with me, chat, I'm going to go quickly welcome my wife home and throw some dinner in the oven, and we'll go from there. But we're going to get all that hooked up and get figured out. But I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. But I mean, it'll distract you maybe. Or just frustrate you. I don't know. I have a crush on a young man, but he doesn't feel the same. That drives me character. I need a potion. Yes. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on. You have a crush on a young man. He doesn't feel the same way. Come on. Look. I'm not gonna tell you how that works. But I'm telling you, this potion is going to solve your problem. It may create a new series of other problems. But him not paying attention to you will not be a thing. No, give him the potion, not her. Well, no, I give her the potion to give to him. I'm sure she can figure it out. That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except they got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. That should be like straight into that water. Or death. Hey. Well, that's just mean. And in a game where a single hit can be the end of it, 95% is still not good enough. Someone clipped that? I'm pretty sure we just pushed him, and it counted as a spear stab. Beep, cables are everywhere.
I'm so sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's that. It's all good. Well, we're down. I mean, that's longer than I expected to make it. I did like... There we go. That was supposedly the magic spot that was holding the whole thing up. Alright. So let's get cleaning. Am I actually lifting that whole thing up? Oh, so I can... And timed. Now the problem was I was having to back up to hold it. When I would let up, it would pull me forward. So all I just had to like swing the arm just enough to tip it up. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it. And you think Shaden plays the shit should be legal? Well, I mean, they do need places that you can poop. That's not what I meant to say, but yes, they actually do have to have places that you can poop. But places you can sit. I absolutely 100% agree. Could you not bang in that door? I would like you to keep... I want the door. Stop hitting the door. I want the door. Thank you. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tynan? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... it also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's... You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. Nothing's breaking, right? No. All right. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. So pretty much what we're looking for is we're looking for large bodies of water to... Okay, and we are back. Right, so where we left off, what we're going to be trying to figure out here is I'm suspecting what I can do is I can toss them to the window and chuck them out here. But the question here is like... Yeah, so you could aim there. You could aim there. But you get the idea what I'm trying to do with this. Okay, so we would need a gap there, because you wouldn't be able to reach any of the other ones. But I'm just trying to make a system where... Yes, I'd only be able to cover the middle ones there. That's what I'm trying to figure out is, inside the store, the other way I could do this is forget all that. And forget this right now. We could go and put the displays over... Well, actually, that's right. I could bring them in through this door. Okay, so we'll start by going... and having the displays over here. So those are our displays. And then what I could do here is I could figure out like where along this line I could chuck the stuff in here. We could just funnel everything in through that window and chuck it where it needs to be chucked. So let's go ahead, and the crates are relatively cheap. Can I catapult it from around here over? Cool. Alright, cool. So we can get that set up and get the first one done. So then what we need to do is get the stuff brought over here. So you go ahead and put down another wooden box. And we'd just bring the stuff in here, belt it in one by one, catapult it over there. Eventually it'd start getting too many goods for me to handle there. And we'd need to reroute it above, I think. I don't think realistically I can get all the way up there and make that useful yet. You're making a ton of nails. How are you doing? So you are out of iron and all that stuff. And you're out of wood. So you're just idling for right now. That's actually okay with me. Okay. It's like mini satisfactory. But yeah, you also have like a retail commerce side of this as well. Yeah, I'm imagining, like, I keep looking at this more and more being like, the way this is going to ultimately work is we're going to bring the stuff up here and just catapult it. You know what? That actually makes me wonder. Could I catapult it up to the window, then catapult it down where I need it? I probably need to not be focusing quite as much on this as I am. Okay, because we can move the linen over here. Shame. Can I move a bunch of this at once? Bulk delete mode. No, I don't see a bulk move mode. You're doing your thing here. You need more of that. That's gonna still take a little while. Grab the wood. Because this table's getting shut down anyways. You already knew we were doing that. Submit wooden gears. Do I get a backlog of small wooden gears? I do. Not quite enough. We can get that sorted out. For right now, we can just assume the far left one here will be my mortars. Can refill that manually for the moment. Alright, well, before we get distracted with yet another thing, let's figure out what I gotta do to make the stuff there. So we can check the processing. So this is for the medicine. Let's also check, I paused in the research. So we have an assembler, conveyor lifter, and a trash barrel. Okay, so we have conveyor lifters. A logistics device that transports items vertically. Okay. That'd make all this easier, because then we could supposedly, like, transport the stuff up to these upper windows and bring it through there. I could also bring it in through the back. Alright, so that's another day done. Yeah, so I spent a lot of day just tinkering, figuring stuff out. That's totally fine. Okay, we'll need to go and grab some more flax seeds. There's the healing potions, a workbench. Oh, I don't have the money. And then linen proper. Okay, and I'm imagining this is going to be one of those things we're going to keep buying the surrounding houses little by little to expand. 6,000, we can buy that house. 8,000, we can buy this house. We can buy the houses on the other side of the street, too. 15,000 is that house. How far out are we? We can buy houses. Oh, this is gonna get big. Okay, I see. So we are slowly going to buy up the entire neighborhood. I'm on board. Oh, we get a couple linen rope. We can get that cash out real quick. There we go. Instant 3,000 bucks. Imagine it'll also make our life easier for bringing stuff in. Right, and we got the healing potions done. Okay. So we've got the assembler. With the assembler, we can make a healing potion from the linen thread, and what's the other one? And sage powder. Okay, so I'm assuming for that, we would go down here. So... we bulldoze them down to make more factory. As you do. Yes, those are just replenishing themselves, that's fine. Alright. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is... we've got you sitting here real quick. We're going to kind of build this on the reverse order. So you are set to make the healing, and we need the flax fiber and the sage powder. This will be where the sage powder comes in. And we'll go ahead and put another medium box there. And I believe this will probably be the crusher or grinder. Here, we could just do this. Okay, that's making the sage powder. So then I need the flax fiber, which is currently being made right there. So let's go ahead and move that system over here. So I can go here and grab 2 grinders. And actually, for that matter, let's put 2 grinders there as well. Oh no, don't do that. That's a mistake. I see how I want to do this. I can hook you up, grab another big box here. Okay, and with that we can grab our assembler. There you go. And that'll be for the flax fiber to the thread. And then we'd have another assembler. That'd then be for the linen rope. Okay, so with that, we're going to go over here. We're going to steal all that out of there. Pop you over here. We can let that start just churning away. And that should start making our healing medicine and all this garbage. You didn't realize you could put them on the ground? Yeah, no, I did the same thing where I was putting it all on the table. People were like, you don't need to put it up there. It's like, wait, what now? We'll definitely need to, like, move that and make that better and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so interestingly enough, it seems to prioritize one lane over the other, which is a curiosity. I'm okay with that for now, but that'll definitely be a problem over time. We can pick up all this junk. You're still working through the last of your stuff with your logs. We can go over here, drop you in there, drop you in there. Let's see. The question you have is, now can you put a table over it? That, I'm guessing it's going to be a no. So probably not a table. What I'm betting is that we go down here to these structures, that these tiny little structures that take the nails those I believe we were going to be able to build on top of all of this stuff, because I noticed all on a grid, but like the tables specifically, I believe is a no. Oh, we got a thing here for upgrading accessories. Hey, all of you. So we got a table here for upgrading stuff. Right now, let's just... Inventory 1. I see. So those will all be things we want. We're gonna need to way increase our throughput here. Alright, no problem. We can go down over here. Grab our grinders. Okay, so we're gonna want to play. Oh wait, you're different. Oh yeah, no, you're same place. I want to keep the flax going, and we've got all sorts of wild things we're gonna be using eventually. Okay. So what we can do here is to better load balance. Okay. So that way we're actually producing the thread and everything else. Cool, cool. Meanwhile, I can go down here. Let's check all of our inputs. So the iron, we're going to need to get stuff going there. The stone, we're good. The wood, we're good there. You still are good for a bit. So I need to get more wood to feed in down the bottom there. So let's go grab a bunch of wood. And chuck it down here to get you back to producing nails and all that, because we've been just letting you sit here this whole time. We definitely need to wire up this shop to restock those shelves, because I'm kind of just neglecting the whole thing. Okay. So I think the plan is going to be to switch up a lot of this, where I'm catapulting it in, to bring the belt up from the floor into here to like load up those catapults to then load the shelves over here. So this catapult here, that's going to be our mortars. So right now our mortars are being made right there. That's actually a pretty convenient place. So let's grab you. Oh, they always have to be at an angle. Interesting. Okay, and those will be the 3 to go there. Being, like, overloaded with information here. So you're making the linen rope, you're making the healing stuff, so we need 100 of those. That's all working on its stuff. You should be getting pretty close to done, right? Oh, you're literally doing the last 2 now. Alright. Okay, so that's all sorted. Okay. You can't recall how our tips backseat things controls. So controls are fine. I had someone mention that you can like pick up everything as one big collective group. Control kind of stuff is totally fine. With what all that. Okay, so I'm realizing here. For the lifter, you can press R while holding to rotate the top. Oh, okay, that makes way more sense. I was sitting here dreading like how I was going to manage that. Okay, that's weird. I mean, the first one did it fine. But why when it's trying to go straight on did it get mad? Okay, so we got the lifters there. We'll get all that sorted. Okay, so meanwhile, gears, little gears. Get those loaded up for a minute. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to yoink the other display and get rid of the catapults. Okay, so let's get rid of these catapults we got going right now. You're gone. You're gone. Sort that all out on the other side. Because the idea here is that I want to get the mortars on here. Like, I kind of just want to get rid of the tables now, because the tables feel like they're just extra stiff. Because if I do it the other way, I can kind of build the factory from the literal ground and just stack on top of it. Okay. So unfortunately, that can't move very easily. So let's try and move some stuff around. Okay, so we've got... Alright. So let's make a little space, that way if later I get filled with regret on how I position things, we can fix it. That'll be the new mortars, like, output there. And then that we have you for the mortar recipe. Need small gears. Oh yeah, the cheese. I forgot about the cheese. Thank you. Love. Okay. Right, now it's grabbing the little gears from here. Did I forget about the cheese? I am juggling a lot of different inputs at the same time. I know, right? It's forgetting about the cheese is a true tragedy. I don't disagree with that. It is what it is, but also, you know. Okay, so then we need the stone crushers. Alright, so with this... A trash barrel with 4 conveyor inputs emptied each night. So that's just like... Eventually we might get like byproducts we don't want or whatever. She's never forgot about you, so it's all good. Okay, so they are slowly wearing those down. Okay, so we've got this whole setup to hook that up to that conveyor. So now, if I go up to you, we can start shutting this side down. Okay, so I can take the partially ground up ones out. Okay, clearing up inventory and all that as well. Yeah, realizing I can put these on the ground has changed a lot of considerations. Because then what I'm going to do is instead of using these tables, I'll just use those tiny little lifters, even if it means using an obnoxious amount of metal and money. Alright, give me this display. You're done here. Okay. Cool, so I've got that one set up. So now what we want to do here is we'll get a couple more crates. And now to wire the whole thing together. Ooh, I'm realizing you're going to have to shift over slightly, aren't you? That's annoying. That's on me. Okay, so now what I should be able to do here is we can grab the ramp. Okay. So we're all hooked up within the building on this side. And you are now making the mortar, so get those out of my inventory for the time being. We probably have more requests. Okay. So with the requests we've got going on here, the healing potions are probably done. No, they're not. You have run out of all of the plants. Because I've just zoned in 100%, this just kind of sent it. Because that'll be another thing to sort out. Okay, so 1 stack for you, 1 stack for you, 2 stacks for you. I'm definitely going to need more stuff over here. Go away. I'm busy. Can't wait till we get the automatic register. Okay, so let's go here and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. Alright, so we're making our healing potions little by little. We're getting our linen rope. We'll worry about that going on shelves soon enough. Alright. So, next up here, I want to shut all this crap down and move it onto the ground. Alright, we'll deal with that in just a second. Okay. So, let's start working on this. So, same deal here. I pick up this part of the process. No, I can't. I'm a liar because it's the wood wood planks. I have way too many wood planks. So we'll need to get that sorted soon. Okay, so plan here, we'll just start building this. So this will be for the big gears. For the little gears, sorry. The big gears will go back somewhere here. So in the meantime, we can go ahead and wire you in here. We could also go linen. Nails, I guess, the time being. Worry about our stuff later. Okay, cool. So we got those, are sorting themselves out now. Love to see it. I'm glad we don't have rent or anything to pay, because that'd be awful with what we're dealing with. Okay, so that freed up a little bit of inventory space. We're at 76 of the healing things. Okay. Yeah, so second track is the big gears. That is potentially a problem. So let's go here. So this is the little gears. Cool. And then you would just come right up through this side. Okay, so for the little gears to the big gears, we've got you. And that's going to make the little... That's not the right machine. And that'll be for the little gears. And then this will be for the big gears. Then go back here. And set you for the... Oh, that's not the right machine for big gears. Big gears was... just the grinder. That's easy enough. We'll put it back a couple of tiles in case I need to expand later, because I'm sure we will. Oh, right, and... grab all that off the ground. Cool. You could stand large chests on their side pressing T. Yeah, okay. No, makes sense. It's actually not a bad call here. Gotcha. So you could stand them on their side that way or that way. Good to know. But what we could do here... put you there. That's fine, I don't really care. And this is where we'll have the wood cutting stations. Table saws, that's the one. Then go back here. Alright, so drop all these pieces of wood in there. Drop a bunch of these in there. Drop all those in there. Dear goodness, my inventory is no longer screaming in absolute agony. Okay, so you're making those. I have a real strong feeling it's gonna be one of these situations. There we go. So you can keep producing those gears as fast as possible. Now, in theory, all that should be wired up to the other side. So now I'm no longer managing any of that inventory. It is managing itself. So now I can go up here and shut down all this nonsense. Yeah, bulkily. Yeah, no, I know I'm not doing it. Oh, didn't do it right. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they definitely consider you reworking these a lot. And we have upgrades we can do, which is going to require linen thread. First, though, we can go ahead and upgrade to our next tier. Well, actually, give. We need just 5 more of those. Gonna need more seeds. Yeah, I'm imagining eventually we'll get an automated setup for some of the other stuff there, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll definitely need to automate the farming side at some point. Let's go ahead and see if I can't grab small wooden gears. There we go. I just yoinked the stuff off the shelf real fast to complete that big contract. Alright. There's the 100 I need for the other quest. Let's get that done. Alright, so we've hit level 4. We have unallocated points. I need to look what the unallocated points are about. We can get red current seeds, portal sigil, and an automatic cashier. Or cash register, whatever. Okay. Automatic cash register. Give me that immediately. The rewards. Dispatch portal. A portal that can send goods to the purchaser and receive payment. The corresponding purchase contract must be unlocked. Wait, what? I don't understand what the belts are about, though.
Thank you SoupDog9 for subscribing for 17 months. Hello.
Hey, Soup Dog, how's it going? Let's see what we can do with that. But hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those. Okay, so it can only go in that one spot. Oh, I see. I see. The register holds only so much money. But thank you so much for that. You've been subbed to the channel for 19 months, or 17 months, and I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Okay. Oh, I need the linen. Again. So, in. Why does it do that? That's why I'm struggling to get the controls there. Let's try just rotating the camera. See if it's like picking me up trying to put it someplace else or something. Well, that time I just put it wrong. That's on me. Been trying to do. So turn it to be an output. Do this. There, finally. Yep, so now I got a cache box. Cool. So all that's coming along just fine. That's all coming along fine. We've got our linen rope. Okay. So the curiosity here then is, can I do this? If I were to go and grab these. Okay, so I can't put them there, that's fine. Hey, Lukisa, how's it going? Can I set you? Yes, I can. We'll deal with these ones later. Alright, let's start wiring up our next batch of stuff for our displays. Because then what I could do here... I didn't need that set there. Gonna be a pro mechanic. We're just doing automation game stuff. It's a good time. Okay, so I can go here. And kind of have the same basic setup we had before. But wire all these in. get our next set of displays all sorted out. And the question is, will I be able to put the down angle over here? Let's see. I'm trying to remember on a QWERTY keyboard. Gotcha. Okay, so I can't put it there. That was the big question. Now, can I put you? No, so I can't put you on either side here. I could in theory... Well, no, because I would still have the same problem. Alright. Because then the idea had been to go one tile back, have the lifters, one tile back, have the lifters, and like literally be able to grid out this whole window. And then we go back a layer or two to fill up the shelves. We can still make this work. Just not quite this pattern. So I'd do, instead of going here, we'd eliminate this middle area. And those ones will have... Well, actually, no, we wouldn't have space. Okay, that's fine. So this one, we would need... belt up. Belt down. Belt down. Belt up. And then go down here. Yeah, and I could fit over it, I just need to raise it even more. We can make corrections to this later. I had what I wanted in mind, but it just wouldn't quite fit. The other one gives me more options, just not what I was looking at. Alright, Lookie, you have a good one. Alright, so we've got that ready. So we can go ahead and we'll be able to wire in other stuff down here. Okay. So with that, we're going to have everything I need to hook up even more stuff. It's not looking like I'm producing enough of the little gears here, unfortunately. So let's see if we can't ramp that up just a little bit. I don't know if that'll make a whole lot of difference, but more is more. Cool. Grab all these. Also change this up on this side. Just trying to fill in multiple of these chests is just going to be a hassle. Right, let's start putting down the box. Okay, and we can drop all the flax in there. The sage in here. You are still producing nails and all that. Okay. So, we've got this whole setup down here to get that all going, and that's going fine. We've got our mortars and all that happening, so we're keeping all those things in supply. Let's get these three wired up. So, the next thing I want to do here is with this product, we've got our healing potions, and we've got our flax... whatever, that stuff. Are you making extra linen? You're not. But you're also not really backing up. You're kind of going at pace. I'm not exactly sure how I want to approach trying to get even more of the thread happening. Oh, I need to get more seeds. Yep, no, exactly. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Also peek over here. Purchase gelatinous gridlock. Purchase portal sigil. And then the meteoric we can't deal, or meteors we can't do yet. And then we have vitality potions and bandages and all that to make. Got more nails. Okay, but regardless, we got more products. Rather than rebuild all these right now, I'm just gonna plug them in kind of thing. Which might require me to just change that setup. Okay. Alright, and what we can do from here. Get a couple of these things. Okay. Now we can grab you. Alright, so it'll be... Oh, I can't sell the healing potion directly. What? Hold, please. Healing potion is not apparently a sellable commodity. Okay, well... Needs a potion shelf? Oh, it's its own shelf? So you have bandage, which requires linen fabric, which requires the linen string. Okay. Okay, just picking up all the potions that are feeding in. Yeah, so we got a potion shelf now. We haven't been researching. I should probably be doing that. I actually don't have the money. Oh, right. Because I haven't emptied out my automatic thing. So... Pipeline for transporting liquids, crucible, wooden pulley, drawbridge, kiln. Okay. I see. Potion shelf, where are you? You're the potion shelf. That'll be curious how we deal with that. But in other words, for right now, I need something else to go on this set of conveyors. I'll need a separate set of conveyors to go over to the potion area. That's fine. So we'll start with... getting more of this nonsense all wired up. Oh, I need wood. That should be no problem. Okay, we got a couple things that we're in trouble with, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because I can't have you not producing. Alright. Yeah, so we spent way more than we made that month. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that'll have to do for right now. Okay, we'll mark you. Okay. So I'm thinking here. Is ultimately I want to get these wired up to feed that shelf. And this one we're going to want 4 catapults. Okay, so let's see. You put stone in the log box? Yes, it did. Okay, get those back online. Alright. So let's try to get the healing potion to where I can get it to this line here. So people mentioned there was the 2 tall one earlier. I think it is time to use that. Not that one. Okay. Okay, and we can go here real fast. And wire all that up. What's going on with you? Why do you have an exclamation mark? Why do you have an exclamation mark? Alright, whatever. I will figure that out another time. Okay. So I might still be able to make this work. So I could do here. Yeah, this'll work. We can go put you there. Alright, so that feeds up here. So the next thing we want to do is grab our stuff here. There we go. Small gears. What's going on with you? Why do you have an exclamation mark? Okay, so we got the small gears going. Oh, it's blocking customer access. Okay. That didn't feel like it was too close. Alright, so that should get our potions being sold. Cool. So, now I got the problem of... I need to be producing way more of a lot of these things. And I need to find a way to automate these crops. Is it 2 catapults to the same spot? Thank you. Cool, so we're now making the healing potions and selling them. We're making these things and selling them. I've got 2 more catapults available for this side to work with. I'm gonna put that so close I don't have much wiggle room here. I'm gonna pick up that box for a second. I'm gonna take it and shift it over there. Okay. And this is for future planning. Okay. So that's the potion making stuff, right? So that's linen. So linen requires the thread. Bandages require the linen and the healing potions. Okay. So let's grab you and set you to make the fabric. And grab you. Go get some small gears from there. They're doing their best. I'm just gonna need more and more throughput. Did I already plant those? No, I did not. Okay, so I need more linen. I need more sage. Can you sell every intermediate product? I guess you'd want to. So, no, if I walk up to this, it shows me all the products I could sell. So I could add the nails, I could add the linen on here. So the linen is one we're not selling, I could add on there. And then the end game bandage, or the ending bandages is probably what we'll hook up there. This would be for the linen. Oh, right, it prioritizes the left over the right. I forgot about that. I need to be producing way more of this. Well, actually, not necessarily. Not necessarily, because eventually this will back up and it'll start bleeding over to the other side. That's going to take a while, though. It's going to be a lot of money just tied into it. So that's for the linen. We can go ahead and wire up the linen. And then we also have the bandages. So let's see here. For the bandages, it's the healing and the linen. So we can make that into our bandage row. Let's go ahead and work on it from this side. So I want a buffer here. So go here, turn you on your side. Give one space for at least some kind of buffer there. Set you to be the bandages. And the linen's coming out here. Be a little tricky to get around there. Go and put, not that one, put a little elevator up and down. Do that. need more wood. Let's see, so wood's there. Grab that stone out, that shouldn't be in there. Okay. I didn't mean to grab it, but that's fine. Put the little lifting platform here. Grab you. Bring you around. Okay, and that should have bandages being produced once that backs up. You'll be good there. And then linen itself is another material we can sell, so let's go ahead and get you all hooked up to the rest of the system. Okay, we can put riser there. And that'll be the linen hooked up. So now we just need to increase the throughput on this side, because we're putting the flax in here, and it is being made into thread, but almost none of it's getting farther into thing to make linen fabric. And it is a thing that we will fill this up eventually, but that's a lot of buffer. This is Alchemy Factory. Okay, so we got a need for more of all of the raw materials. We got a need for more seeds. How's my money? Oh, money's doing great. Love to see it. Okay, cool. So let's just grab... Wait, those aren't... Okay. Grab 2 more things of sage. You're starting to see what it has in common with Satisfactory? Yeah, so it's like Satisfactory, but it's mini, and then the idea is like ultimately commerce-based versus the other way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Drop all the logs in there to keep that going. Drop all this in here. Okay, we still need more. Alright. Because we're not even backing up into these, we're just processing them so fast. But the good news is as these are starting to buffer like that, we should start seeing some stuff back up on the line. And it does mean I effectively have large, copious amounts of money just tied up on the shelves. It is what it is. And this is for the thread. Go ahead and take that from me. And I have no idea who that is, Gaz. I also find it weird when everyone's like, you look like insert name of person. It's like, fine. It's kind of a weird thing. Okay, so there's a healing potion. Drop those in there. Alright. We still have more nails. Okay. So that's all going fine. So now we're basically waiting for stuff to catch up. But yeah, we're gonna need like a lot of going that. He's developer? Gotcha. I'm gonna have to massively increase our flax production. Okay, let's go find our stones. They're an intermediate level material. I'm gonna go over here to this corner. Put the rest of this back. Okay. And in the meantime, what I'm going to probably do here is going to go down here. And get that built. There we go. Alright. So I'm going to need to buy a ton of those. Wooden cogs? I'm at a loss where the wooden cogs come up. I mean, like... we have wooden cogs, big and small. Okay, and I got two too many. That's fine. And then we need sage as well. Alright. So we still turned a profit with all of our aggressive spending. It'll also be curious that there's supposedly portals that we can get from buyers? What about how the game feels? Gotcha. More random requests. Yeah, and we have a bunch of these that are all requiring linen and all that. We'll be able to get more. Curious about where the potion belt's going to come into mind. Yeah, and all that's waiting on stuff. All right. Cool. So we got all those. Let's go ahead and get the sage. I'll need more of the sage. Keep that going. Are they pulling the money that I have buffering in here? Like, I keep buying stuff and it keeps telling me I have money. And I'm not entirely sure where it's coming from. Okay. So yeah, with that, silver. Oh, right, because we got silver coins. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. That every some odd number of silver coins. Yeah, I gotcha. Makes sense. All right. So we now got 2 of these going. And it's looking like I'm gonna need even more production. But is this line backing up here? Is it just passing through as fast as it can? Yeah, no, honestly, all this production is just running the one machine. We're definitely gonna need to figure out ways to scale that better. Alright, well, I mean... we can just keep making more. Where are the speed modules? There's probably something of that nature we will find eventually. Meanwhile, we can go here, grab another one of you. And you'll need to be set to that. Okay, because I'm supposed to make a lot of this stuff here. Let's grab a couple more of these. We're definitely going to have where we can buy these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, we're going to have a way to auto-harvest the crops. No add-ons, but there are upgrades in the research tree, upgrade tab, and all that stuff. Yeah, we haven't been keeping up with that. So we got a purchasing portal, a portal available only to senior members of the Alchemy Association. Input the required money to acquire the corresponding item. Cool. So that makes sense. So what's going to end up happening with that is I'll probably have to purchasing portal. I guess you could double stack the boxes. Yeah, no, I could do a thing where I could stack all of these in one place. What's going to probably have to do is I'm probably going to have to inch this all forward a little bit and add the purchasing portal for, well, actually, that won't matter there. Game manual updated, new content. Yeah, so you can add the purchasing portal. What's a purchasing portal require? A portal sigil, which is like 1,500 bucks. And so the idea there is I would put the sigil here, or here and here, with like the raw materials, and just shove money in it. Oh, that's weird. So what I'm going to ultimately need to do is this box here. I'm going to need to bring my money around to this area to have the purchasing portals to feed the things in there. Okay. That's pretty cool. I actually like that. I don't know how I'm going to be... I think we'll bring it out this back door here. So it'll be basically converting the money into the materials I need. And I'll just have to pick up what change I can find in between there. Oh, first bandages! Yep. Alright. But that's good, because that's where most of my money is going right now, is most of my money is going to materials. Oh, and we got more linen. It's going to take so long to get that linen set up. It's fine. You mean my cash? Having reinvestment be a literal action? Yep. Let's grab one of the sigils. So I can experiment with that. There's definitely going to be like an auto farmer or something of that nature. Okay, so let's go. Bank portal. A device used to convert back and forth between two different coins with the ability to set amount of coins output each time. I'm not going to worry about that. A tunnel conveyor. A tunnel conveyor that could be mounted on walls. Ah, that sounds cool. Okay, so you just need wood in the portal. So let's go over here to where my wood box is. Give me a stack of wood. Supply wood. Okay. So this'll be a rough curiosity. So what's going to need to happen is my money needs to come from here all the way out and around through this area over here, because I'm going to want to branch that off to have money feed into whatever boxes. We'll just have to assume all of my neighbors are very trustworthy and I don't have to worry about any, liberating of my goods. It'll probably be fine. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I can see what you're talking about. It's only 8 spots, and that 200 is per box. I don't mind it having that. It is going to eat up my money in the short term, but it's a buffer thing. And then the idea is, I think ultimately I would want to move the iron production, because it's just kind of sitting there right now. I'd probably move it over here as well to feed in. Maybe built the money on out the top window, raised up high. So no, the reason I'm thinking about coming out this way and out and around is that way as I add more supply lines to this area, it's good, and it also puts it over here because I can buy this property, and that'll be my next expansion, so it'll already kind of be down the middle between, I can buy that spot. So I'm kind of trying to have it centralized. That's a deliberate decision, because unfortunately I can't go out the front of the building at all. That's at least my thinking. I don't know if it's the right strategy, but that's my thinking. For the short term, I'm going to be rearranging my garden here, which is why I'm pulling this up right now. Because then you'll get over here. Okay, so they come out in stacks of 50. So needless to say, that is going to create a midterm kind of headache because I'm going to have all this money just on the belt. So it's just another place I effectively have money kind of sitting idle. Okay, drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. Drop all of those off. Yeah, no, flax has absolutely been an issue. Yeah, we're still gonna have the growing stuff. I'm just moving it. And then once that stabilizes, we'll get the stone hooked up, and then that means it'll operate perpetually. Where honestly, it means once these are hooked up, basically I can go like this, and then just go to sleep and I'd have infinite money. Like, it'd be slow and painful, and I wouldn't do it that way. But once I am producing money, just broadly speaking, where it's just profitable, then I don't have to worry about it too much. Give me that money before you spend it all. Let's go grab another portal. Stone real quick. Just that way I can quickly have the stone hooked up. And you get the limestone. Okay. What are you playing? So this is Alchemy Factory. Factory automation style game. Yeah, I'll put these actually back on this side. We'll need to grab more seeds. Get those planted. And those are the ones we're about to finish. Okay, we got that all filled up. Alright, so we're getting that all done. We are getting the occasional pieces of linen in here, which are all getting consumed to make bandages. The healing potions aren't really collecting very fast because those are being used to make bandages. Gotcha, alright, well you sleep well. You can add money to the portals manually if you want? Yeah. Alright. So now this should all be automated where I no longer need to do anything for any of this part. So the next area I want to work on is getting this sorted out, our furnaces and all that. Because right now with that smelting, it is highly dependent on everything else going on. And I want to get that set up over here where at least I can do stuff here. So all three of those tracks are currently in use. So if I want more, I'm going to have to get another set of these. So let's go ahead and get our next set of shelves planned here. I need wood. I'm just happy this means I no longer have to babysit, like, running back and forth with the buying supplies again and again. So you've got that. So just like we did here, we're going to get a second series of catapults set up. I suspect I'm going to have to raise them up one, aren't I? Oh no, they'll work there. You need to be spaced a little bit farther. Okay, we spent a lot of money today. Okay, so we're making really good money on the healing potions and all that. Well, I mean, we turned a profit for what it's worth. So what's going to end up happening here is we'll end up having to run all this down there. Healing potions selling 117. Yeah, no, I mean, that's why I went into the business. We learned that healthcare where all the money's at. I'm almost tempted to get another box set up with a bunch of splitters to feed into these boxes, but we'll sit there. Oh, what is this game? This is Alchemy Factory. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's a factory automation game. Right now, we'll just chuck some more of these over here. Okay, so you're just doing your best still. That's fine. Inventory-wise, we're fine for right now. Okay, so we want to be making ingots and nails and then feeding them into us. Let's check on the displays and what we could still sell that we're not selling. So the nails we could sell, otherwise we're selling literally everything else here. And then for this, we don't know any of our potions. Let's get the nails hooked up to be sold. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is pick up the current nail production. Because that's not going to be something I can easily wire into the rest of the system. Okay. So let's start here by hooking up the first of this. And I think we take the exact same strategy I did with this one, except I wired it over there. So we can start here by going down to you. Get the tall variant. Bring it across there. There's a short variant. There's the short variant. Okay, so I think we can do here. Cool. We can grab the elevator one. I don't have enough rope. Give me a stack of that. Cool. So we've got that set up. So now we need to get the rest of this all hooked up. And the money is going in and just vaporizing. So we're gonna be a little bit of a hurt locker on our money situation for a little bit here. Okay, and this is a good place for me to cross everything over to hook it up there. That's fine. Okay, so let's go here. We have was it you who makes the nails? Yeah, so you make the nails. Alright, so let's go here. This'll be for the nails to come out of. Yeah, so you're over there. We're not going to be able to go over top of this. Go here. I see where this is going to become a pain point, isn't it? Okay, I know how I can make this work. Okay, we'll start with 2 lower ones there. We'll grab you. Grab a taller one. And back to lower ones. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we'll go here. So you'll be taller ones. You'll be lower ones. And I'm sure some people are going, but streamer, if you did it this way, it'd be way more efficient. You'd save a lot of parts. And you're probably right. But, you know, that's just not what I'm doing. So, you know, it is what it is. Let's actually shift you back one more. Just to give me some room to work in case I need to expand. So we'll get nail production. Boom, boom. Then we'll get another one of these boxes. That'll be for the ingots. Boom, boom. And this is the one I'm going to be a little curious how we're handling. Because this has like this whole big nonsense going on here for it. Right, and this one I can't flip it around in any way. Interesting. Huh. Alright. Yeah, so that's where the wood's going to go in. We can deal with that in a minute. Let's see. You're just wondering why I didn't use the high ramp? The high ramp over here? I didn't even check to see what the high ramp's height was. I mean, I could have. I could have. It would have been an option. But that's fine. Okay, so the wood's gonna go in here. That one probably won't have a buffer or anything on it. We'll just take it as we need it. But the question is how I want to deal with this one. Because we've got you. So we're going to want to go here. And that hooks you up. But then I got a branch from there down here. So that's probably going to be one of these. And another one of these. I'll probably have to get more rope. Nope, we have to get wood. Catapults can deliver to the processing stations. Might save you a bit of spaghetti. This is true. I'm not used to thinking with the idea that catapults being a thing. Alright. So I've got that all set up. Meanwhile, you're gonna go like this. Okay, now we get nail production online as soon as we get the iron ore and all that hooked up. I've got these big buffer chests. They're probably really not needed. I know people literally mentioned that earlier, but you know. What is my best way of getting these out of my hands? I knew that was going to be an issue. Alright, so what we can do to fix this problem is I can go like this. I can shove a little box like here. And drop you in there. And then I can pick it back up. Do the same thing over here. And I'm mostly doing this to just try and get my inventory cleaned up. Okay. So we got all that sorted out. So it should start filling that in, and we're gonna have tons of extra supplies. I didn't think about the fact that the belt itself is a buffer. This is gonna take a while. Yeah, so the idea is it'll slowly bleed off that and sort itself out. Okay, cool. So we're all doing that all fine. I haven't even bothered looking at what's going on over here. And all this stuff I haven't bothered looking at all. Oh, I have a bunch of nails in my inventory, don't I? Hey, go ahead and put those on the shelf right now. I'll take one stack for myself. Oh, and I've got one of you that's partly spent. Okay, so that's all going. So you have 5 in there. 5 in there. Gonna need a lot more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But these portals really are game changers, holy moly. Now you can destroy and rebuild all mode. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that I very much feel like this is a game that there's going to be, you make progress, and it is just a matter of rebuilding. You don't understand how they worked at first? Made no sense to you. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's just, you feed in money in one side, and out comes materials in the other. The downside is that means all my money is being fed into the portals at least until these buffers fill up. Once the buffers fill up, then the money shouldn't, like, it shouldn't be a problem after that. Would be nice if the link portal, every, even a very late game, more expensive. Yep. Alright, we're starting to buffer the linen now. That's lovely. The healing stuff is not coming through nearly fast enough. I don't really want to change a lot of that right now, though. Okay. Let's grab 2 sage. Let's break up some silver coins. I know it's gonna be a thing later where I'm gonna have to try and have the silver coins. We'll definitely end up needing to smelt more. Okay. Boom and boom. So you gonna be for iron ore. And you are going to be for more wood. Okay. That's just going to be a whole thing now. That just... all of that's going to gobble it up. But that means all of these production lines are solid. These ones, I still have to buy the seeds and all that. I can't really automate that. I'm suspecting later on, when we get down here, we'll have some kind of means of getting this all going. Like the ability to do more stuff. Yeah, we get to wait in more money. Oh! I was just assuming that when it came to all of this, that the planks couldn't be used as fuel. Okay, I mean, in that case... Alright. Yeah, so we spent 27,000. So yeah, you know, I went under the assumption that logs were your fuel. Like, that's the whole thing. The game doesn't really seem to go there. Sure, maybe that'll work. 'Cause I'm not imagining I need a huge buffer here. Aren't planks just cut logs? So heat value 2000p. Heat value 20p. Are you sure that's... oh, wait. Wait, how many oh, right, we get... yes, there's heat value 2000p. How many logs do I get out of... oh yeah, that's a huge multiplier. Okay, I see. Yeah, no, you get a lot of planks out of a log. Okay. That's fine. Are you even getting iron ore up here? That's gonna be the hard part, is just getting enough money in this thing. Alright, well, we just spent a bunch of money to get some iron through, because otherwise it's burning fuel for no reason. Let's actually grab those out real fast, chuck them in there. Okay. Alright, so probably would be better if they I'd buffered them more, but that's okay. Alright, so there's gonna be an absolutely absurd amount of money tied up into that. But that should automate all of that. Okay, so drop in the sage. Yeah, so this is like just-in-time wood delivery. There we go. We need so much more money. But the good news here is we are slowly getting this caught up. We don't need a huge buffer of logs there. The linen's going fine. All of these are staying mostly stocked. The medicines, or the bandage and the medicines aren't keeping up. We get more goods for sale over there. We're gonna have to wait till I have a bit more cash to do anything. So we're kind of in a holding pattern here. I am going to need even more flax that's going to just sit there for a while. And that is us broke. We could take out a loan. I don't think that's strictly necessary, though. Okay. So we're using the healing potions the fast we can get them. If I can get 20 ingots, we could do that to get a payout. Let's just snag the ingots for a minute. And that's a payout that goes in my pocket, not into the cash register. Yes, I can get money with my excess. Right now, the problem is almost all those things listed there I don't have an excess of, but I am manually intervening on this one to grab what we can out of it. Now, it's looking to me like ultimately I'm going to need more smelting production, which is a problem because the iron ore is freaking expensive. But it's also a thing that over time, that's going to back up. But all that is, again, a bunch of money that's kind of tied up in the production line that's just sitting there. Oh yeah, seeing all that money coming down the conveyor belt makes me happy. And it looks like our wood coming from that portal's already maxed out. So now it's just being split between the stone and the iron as far as like actively pulling from it. And the stone is almost backed up, at which point most of it will just be going into the iron until we start to fill this up. Yes, I'm learning with the portals, don't buffer chest them. Not unless I have like one portal that's filling a bunch of things, which is probably what I should have done with the wood. But I'm just not going to worry about it for right now. I want to loop the spaghetti over top. Okay, so we can get the carpentry thing done. You get metal storage box and beams. We have wanting of bandages and iron and linen and linen and linen. Hey, Lufty, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Lufty, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform, so I highly recommend checking out. Yeah, what have you been up to? It's good to see you and Happy New Year as well. Alright, so we're just feeding the cash into the portals, as you do. We're playing some games and demos recently. Gotcha, I've had hope you had fun with whatever games they were. I'm doing pretty good. We're doing some factory automation mini. Mini just in size of, like, relative to us, it definitely looks like one of those games that is going to get wildly out of control pretty quickly. Because we can buy our neighbors' homes and get rid of them so that the factory may grow. Okay, that's all doing fine. Nothing backing up there yet. We're feeding the linen into the machine as fast as we can. You think it's some weird horror demo? Gotcha. I hope you had fun with it. You love factory games? Oh yeah, and this one's wild because there's also like a store side of it. So all of this, like, you know, I had to run the register at the beginning and everything, but we're just like shipping our goods in and then catapulting them on the shelves for our customers. So it's kind of a wild experience, and we have things that we're growing to use it and all that. But then I can go over to my neighbors here, and for 6,000 I can buy their house and knock it down to build more factory. And it seems like we can go pretty far abroad as well. That we can knock down a good, like, city block or two. Okay, so I no longer need to interact with you ever again, sir. I'm still dependent on you. Purchase rotten logs. Purchase coal. Pyrite, quartz, rock salt. Still don't know what the gelatinous gridlock is for, or the meteorite, but we'll get there. I'm suspecting we'll find there being more stores. Yeah, no, it's kind of fun, like, the towering over your factory instead. I am very much enjoying that, like, change in perspective. And the fact that we have our cash register wired in to put money onto a conveyor belt to feed it back into my factory, because we use these portals to buy stuff from the people over there, which is the recent thing we added, and iron is effing expensive, so it is eating all of my cash. But it is slowly building the buffer there, which is kind of where we're at the moment, is letting that buffer build up for a minute. Then we need to research more stuff. We can then make a crucible. We have pipeline, we have wooden pulleys, we can make a drawbridge, a kiln, clay, basic fertilizer, an automatic herbal production device to spread seeds and add fertilizer to grow the corresponding herbs. So that's where we need to be going, is we need to go down this path. That means I need spare money. It's gonna be a whole thing. Because once we do that, we can automate the crops as well. Because that's the healing potion side of things where I'm doing that manually. Oh, did you flat out run out of flax? Or not? Yeah, flax. Crap. We all need spare money. Yes. Yeah, it's just what's happening here is these the iron ingots that'll be on this conveyor belt system here. Each one of those suckers is 1,200 bucks. Okay, the stone is about to be backed up, and that's 600 bucks, at which point this whole conveyor belt will stop moving. Yeah, that one's fine. It's just gonna be a while till our iron goes, because this is gonna represent like $10,000, $12,000, just that little belt there. Hey, Canahawk, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 80 stream streak, I do appreciate that. In our random order. Yeah, because once we get the automated crop growing stuff going, then we should be able to scale this all up. Now, as far as I could tell, the loan didn't seem to have loan payments or anything like that. You just have your loans you can take out. But it didn't seem like we paid interest or anything. It was like a temporary buffer in money. I've been tempted to just leave it alone, though, just in case. I'm assuming, yeah, so the vertical conveyor belts do hold stuff on them. Just the idea of, like, conveying everything into the window of my shop, and then just catapulting them onto their displays. I imagine eventually that'll be a whole problem there. We'll see. Like, with all the windows they put on the building, I imagine you start taking over that space and this space, and you trying to do all that. Oh, we could just fast forward time and all that. Alright. Well, the point is right now that money is just endlessly coming in as long as that's happening. We can start getting a backlog of ingots. We can do stuff with that as well. Because if I can get 60 ingots, then I could probably do that random quest in the bottom there. Get another influx of cash. And how are you doing? You're still slowly depleting those logs. I mean, to be fair, that's for the gears. The gears are just backlogged entirely. How are the small gears doing? I need more customers to buy out all my stuff. Can't you catapult to catapult for more fun? Yeah. I can catapult and then put like a receiver to put on a conveyor belt to immediately catapult it again. Most of the factory automation games I've done haven't had the idea of a catapult, so it's just something I keep not thinking about. Alright, so the stone line is fully backed up, so everything is now going into the iron line. Day's over. Okay, so earnings are getting up there. But we still spent more than we made, and that's because, again, that iron is just eating it all. Okay, so you still have 4 stacks, so keep these over here. Alright. How much copper is 1 stack on a belt? Of what? So mortars and linen I could just do. So let's go to the linen box. So let's see here. So linen, it wants 20. Just grab my 16 mortars and my linen. Okay, we got the mortars. So just grabbing the stuff off the belt, and we can turn in that quest for an instant influx of cash. Which is a big influx on that. So that means I can immediately go back over here and be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I bought 9, 10. And get those planted to keep things moving. And then we're going to buy some research. And how am I doing on the sage? Sage is fine for right now. Okay, so let's get the crucible unlocked. And then when that's done, we're going to go for the basic fertilizer. We're going to go try and get down to this nursery so we can automate the crops. Because once I can automate the crop side of thing too, this has been really cool, but you have to head to bed for tonight? Good luck spaghettiing. Yeah. Because if we can automate the crops, then we can probably use these things to buy that. So what the heck do you make? Can only be built on a heating device. Deal with that in a minute. So fertilizer next. That's going to require more money than I have. So heating device is here. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. Crucible. Well, it doesn't really make clear what I can use that for. Let's, It's not the one we're looking for. Okay. House renovation. Upgrading building tool to... Okay. So, alright. So if we upgrade our building tool, we can tear that apart. And that's just showing the catapult, heating device... conveyor things, automatic cashier we've got, dispatch portal, purchasing portal. Let's see, dispatch portal. The sample request unlocks purchasing contracts for specific goods, allowing you to sell them in bulk via the dispatch portal. To sell them via the dispatch portal at below market prices. Purchase daily limits is restricted, but this quantity can be upgraded using skill points. I forgot we have skill points, and I still haven't seen where that is. Alright, I don't normally... Okay. Crafted using the grinder. So you can put the planks into the crucible to then make charcoal. And I can grind the charcoal up into charcoal powder. Okay. So that's for making charcoal, to save me money on that. Research screen. Oh, here we go, upgrade. Okay. Alright, so let's see here. So, relic knowledge, relic withdrawal bonus, I have no idea what that is yet. Customer management, quest rewards are increased. Negotiation skill, purchase contract amount is increased. Sales ability, shop profit plus 3%, customer purchase increase. Fertilizer efficiency, fuel efficiency, alchemy skill. Factory efficiency. So device production speed, throwing efficiency, fire rates, logistics efficiency. I see. So, all of these make me able to produce a little bit faster. Yeah, almost all of these over here on the left are mostly around production side of things. The alchemy output being higher is an interesting one. And then these ones have to do with the money, and then whatever the heck the relic does. Yeah, so it's like, it's not a tree, it's just straight up down. And they all just seem like they're kind of flat bonuses. And we can keep getting those forever. So let's look at this. Right now we have a lot of customers coming in. We're just going straight on down this way. So each one of those would increase their purchase and the profit per sale. Purchase contract amount bonus. Yeah, because these ones are the quest things, which haven't been as reliable for me. The relic will figure out eventually. I'm assuming that's some type of like booster upgrade. The fuel heat value saves me money. So like this is a reduction in expense. This is a increase in profit. This is also an increase in profit by making the potions more. And then these ones, they're not really an increase in profit directly. They increase my throughput. So right now, oh, and you can reset your points. Okay, cool. I was curious about that. But yeah, so that should mean just more sales, which should tax my entire setup a bit more. But I'm okay with that, because that should mean, you know, it's more is being taken out of the system and more is being put into the system. Am I like crouching or something? Oh, I am crouching. I was like, why can I not walk fast? I'm also concerned with the alchemy efficiency thing. If that means less ingredients used, great. If it means faster production, that'll be great later, but right now, that's not where my backup is. Okay, and actually, we can grab those ingots. We go to this linen and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just give me all this. Let's look up here on the little gears. Is that building up in its box? We don't want to grab those, like 100 of those off the bell one by one. Boom. All right, random request. We're gonna knock that out for an extra 2,000. And we could do this one as well, the carpenter's request for a nicer bed. So that's 10 linen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then we need linen rope. Oh, here we go. Boom. And drop out the carpenter's request. Love to see it. Okay. And we boosted that, and now we can't seem to keep goods on the shelf. A good problem to have. We are selling so fast that my supplies are running out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Give me one of those stacks. And we'll need the sage. Alright. Now, meanwhile, let's look on our research tree. We want to research the fertilizer and the clay, and that's going to be blocking off that. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Alright, because we need to get the, This is why city zoning's important. Hey, don't worry. You know what's happening next? We're buying the neighborhood, too. Hey, Seiken, how's it going? Okay, we just researched the clay and that. Alright. So we're going to want to make these nurseries. Because the expectation here is when I make the nurseries... No, that's where you get your baguettes? No. You mean that's where you got your baguettes, not where you get them. Grammar matters. Okay. So... that requires clay and the ingots. Alright. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. I am now trying to remember the other things we unlocked. Let's see. So clay is crafted in an assembler. I see where this is going. Okay. So we have the assembler. And that's what's going to give me clay. And clay requires sand and charcoal. And my assumption here is it going to be a stone grinder? All right, we'll just have to look at it this way. Okay, not you. That's not what I'm looking for. Actually, is this what I'm looking for? Automated nursery. Yeah, so you select seeds. Oh, seeds will not be consumed. Okay. So fertilizer goes into it, and it just endlessly produces. This is Alchemy Factory. Alright, so now I need to remember where that screen was that gave me a list of all of the resources in the game. There we go. Alright. So, you require... we're going to need quick lime powder and ash. And quick lime powder we get from quick lime, and quick lime we get from burning stone in a crucible. Okay. We'll worry about clay powder later. And plant ash we get from burning sage. Oh no. I already see where this is going. So the stone goes in the grinder to make sand, which we can use to make clay. Alright, well, let's get the charcoal stuff going. Because it's looking like what we're going to do is we're going to make charcoal. Interesting that doesn't consume the seed when you have the purchasing portals. Figure it's going to be similar. Yeah, I thought the same. Okay, cool. And we should now be getting actual money. It's going to be interesting hitting our thing. Game looks fun. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get a charcoal pipeline going on here. Because that's a limestone side, and then here's stone. So I think it's the first time I'm going to start having my factory kind of loop on itself. So on this side, let's start getting the charcoal production going. And how are you doing? You're still just doing your thing, it's fine. Okay. So we are going to need a heating element. You can put it right there. And I'm going to need 2 crucibles. Maybe more. Okay. So let's consider. So you have a heat value of 40 versus 48. So assuming that's at least a 1-to-1 ratio. Yeah, it appears to be maybe 1-to-1-to-1 the whole way down. So we go from a 20, we burn it, and that makes it a 40, and then we grind it up, and that makes it a 48. So let's get that going. So we burn that in a crucible. Alright. You want a very minor spoiler? You saw it already. It might make a difference. Sure, if I've already seen it, I don't mind it being pointed out. Big earnings day. Lots of silver. Mark that. You want wooden pulleys. I probably won't do that, but that's fine. Okay. Because my thought is we would bring the planks in here, make that here, drop it down here, and then ultimately I would want to feed it back into this side, the powdered charcoal, and that should give us way more bang for our buck. You have a nice voice? Well, thank you. I should have the no backseating tag on. Did Twitch do the thing where my tags all vanished? No back seating. Unless asked. That's perfect. If you upgrade the building tool, oh, I keep forgetting about that because that requires the thread, and we've just not had a backup of the thread. Yeah, because we got the desk for upgrading. I just keep not doing it because we have the building tool and then the gloves and all that. If you upgrade the building tool to level 2, as you already saw, you can already start breaking down the shop and making it bigger and change how you want it. You're starting to reorganizing, and it's OG shape before I noticed it. Yeah. Well, right now, yeah, like what I'm working on now is going to be messing with that. I'm trying to think about this over here. Okay, but yeah, that's good to know regardless. So here we go with all this. All right. So like I said, what I think we are going to need to do here is I'm going to need to get this crucible set up. I'm just going to assume I'm going to need another crucible for the throughput side of things. All right. Did you get this game on Steam? Yes. And then for the record, like full disclosure, the devs didn't give me the key for it. I did request one, they just hadn't had a chance to get back to me, but one of my community members on Twitch did pick it up for me. Like I had mentioned, I was waiting on a key to see if I was going to get it from the devs, and they just picked it up for me, which is very kind of them. Yeah, so I'm just kind of mushed up against the side, which is why I'm kind of waffling on this side. Alright, so let's pretend that these two are going to be... Hey, Randall Thor, how's it going? Okay, and I have no idea the efficiency of any of these things. I'm gonna plug both those in. So that'll be charcoal briquettes or whatever coming out that side. And then we're going to grind those up. Into charcoal powder. If you use the middle mouse button on the elevator you've positioned that way, it keeps the orientation. Gotcha. Okay, so that'll be the charcoal powder. So this is where things will get interesting, because I'm going to want to bring this around. Oh, right, you have to ramp it up into those. This is where things are going to get tricky. Because what's going to need to happen here... So what the answer here might be is literally take all of this and just shove it over this way. Let's grab you up here. And chuck down a new portal over here. Actually... Alright, I'm going to regret this for the short term, but we're going to work on it. So you are going to be way more efficient with the planks in there, but that's fine. So I can go here real quick. Yeah, so what I could do is I could chuck all these logs on here for right now. They'll feed back into the system here. Oh, I've messed this up. Da da da. Actually, stop before you get too far. Just get out of my way for right now. We'll let this all shut down for a minute. It's okay. Alright, what's the point of this game? To have fun. More directly, you do factory automation. And you run your little store there and all that. But ultimately is to have fun. And actually, that's right. So you can still go this way. You can go this way. And I understand this is like spaghetti we got going on here. No, wait. It's fine. Right. Yeah, because this will go and feed in that in the short term. And then we're going to want to loop it all back around, do it the other way. So I'm trying to figure out how I want to approach this. So what I can do here is I can go to this spot. I can put this box right here. We can put our table saw over here. And wiggle it like that. Now I can put another one of these portals over here. Grab these logs off of this. Okay, so what we want to do here... Oh, I thought there was an ending? Not that I'm aware of. It's also early access, so it is one of those things that when you're dealing with an early access game, you just kind of have to accept they're not going to have endings, that kind of thing, anytime soon. Not usually. Okay, so we can go here. Trying to remember how that all worked. Okay. So I can go there and have that all set up. And we can have you all set up. Cool. So when we feed this the wood, it'll go through here. It'll saw that up into planks. And short term, those planks are going to be fed both on the bottom and on the top. Then on the top, it'll come through here as charcoal bricks. It'll get ground up into charcoal powder, which you can then feed in on this side, which is now tied up there. And then once we get that loop set up, then we're going to disconnect this side of it, and it should kind of sustain itself. And then we'd do the clay on this side. We'll figure that out when we get there. Whatever the last thing was that goes to the crucible, I left that spot open intentionally. Now, there's a possibility as I set all this up, we won't have enough throughput and I'll need another saw and all that kind of stuff. Okay, in the meantime, let's go here. For my surplus logs. And actually, for that matter, grab me some of you. Let's get that belt saturated before we turn on the portal thing. Okay, and now you start consuming my money to give me more logs. We can yoink this up, as it's no longer needed. Still apparently had a log in it. Alright. It's like priming aluminum. Yeah. It's taking us a little while to get that all sorted. So 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. And 1. Let's run over here. Let's grab the next research just to keep them moving. We'll need to grab like 10 or so more seeds and all that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2 of those. I am looking forward to not needing to repeatedly buy seeds. That's going to be wonderful. Okay, get the next research done. Alright. Okay, so the planks are starting to come in here, so let's disconnect that conveyor. Okay, I'm seeing a problem. These do not cook nearly fast enough. The question is, do I just need a bunch of these going? Because they're supposed to be gaining about double the power. It could just be they need to run for a while to catch up. I didn't give myself a whole lot of room to add another one on here, did I? I could have also made this way easier on myself. By shifting them all forward one tile. Because I don't need the 3 lanes. Gonna regret wasting some of this heat like this, but that's fine. I didn't give myself space anywhere, and I know not to do it this way in these kind of games. Like, you always just plan for yourself to need like 3 or 4 times as much space as you actually need. Okay, so we can go ahead and keep this going. Okay, so the hope here is that as this runs, we'll see this belt start building up more and more and more density. As what's happening is, we're producing the charcoal bricks, turning into powder, and then feeding it back into itself to produce more charcoal bricks. And that will be able to get a surplus from that. And go ahead and do the stretch. Without the grade, there's not much extra. It costs 16 heat plus 4 for the furnaces. It means you spend 52 to gain 60. Yeah. Are the buildings infinite? You could keep placing it. Yeah, they cost materials though. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Is this is where we was like, this would save us stuff. We definitely want to get the heat upgrades as well. because every heat upgrade, that's going to increase the multiplier in that. So that should start sorting itself out over time. And yeah, each of these is giving me effectively a little bit extra heat per time, but I'm not getting that much extra for the whole system. But as you can see, it is slowly working its way up to being a better level of saturation on the belt. And that's because we are at a net gain on heat. Doing it like that. It's just not a very generous one. Okay, so that's working its way through. Let's check on the quests here. Okay, that ingot nail one we can probably do. So for the ingot, I would just need a couple more ingots. Cool. And then for the nails, we could turn that in. It's interesting having, like, some level of, like, some level of RPG elements. There's 3. There's 3. 4. Oh, that's the wrong way. Keep that going. Right, so the next thing I needed was coal, or clay. We'll deal with that in just a minute. Want to make sure I don't actually drop off in this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Because that's keeping our stuff running. I should also check now that this is backing up for us. Oh yeah, love to see it. Okay. We're at the point I'm gonna need a machine to upgrade our money. Go ahead and research that. And that. Goodbye neighbor's house. Alright. So it's all going fine. You're continuing to go fine. We can go to you and keep researching stuff. Okay, so let's get on to our list of stuff for the Plotsy one. So again, we need clay, and then we need iron ingots. The iron ingots are fine. And then for the clay, that one we have the charcoal powder. Now we need sand. Sand is just stone being ground up. Alright. So this is where we're going to potentially get ourselves in a little bit of trouble. So I've got my stone here. No problem. So I think we branch off our stone off of this, belt it on over, and then I work over here to make clay. Now again, the issue is I'm then, at that point, taking stuff off of our fuel line, which is now a self-feeding system, and I'm removing some of the material off of it that could create a net negative on the fuel line. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what we can do with this. Right. So for that... What's the kiln? That's fine, we'll deal with that in a minute. So let's go over here. This would be for the clay. Now, if this works the way I expect it to, it'll prioritize that one for the output. No, it is splitting it evenly. That is not what I wanted. It's fine. We'll figure that out. And we'll go here. And I'll put one crusher here, because I only want this to run at a, like, non-zero rate. I don't actually want it to... Oh, wait, that's limestone. That's not, nope, nope, stop it, stop it. Wrong side. Here we go. Gonna need some planks. Okay, so that should make the clay for us. Let's actually move it 3 tiles up so I got some space. Okay. Yeah, so I'll be nice and slow. And I'm kind of hoping we'll just level up. And that way level up, we can start adding fuel heat value to take advantage of that. So we're just gonna make it run real slowly is what we're aiming for here. Keep it going real slowly. That way, hopefully this loop continues to sustain itself. And then if it doesn't, that'd be bad. And we would want to expand on that. You're in a net positive, right? Yeah, you're a net positive. Very slow net positive, but a net positive. Okay. Cool, so we are officially making clay now. We can go ahead and go to research. And just keep researching the stuff here. Okay, so the next thing I need to figure out, and I know I'm gonna regret this one, fertilizer. So, fertilizer, that's the clay powder. Where are you, fertilizer? There's plant ash. Yeah, basic fertilizer is quicklime and plant ash. Plant ash is another crucible that we then burn sage in. So that's another feedback loop kind of situation. Okay. And then quicklime, which we make from grinding up quicklime, which we then make up from burning stone. I see what's happening here. So we might move this whole setup. This whole setup over here might need to move. I might need to have a pretty large scale operation of just making lots of fire. So let's go over here to you. Grab a stack of you. I missed that I accidentally picked up a bunch of stone, which is really not my ideal here. So let's go ahead and drop you in there. Okay. So what I'm thinking is going to need to happen here is while all that sorts itself out, is the kiln a bigger version of the Crucible? I don't believe so. I believe it's its own thing. We could check. But it's gonna take a little while to get that. Wasn't there a thing I got that was supposed to combine... Oh, it was this, the bank. Bank portal, a device used to convert back and forth between 2 different coins, with the ability to set the amount of coins output for each time. Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured. I figured the kiln was for doing stuff like with the clay and all that. Let's grab you. I'll need to grab 5 of the iron ingots out of here. Cool. And then we could do here. So convert to silver. Conversion amount 1? Alright, so basically as long as this is backed up, we're having it just feed into this. Yeah, it's fine. And that's that way the whole thing doesn't come to a halt here. Just keep on emptying. I'm assuming we're reaching a point that the register is going to fill up. Like eventually that becomes a problem, or I need more registers. Okay. So I've got all that going. You're all grown now. They're definitely turning a pretty significant profit. Okay, so you're keeping your... Oh. Okay, so we got a problem here. Need to at least keep this all running smoothly. Okay, so we get another table saw on here to make sure that's producing fast enough. Because if that starts having inefficiencies from not having enough material into it, then that becomes a problem. Ooh, we're actually getting a backlog on the fuel now. On both of them, too. So that's good news. And we're getting our clay online. How's the actual store inside going? Yeah, they're basically cleaning the shelves out as fast as I'm filling them, because I got all the customer upgrades kind of stuff. Which is not a bad problem to have, but it is a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. I bought one less than I meant to. It's fine. Okay, so that's getting sorted out. Yeah, so what I was going to say is what we probably need to do for that is I do think we're running into a situation where I need to just have, like, a really big heat setup. Alright, let's go over here, move it in a little ways. Alright. So, pretty much what we're going to be doing here is I'm just going to be trying to make a really large setup here of just... Really large setup of just being able to feed wood into this. And then just spitting out all of this stuff. Because I'm seeing between fertilizer and heating all these things up and having more things that need heat and all that, it's like, okay, this is kind of our equivalent of electricity is what it's seeming like. Is just producing massive amounts of heat. Okay, and so here we can go ahead and have input into all of this. Alright, so that'll be where all the planks go in. Ah, I can't put it there. It conflicts. I was really hoping I could. It's fine. Okay. Alright, and we have no idea what the throughput of any of this is. I have an odd number? Of course I have an odd number. So I'll need more gears. Just so much money. Hey, Cram, how's it going? So we can go to... There's a box down here. Aww. Oh, that's the mortar and pestles. There we go. Give me a stack of those. So, okay, so our mortars are not keeping up. We're gonna need to finagle things over a little bit here. My customers are too ambitious, buying up too much of my goods. Oh, I'm out of wood, which is here. There we go. So increase that throughput. Alright. We had too much in our inventory. That's fine. Okay. Like, all that's just churning away doing its thing. Listen, when you look at the coin in your pocket, it doesn't look like has any number. When you look at the coin in your pocket, it doesn't look anything like the number at the end of the day. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I've got stuff that's being spent and being consumed, like, because this is all sales here that are just being tossed in my box down here. The money in my pocket isn't a lot of that. Yeah, and a lot of my money is on the belts too. Yes, that's fine. I'm not actually taking... Yeah, no, the top right is not my total money. That's just how much I have on me immediately. But I've got stuff auto-buying and selling, and then I've got storage and everything else. Most of my money's probably not even on my person most of the time. Yeah, so weirdly in this game, money is a commodity as well. It's gonna bother me too much not having it this way. It's fine. If it's worth building, it's worth overbuilding. This way we can literally burn our cash. Cool. All right. And the reason I put an extra space here is just so at a glance I could see like what's going on with it. And now we go here to the grinders. Like to subscribe? Well, thank you. Gotta belt money to make money. It is a weird concept of like literally using your cash as like its own commodity kind of thing. But yeah, and the reason we're doing all this is I'm noticing we're going to end up needing a lot of these materials. And it's going to be used for like fuel and fertilizer and a whole lot of stuff. It's like, okay, let's just hook it all up. If I find out I've made way too much of a production line, that's even fine too. Yeah, I'll probably end up not having that. Okay, so with this, we have an interesting setup here. So that's going to be for all of just the charcoal, all that kind of garbage. So that's basically a fuel production spot. Now the catch is I gotta feed way too much wood into that before we turn that thing on, because it's gonna be a whole mess. It does seem like it can handle about 1.5 crucibles per saw. So we don't want to turn that thing on yet. I was really hoping I'd see you start catching up, but it's not looking that way. But we do have the clay. So let's go see what it says to the crucible. It's another thing that needs heating, of course, because that makes sense. Yeah, so the recipes are... I actually don't have any recipes for it. It'll probably be the bricks right there. Okay. So, we needed 10 clay. Oh, right. What was the 10 clay for? There was something I needed 10 clay for. Oh, right. I needed the clay for you. So I got the nurseries. The catch with the nurseries is I need fertilizer. What's it gonna take to get my fertilizer online? So fertilizer was the plant ash and the quicklime. The quicklime is easy. The quicklime is we're just taking stone, we're grinding it up. Well, we're taking stone, we're burning it. Okay. I'm looking at this setup being like, how much of the setup do I actually want to switch to not being that? So you are going to be for other materials. So you'll be for the quicklime. Alright. Let's start this party. So you're going to be planks going in here. So let's put 2 of these down for now. And then over here, get these going. We'll have to have, let's say, 4 of them. That's probably not going to be enough, but it is where we're going to start. Okay, and with... Oh, but I'm going to have to bring the money all the way over here, too. It's fine. It's fine. So you can go over here. I'll need to know where the portal things. Alright. I know we're on YouTube. I will have to ask you to please keep it in English. I do have an obligation to moderate the chat, and if it's not in English, I can't moderate it. There's no negative about other languages and all that. It's just, unfortunately, obligations. So I gotta require it. Okay. And this is the case where I actually do think it'd be beneficial to potentially have the box going like that. And then we'd need to do portal there for wood. Okay, and now I got the thing of I've got to get all of... I gotta get money all the way over there. Let's go and grab like another 10 of these. We're almost at the point of not needing to buy these anymore. Oh, I'm also going to need to grab another portal because I'm going to need to do the stone. I don't think it makes sense for me to ship the stone across the entire thing. There we go. All right. Oh, I should have not replanted those. Okay, if I pull it up while it's growing, do I get the seed back? I do. Excellent. I was hoping that'd be the case. Okay. So with this in mind. We can just quickly route this all the way around. Is that tall enough? I actually don't think we might be able to go through there. Here's what we can do. Get rid of those two. 3, I mean. Oh, I made a solid wall here, didn't I? I think I just got to shift them all to the side ones. It probably would be better. I'm just used to not using catapults because this is the first game I've had that catapults have been an option. It's not like it's really inconveniencing me that badly. Like, I'm sure eventually I'll have obstructions I'll have to deal with, and then that'll be a thing. Okay, so you've already got set up to get wood. Got you in here. There comes the money. Alright. So right now, all of those are being fed. And actually... take that one off. Because I'm going to... oh, it's going to be the 3, isn't it? That's annoying. So pick up you, twist you this way, twist you that way, pick up you. Because this is going to be where we get the quick line through. And then the rest is going to be where we put the wood through. For the time being, we're just going to shove all of that up there to the top half. Once it starts to load up and backlog a little bit, then what we're going to go ahead and do at that point is get all the next stuff set up. Now I believe for what we're looking at here, I might still need more of those. Let's put the stone over here. Well, We're gonna have to give that a minute to catch up to see how we're gonna do the planks. But basically, I want to give this a moment to catch up all of the plank production, because there's a good chance we might start running into throughput issues on the belt. And if that happens, that happens. We'll have to figure it out. We're not dealing with most of the rest of that yet. Okay, so let's go to Sage, keep that topped off. Because what I want to do is get a bunch of the auto planter things going. But in the meantime, I just need to keep my money coming in. Meanwhile, I can pop over here, give me my silver. Alright. So those are all starting to properly back up. Don't you need to burn sage for that? Yes, I do. Well, no, not for the quicklime, sorry. The quicklime I don't need to burn sage for. It's the fertilizer I need to burn lime for it. We're definitely going to need to speed up the belts as well, because we're going to have a significant throughput issue. That's currently working on that. I wonder if it's a thing where I'm going to have to put silver coins on the belts instead of the bronze ones. And then I'll end up needing multiple registers. We'll worry about that later. Yeah, so just letting that build up a little bit of a buffer. And then once we do that, I should be able to grab a stack of the fuel off the line, shove it into one of those machines, and then just let the process start turning over. Alright. So we'll start with that one. Okay. So with that, we should start seeing a whole lot of charcoal come through the other side. And now we're properly burning our money. Copper coins are more efficient money tied up wise. Even a single silver coin is... Yeah, no, that's absolutely, like, it makes a huge buffer. Okay, so that's not producing nearly fast enough. And to make that work, it'll have a buffer, but that's okay. There we go. Because that'll start backlogging there. As you can see, it's already happening. So that's good news. How did you get over here? How did you get here? Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. There we go. Fix the belt contamination. Alright, so the good news is I do think it's mostly working. We're not getting enough planks on the far end, but it's a belt throughput problem. Not a production problem. It's just the way I've got these split. And you can't sneak under there. We can make this work. It'll be a little cursed, but sometimes you do a little bit of cursed things. There. That should help with the belt throughput problem. Alright. So that is deleting money real fast. But it is gradually building up the charcoal supply. Oh, well, that's already burning my money, so let's get that sorted real quick. So in this case, we're gonna need you over here. Let's grab our stone grinders. We're gonna have those back here. We can put a storage there. I need to go grab wood. All right. And the problem we're going to run into here is I'm already consuming so much of the individual copper coins on the line over there. Okay, so you do limestone now. Alright, so that should have me making quick lime over in there. Okay, so the next thing we would need to do is for the fertilizer. So that's the quick lime powder. So we're making the quick lime powder. So the next thing I'm going to need is I'm going to need to start burning sage in a crucible, which I forgot was the thing I needed. There's too much seeds and all that. There we go. I'm gonna let these things potentially lapse here in a minute. It's weird how they seem to be very inconsistent on which ones are running out. So I'm gonna let the medicine stop producing there because I need some of the sage to burn. So you're working on getting that over here, which will get that fed, and that gets all of these online. Okay, and you're getting filled up. You're backing up the line here. Okay, so we need to get sage into production. Or the sage burning. To get fertilizer. That's gonna be more crucible nonsense. And I'm wanting to steal away some belts. There we go. So you're going to be for sage on this one because you're already on your own belt. Okay, we'll get the sage over here. Okay. I'm curious as you want what bottlenecks are. It seems like it's the belts. It's the belts. Yeah, no, it's definitely the belts. Okay, so those are gonna start burning to make our lime, all that. Okay, so the problem is I've got kind of a chicken and egg issue of I need fertilizer to get the sage to get fertilizer. but we can probably get that resolved here in a minute. Let's also quickly go over here. Let's buy a sage seed. Let's buy 2 sage seeds. Because we can get this self-feeding. The big thing is this is now effectively an output on my money, since it is a lot of money is literally being burned to make all this stuff. So I've got to get that sorted. So let's go over here. I've got... Which one is the one that makes the, You make the fertilizer, correct? Yep. And we can grab our medium box. Okay, and this is where our crop stuff starts going. Make it farther out, because I'm probably going to need a lot of these over time. Okay, so we choose... Gotcha, so we choose sage. You put the fertilizer in here, and that goes out. That's fair. Let's make a quick adjustment here before that starts feeding out more stuff. Oh, it's not going to because I haven't fed any sage into it yet. What I'm going to do here... I've got this belt coming over this way. Alright. So this is my fueling sage. This is the sage that's just here for the purpose of, keeping the whole thing working. And pop over here. And sage. Oh, we want to put a buffer chest on this. Okay, so with this, drop my sage in here. All right. Cool. So with any luck, we'll have that going. And then from there, we want to start getting sage and all that. Where I've got this medicine product. Oh, actually, that's not lined up badly. Like, it'll be conveyors that are going farther than they should. But I could have the sage growing over here and just catapult stuff across or whatever. So I think we're just done entirely with ever messing with these again, because I don't want and you can't make me. The game can make me, but you can't. I'm a little concerned that that belt seems like it's literally saying pretty much solid. Okay, so it is slowly depleting. Alright. Okay, there goes the ash. And that's making fertilizer. And I'm curious what the fertilizer to crop ratio is. Because if it's good, then we'll be in good order. And we're not going to bother adding more to this system yet until we have this settled. Once I have this settled, I'm down to get everything split up. You love these games, the micromanagement sometimes gets annoying. Well, that's the thing. Like, the idea is that these games are set up right. You should gradually automate more and more and more and more to a point there is no more micromanagement. So let's see. We're getting a couple goes. I guess you mean min-max? Oh yeah, well you don't need to min-max. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, most of these games you really don't need to min-max at any capacity. Like, min-maxing is a choice. Alright, so let's go ahead and start trying to set up more of this. So we need more iron ingots. Love to see it. Oh, I should probably pop over here and see how things are going with this. You want more stuff I can't help you with, because I'm not even producing those things. Or, I mean, right now it's happening is I cranked up the rate people can buy stuff in the profit. Yeah, no, I figured it was going to vary by plant, but yeah. Hey, Avic, thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. But welcome in, raiders. Alright, so plan for you to be my sage. And I'll go right here. Playing some Age of Wonders 4. I hope you had a good time with that. But welcome in, raiders. We are checking out Alchemy Factory. And it is a dangerous game. Oh, that's not what I need. I need the small gears, which are buried underneath here somewhere. There you are. I'm enjoying Age of Wonders 4 with the Vampire DLC. How's Alchemy Factor? You adored the demo at NextFest. It's great. Without the upgrades, you get 4 sage per fertilizer, so a profit of 3. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I haven't been sitting down doing the numbers on anything. I've been taking the strategy of, do I need more of it? Okay, I'm just gonna shove another belt into it. Alright. I'll do the same thing here. I'm definitely gonna need to use the catapults and all that eventually to clean this up, but that is a later meat problem. The 1, 2, 3. That'll be the flax. At this stage, we can probably chuck you out of here. That is not how I wanted that. That's how I did it. It's not how I wanted it. Actually, let's put those buffer chests back. It does mean putting even more junk just buffering everywhere. But I have a feeling if I don't do that, we're going to have a lot more throughput issues on our belts. But yeah, so thank you again so much for the raid. I do hope you had a good time. For those who haven't checked out Avic, absolutely fantastic content creator, has done like factory automation games among other stuff in the past. So if that's your jam, you can find that over there. But doing Age of Wonders recently. Oh. Okay. Yeah, so that's not going to be the clean way of dealing with it. Alright, so the hope here is 50% of my fertilizer should be allocated to keeping my fertilizer production online. So that should be good. And then the rest of the fertilizer should be allocated to other things. Now, this is backing up. We don't want to leave that where it's able to back up and not be put in use, because we are literally burning money in the sense that I am turning money into materials and immediately hucking it into a fire. So this is a place I want to make sure my belts are at least keeping a good pace. That said, we are getting a pretty nice surplus on all of our fuel and everything. So maybe it's okay. Let's go ahead and get a second one of these, because I'm sure we'll end up needing more of these later. So you can plug straight in there, and then what we can do over here, let's go like this. Put a down ramp. Yeah, it's fine. And fertilizer. Okay, cool. So we'll definitely need to keep that flax production up. I'm very happy I don't have to constantly buy seeds anymore. Are you done? Yeah, so you're done. We can get rid of that box. Okay. But yeah, for those who don't know me, I am Rual, Storge, do play variety games here on Twitch. Today we're playing some Alchemy Factory, which is a factory automation game that, as you can see, we just keep scaling things up more and more and building stuff out and getting more tech and yada yada. And it is a whole thing. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? There's also a leveling mechanic that lets you get permanent upgrades. I made decisions. I don't think they were the right decisions, but I did make decisions that I was going to, sorry, I'm trying to juggle things in my head here. That I was going to boost the rate we sell things and the profit margins I get per item as my first upgrades, which has worked out. I get good money, but on the other hand of things, now for other progression stuff, we're feeling pain points from that decision. For right now, we can chuck the extra flax in there. Love to see that belt backing up. Let's go ahead and increase this, because I don't imagine it uses the fertilizer if it's just not needed. So I want to get this to the point that they are sustaining. One of my fertilizers looks like it's going the wrong way. Looks okay to me. I'm not gonna say that's wrong, but I'm not seeing a problem. All right. Okay, and that is buffering. That's what we wanted to see. Oh, you're buffering as well. Okay, so that's good news. That we are producing... Oh, you're not buffering. It's fine. Yeah, so we're going to have a huge backlog of flax, but that's good. So that'll keep all this going. This has been dragging to a stop in the production. So what are you missing to go faster? You need more sage to be ground up into stuff. And it's not backlogging there. And you need more fertilizer to keep that going. Ah, I see. So it turns dark when it's got fertilizer there. And then when it doesn't, it turns light. It's just because it needs time to fill up all those. Yeah, so we should let that keep going. Meanwhile, in the regards here... Wait, what's going on here? Oh, you weren't actually... You just weren't doing anything. You were present, you just weren't actually connected. It doesn't matter because that was the throughput there. So it's looking like I might need even more of these going. Because I was like, let me just build a lot of this and getting that all going. So the ash is going fine. No, literally you just stopped again. Oh, it's just really going slow. Right. Oh, this is just the way those work, where it's primarily using this belt and then it's overflowing to that belt. Right. The only problem here is I don't have a good way of expanding it. Like, this part's easy. The stone part, it's the the charcoal here that's the tricky one. I could probably make that work. Yeah, because I can... Like, honestly, this belt serves no purpose. We can get rid of that belt. That'll help. But yeah, no, it looks like I just need to toss yet another crucible on here. So let's pick up this for a moment. And get you built here. Which will be an interesting consideration. It'll have the crucibles up here. Cut that straight across. Now we can grab... Where are you at? Grab you. I'll deal with the other side in a minute. Alright, so I'll take care of that. Meanwhile, need to get the elevators on this side. And then I'll put the grinders over here. See if that works. It's getting a little snug here, but we'll see. You can drop that in there. Okay. Yeah, so those belts throughputs are going to be a problem. Alright, so that should help, because the ash was getting backed up here. Now that'll improve the other side of that, so it should help with the fertilizer, which is starting to work its way down the line. We are starting to get the sage back into production, with both the flax in full production. So again, hopefully what we'll see here is those will continue to build up. And it's honestly just a weird thing. I'm just going to need to have more and more and more of this being produced. If I want to add more than that, that's going to be tricky. I think the next move would be to grab this, take it out wider, put one more crucible over here. But, making that knocker still be a whole thing. I mean, I'll have to put one over here anyways, probably for the clay bricks, but we'll worry about that when our clay bricks are online. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to improve a lot of different things going on here. The good thing this is a redundancy here. Okay. Urgent request. You want 60 linen. I remember when I used to have a surplus of all those things. Those were good times. Those have not been times for a while because oh, you know what? That's right. We can reset our upgrades. So reset points. Yeah, that's fine. So that was boosting our sales and all that. I want stuff to backlog. So we can... Let's think about what we're doing here. So we can improve our belt efficiencies. That's one thing I need at least one level in. We can boost our fuel efficiency. Let's get 3 levels in that to like really take advantage. Production heat consuming speed, the chucking speed I'm not too worried about. Quest rewards I'm not worried about. Let's still get 1 level. We'll go with that. Because with 3 levels in the fuel efficiency, that should make this way better. And then speeding up the belt should also go a long way to helping out. And you've been making the clay. Alright. So, how are we doing on our technology, by the way? Okay, we've researched everything. Well, we're researching everything. Okay, so for this, we have the pulley, the clay brick, and the glass. So it looks like the clay brick and the kiln go through this. And then the pulley is wooden rope. So we've got the rope here, and I've got wood over there. So it wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world to get the pulleys going. And we have all sorts of liquids to deal with. So let's see. Where was the pulley again? So pulley. So you get made in the assembler? Yeah, so it's an assembler. So that's a linen rope and wood. Okay. They've got all the wood over here. They've got a ton of linen rope over there. This might be a time where we just want to catapult. Because those are all wired up. And we have you hooked up here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're going to want to get stuff over here. Yeah, so we can bring this down and around just the same way I did this one. It's going to cost me some resources, but that's just not shocking to anyone, I guess. We can go here. And here. Cool. And with that, that'll get on the next display. So let's get the pulleys producing. So then here, we just go down there. Okay, so I've got the linen rope here. We can easily huck the linen rope from where it's at over there, over here somewhere. We only need the assemblers to make the pulleys. I'm not worried about making the throughput what I want it to be and yada yada yada. That'll be nice tomorrow things to consider. But right now we just need to get this junk over here to where I can produce this. Not a whole lot of space here. The other thing you can honestly do is I can just put the... Alright, what? Just do the way you do in Timberborn. We can just go right over here and put this sucker right up top there. You get the idea. Is I could just build the stilts, put it on top of the stilts just over top of my existing factory and move on with life. Alright, so you're going to be a catapult situation. So let's see how I want to actually do this. So we've got where I want to drop it off there. I'm not sure if you can even go over top of these. Well, I mean, I could catapult it from here to there. Okay, yeah, let's use some catapults. I think that's what we're going to do. So let's go here. Plunk you down. Right there. Put a catapult here. Then we can go over here to the hopper. Alright, that'll be for the finished product. I don't want to feed directly into the catapult. That won't give me enough room to work. Let's go here. Need to grab my nails, which I have lost track of. Are you nails? Where's my nails? No, that's a charcoal. Nails are here. There we go. I'm standing on them. Okay. So let's grab a storage container here. Okay, we got ourselves another day of money making. So you are now fed to the catapult. Now you can go over here. And grab our assembler. Put 2 of those down. Okay, and you will be for pulleys, and you will be for pulleys. Alright. So we've got this box that clearly doesn't need all these throughputs. We did need them earlier, but it's overkill now. We could definitely route these to be more efficient to give myself some space to work. So we're going to do this. Yoink these back conveyor belts here. Alright, there's gotta be a better way for me to set this up. That's probably fine. So we can go here. I already know I'm going to need this area filled up so we can get to them. Wifey.
Love you.
I love you too.
You have a good night.
You heading to bed?
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Did you like the cheese?
Yeah, no, I've liked the cheese so far.
Mm-hmm. It's yummy.
It is. Love. Okay, so we've got those two squared away. And actually what I can do is I can pull these two out and go to this. I have that backwards. We can put these... Okay. And it's gonna catapult those over, but it's like right there. I don't even need a catapult. We can just go boom. Boom. Done. You two. And done. Alright. So that, in theory, should have the pulleys fully integrated with the whole system and getting chucked over onto the shelf. Okay, so you're sitting at your gaming chair with a Minecraft mod pod, thinking of a good map maker. Then you remember that the map is just a piece of paper with ink and a writing tool. Yup. Well, that's when you're doing like the really sweaty kind of the really sweaty kind of like no map, no portal, like whatever kind of runs in games. It's like, yeah, you get your pen and paper. All right, so you got the pulleys going through there. You getting over to the shelf? Yeah, pulleys are going. Sir, why do you have to be unhinged and go from the back side of the shelf? Can't you use the front side like, you know, some kind of rational being? Okay, so it looks like the problem we have here is throughput. And it's looking like it is on the ash. So what I might be able to do to solve that is let's go here and disconnect that one. And we're going to bring this over. So we're going to cut down on our production of the lime just a bit. And then we're going to wire into this one. So you got all that squared away. All right, so pick up this box. We do the same thing we did the R spot. Turn you up. And set you down now. Oh wait, that doesn't do anything. Well, we've accidentally doubled the buffer. It's fine. No one really cares. So have some more ash. Add more of that. And drop the sage in, because we want to keep that going quicker. Alright, so we'll see how that does. Because it looks like I'm going to need a lot more stuff being produced. That's an interesting consideration. Okay, so we have a problem here. And the problem here is I have each one of those supposedly doing their thing in line. And so it's making it, as it goes down the line, they're getting worse and worse. That might be an absolute disaster. There you go. So that should have improved the throughput on that. So we are starting to see those at least running part-time, all of them. Needless to say, it's not enough throughput to like fully handle this on this end, not compared to what I was doing. We're going to need to continue to escalate it. I grossly underestimated how much I was going to need of these materials. So that's going to be an interesting issue. Yeah, like what I'm gonna realistically need to do is I'll probably need to realistically put like more heating things over here, with more crucibles. There is a possibility I can gain some like efficiencies here and there. I'm kind of hoping that we'll see this slowly start getting a lead. Yeah, because that's full. That's getting there. Yeah, because that's now going to be consuming even more and probably make me have to increase my sage production. At least all these things are automated where they will continue to produce indefinitely kind of thing. Oh yeah, that's also meaning I'm never going to get the thread because of all that. Wouldn't using simple planks or fuel instead of coal simplify it a lot? Even if it's less efficient? Yeah, it would simplify it a lot. But, I mean, it's already set up. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying, is that I'm basically all of this here is dedicated to effectively making fuel to feed back into it. So, like, I could cut all of this and still, like, benefit from it kind of deal. You're not wrong. I'm also noticing that we are apparently outpacing our, We're not producing fast enough on the planks. Oh, we're not getting enough coins the other side. Oh no, because I changed my leveling, I think we actually reduced our sales too much. Come on. Yeah, no, that's a problem we're running here, is we are actually on a negative on getting the money through there. Well, crap. I mean, the big part of it is I have a ton of money. Let's disconnect where I'm making the money for myself. We can just pull that so all the money is directly fed through. Yeah, because now I'm starting to get a backlog of everything here. I don't have enough customers. Okay, so let's see. So we had the logistics I sped up. Let me guess. Ah, and you increase your prices as time goes on. I figured that crap was going to be how it worked. Fine. So I do think we get this one. And I do think we go with the sales boost. So we're losing our efficiency on the belts, which is going to hurt a lot. But that's whatever. Let's see. If we get 100 pulleys. I also remember how we level either. We could just pop in over here. So what's the shelf we just got? Wall-mounted support device that greatly improves space utilization. Yeah, that's so I can just run a bunch of belts up on the walls. Definitely need all that. The vitality potions is the thing locking us from higher tech. And we're getting no surplus on the healing potions. All that's based on the crops. And now we're not getting enough stone. Okay, so we need to adjust some things here for improving our fertilizer throughput. So I think we're going to do is where this is all tied up here to be fertilizer, I think we need to pretend that's just not what's going on there. And we're going to go over here. 2, 3. So yeah, that's stone there. We'll have to reroute a bunch of that. That's okay, though. 4. And we'll start with that. So let's grab our crucibles. So right now I'm sitting on what? 4 tracks for stone, 2 tracks for the ash. Okay. I don't think it's a 50-50 kind of situation. Nor do I want to sit here and do the math. This is probably not going to be the right ratios for any of this. That's fine. Okay, so as it stands, we're feeding all this over here. And the plan here is to kind of switch it off to another direction. Now, probably the lazy way I can do this is to just run it right over the top here. And I might need to have multiple belts and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so that would be for the stone going over. Then keep the grinders the way they are right now. Okay, so that basically is ready to plug in here. Now, the other one is going to be the sage. And like I was kind of saying, this probably isn't the correct way to deal with this. It's more resource intensive. But it means I don't have to redo everything. So I'm going to do it anyways. Oh, I need to grab planks. Grab more clay.
Thank you Ruangor for subscribing for 36 months.
And thank you, Rongor, for the Tier 2 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 36 months, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, and thank you so much for that continued support. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Okay, so with all that, we have all of these to deal with. So that's going to be another one of those ones where... But again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Couldn't keep doing this if it wasn't for all that support everyone shows each month and everything, so thank you. Alright, so we're just expanding this mess. Okay. I mean, we're definitely making a ton of money versus our expenses, which is good. Wait, why is that happening? Hold up. Hold up. Mistakes are made. I forgot I had 2 of those standing up. Alright, 1 second. Mistakes are made. I got a mess to clean. Trying to think what the easiest way to... There we go. Okay, so we accidentally contaminated the belts there. So the lesson here is I need to go right here, and right here, and right there, and right there. Forgot that those were doing that. Then we can go right here. There, no longer contaminated belts. Then grab all the junk that got in there in those few seconds it was messed up. Crucible's down here. Okay, meanwhile, for the actual stuff, so you go in there, and you go in here. Okay. So you've got all that hooked up here. So when I plug those in, they'll start dumping it all over here. So this is where things are gonna get kind of spicy. But the really big boxes, you're 2x2 going through. So let's start hooking those up. Small gears will be over here somewhere. You're doing your best. I need you to buy way more stuff from me, man. So what exactly do I do to get my XP, to get my levels? Is it the quests that I do? So urgent request for glass, can't help you. Quest for glass. One of your small assemblers? I think it's just not getting its materials. Oh no, you're right. My bad. Yeah, I thought it was prioritizing one of them, not the other. Yep, okay, so that's been wrong the whole time. That's cool. But that's fine. That happens in this. Well, in any factory automation game. You get 1 level per main quest. Gotcha. Okay. So now with this... Alright, so we've got that all set up. So this area over here is going to be the ash. And that's going to be the quicklime, or whatever. This is all going to need to be finagled. So I'm going to leave that running just the way it is for the moment. Go grab some big gears real quick. Just so I remember where on earth I'm making those. Big gears? Oh, they're down there. There we go. So I'll choose these. Okay. I want a fairly repeatable pattern. Oh, this won't be hard. That's right. I don't need to do anything really fancy with this. With the overhanging belts, we can make this nice and easy breezy. No space required. So let's go ahead and go here. And set you all to fertilizer. Because I'm going to need to scale up the linen a lot, and I'm sure we're going to get more stuff. So basically, I got one set that goes like this. And then the other set, we can grab... I need rope. Well, that's not what you love to see. We're gonna need this rope to allow us to make more rope. Okay. All right. And we can deal with this. Hey, Razgirl, thanks so much for the raid. Just checking one thing. Yep. Thank you for denying that one. It was clearly a bot. But hey, Razgirl, how's it going? We're just dealing with some moderation stuff on the back end. I was like, what the hell is this unhinged garbage I'm getting? Oh, it's unhinged garbage. Okay, nothing more to think about there. Alright. But yeah, so I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. What were you streaming? You were streaming some Satisfactory. Ooh, if you are enjoying Satisfactory, there is a game that you might wanna take a little peeky peek at. A little game right here. You might want to take a little peeky peek at that is very much in that aisle. That is definitely not going to have the throughput to handle that, and I am acknowledging that now. And I'm making sure people are aware of the fact that I'm acknowledging that now. But we are just going to deal with that as that problem becomes a thing to sort out. Because this is going to take some figuring. Okay. That's over here? Yep. No, it's highly, highly, highly recommend. Okay, and we can go over here. Can I just put that on a belt? No, that's fine. So we're going to change this to be where the storage is. Cool, and that'll wire into our existing infrastructure. We've already got all that set up. Okay. Don't you need crushers? I do need crushers. But which ones? Oh, like all of this needs crushers. No, the ash doesn't need crushers, but these need crushers. Right, right. They do need crushers. Luckily, we can probably be real lazy in how we approach this. Because what I could do here... maybe not there. We can go here. There. Thank you for the reminder. That should work, because then we'll crush all that. Feed it into there. It does suck that there's not going to be a buffer there, though. Huh. I mean, this is wrong. One moment. It does suck that there's not a buffer there, but maybe that's okay. Yeah, you've discovered that splitters can be placed on vertical conveyor lifts. So you're in the process of tearing apart everything. Oh, that's interesting. Well, we're gonna light that up and just see what happens. So all of this is ready to plug in, and all I have to do to plug it in is we just going to yoink a couple of spots. So first, you gotta connect this way. Disconnect that. Alright, it's connected. You could use a small storage stood up mode as a small buffer for and your elevator system. I don't think I gave myself hardly any room for any of that. It's not sending them up. There we go. Why are you being that way? There we go. So right now we're just splitting it, which isn't really what I want to do the long term. Oh, I also need to connect you up, don't I? I didn't remember an important part of this whole thing. But yeah, no, the game's been really, really fun. That it takes a lot of what's been in the formula for a while, so far as factory automation, and very much is a yes and kind of thing. And it's also cool to have like this different dynamic, because like normally you're like down in the weeds of the factory trying to like walk through this giant gargantuan factory that's really kind of hard to navigate due to scale at times. And instead just it's this giant monstrosity of a factory. Okay, so we're gonna need way more stone being crushed over here. Yeah, because my buffer chest is in the wrong place there. But that should be easy enough to get around. So what I can do here is I can grab those out real quick. That's now what I'm looking for. Grab our big, that's the wrong box. Grab our big box here. There. Cool. So we got that buffering there. You already have a buffer chest in there. You feel like the camera angle took getting some used to? Yeah. Well, that's definitely one of those things. It feels like it's one of those ones you could really, really easily get adjusted to. Alright, cool. So we've got that going on. Obviously, we've got more stuff that needs to be tossed in here. We're going to want to start shutting down this set of lines. So I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to just go right there. We're going to yank that conveyor belt. We're going to yank that conveyor belt. And then as that burns out, we'll shut this down. Oh, it's all tiny. It changes everything. In Factory, the factory is never too big. Well, we're talking scale. Like being that you're like hovering over the factory. It's kind of a whole thing. I imagine there's probably pain points to it as well that we will deal with later. But so far it's been solid the whole way. Alright, so we're trying to expand all that. This is all going fine. We're just producing money. Okay, and the belt's starting to look like it's got proper cash on it. Context makes the camera angle make more sense. It's more palatable for you. That earlier you thought Rual was flying over the hover pack, but no, he's just standing there. Yeah, no, it is a whole thing. Stones? What about the stones? The stones are going there. I've deliberately detached that. You're working your way over here. They're not getting enough throughput. I'm gonna have to get faster conveyor belts. I can probably pop... Wait a second. Money is a real problem right now as far as onto the belt system. Okay, so that'll help that in the short term. We can go ahead and chuck... That's fine. Okay. So we got all that going. That's all going. This should be massively improving our fertilizer throughput. Eventually that's going to run out and we'll yank all that out. You're using the fertilizer as you get it. You are both fully filled, basically. If we ever get to the point of these catching up, that'll be great. Literally none of them are getting a backlog. I can only imagine the sheer volume of plants and fertilizer I need to keep this all running. Alright, you do your post-stream, Karen. Thank you again for that raid. I do appreciate it. Like, we're at least handily making money. Okay, bandages and bricks. Like, the downside is the quests seem to keep me advancing, but they're not... The other stuff isn't really. So it's kind of hurting a lot of that. Right. So let's go ahead over here. So you're probably going to be wrapping up these materials relatively soon. Okay, so you're basically offline now. So we're just burning fuel here for no reason. Okay. Those are still running for now. So I've taken the coal off of here. We're going to want to disconnect this. Yeah, for right now, disconnect this, stop sending the fuel over here. Pull the fuel from that. Chuck it in there for right now. Disconnect that because you're about to tap out on your stuff. I don't want to keep that online and do other things with it, but for right now I need to pull the plug so I'm not just burning stuff for no reason. Okay. Surprised how little money is getting all the way over here, considering it seems to be nearly... Well, I guess it's solid for a couple seconds, then empties out. Oh. We are officially hitting the point where I am not producing enough sage on this side, either. Well, we're going to go ahead and make great choices. And put more stress on our production of fertilizer. That's what I'm trying to do right now, is just ramp up our fertilizer production. Yeah, so the problem here is the input of sage, which that's why I added the second one of these. So hopefully it gets resolved. Because I need to ramp up the fertilizer production and all that stuff. Hey, Cam Corgi. And thank you so much for the Happy New Year's and all that stuff. We're almost getting to the point of building this up. Like, right, almost even with it now. We are actually getting a tiny bit ahead there, but the flax is not even remotely keeping up. If we get the flax cut up, that'll be more medicine, more everything going on. More bandages, more rope, more fabric. And a lot of you aren't running because of ash. Do I build a third one? Because this is now turning into a real bad setup here. Oh, wait. Don't do that. Ah, so I do need the seeds. Okay. Welcome back. Alright. Yeah, like, I've got tons and tons of money. Like, just as far as straight up cash, I've got tons and tons of money. Here, that's actually what I can do here. Just take my money. Just feed into the portal, take my cash. There. We fed a whole lot of money into the machine. That should catch it up. Meanwhile... Sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, we bought the neighborhood. Ah, okay. So across the street, we gotta be paying in silver now. Oh, I can buy these areas way over here too? Oh no, how far can I expand this thing? Okay, this is unhinged and unreasonable. I'm on board. Okay, so at this stage, we are now saturating the belt. So if I want more ash, it means I need more furnaces. Okay, that's easy enough to do. Oh, I'm out of rope. I was like, why can't I build it? Oh, good. So, well, actually, we're starting to get a bit of a backlog of rope. Okay, now I need to do this. I need rope and wood. We can deal with that real quick. Is every little bit I can get the linen or the flax sorted out, these things like the linen will start to get sorted out too. You think one of the ash belts is not connected? You are right. Well, if I didn't need more ash, you know, we're getting more anyways. All right. Okay. So, those are already going at about the speed they can handle. Like, the planks are not quite solidly filling the belt. Are you keeping up the fuel, though? I think you are. What are the one on the end here? Okay. I think they're doing okay so far as that consideration. It's hard to tell because they have such a huge buffer here. But that's alright. So I've got all that going. You should be stopped producing fuel soon. How do you still have ash in there, man? Gotcha, so you still have one box that's slowly grinding and adding material. That's fine. Yeah, that's just it. I mean, this one's a belt throughput, actually. So let's go here. Yeah, that's a belt throughput issue over there. So split that up between the two so that the belts can handle it better. All right. And those should fill up, and then it'll start backlogging. Yeah, and that's starting to sort itself out. Okay, yeah, so it's a belt throughput issue. So by splitting the belts into two separate segments, that handles it way better. All right. And I'm just dealing with one moderation thing. I'm not gonna go through all that. Just one moderation thing we had in the back end. Was reporting a bot. Cool. Alright, so that's looking like that's all good. So those are all good. Money is properly backing up again. Let's look at Ooh, I wonder if the sales stop if like the register is full. Okay, so it hasn't backlogged to that much. I wonder if when we do all this, I wonder if it'll prioritize the bottom or top, because I've seen games where they have a priority on one or the other. Let's see, stupid question, why don't you make a buffer chest on the fertilizer after the sage plants to make the fertilizer for the rest of the plants? There should be a buffer. Yeah, there's a buffer right here. Oh, you mean after the sage plant's here? I mean, I could. Right now, the belt is getting so saturated, though. I think we're actually good. I think at this point, I could actually afford to build up more. But yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I could have put like a buffer here, but like right now, I'd have to separate out the lines, which is probably honestly not a bad idea. I think realistically, having one belt go this way and then one belt go that way might be a good idea. Yeah, so you're not backing up here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we should be good. No, but I see what you're saying. Like, once we start getting that backlogging in this box, it'll be good. Alright, so we got plenty of ash. We've got plenty of the stone. Both seem to be backlogging. Those are both staying absolutely full. This is officially finally run out of material. That's basically about to run out of material. So this is going to be the last of fertilizer we're going to get out of this path, but this is the one we're shutting down, is this area over here. And then this segment here, I'm going to probably repurpose in some way. I haven't decided how. Because, like, this would be a place potentially to make the glass or something. Just chuck the sand. Oh, well, I mean, I don't even have... Well, actually, I've got stone right here. Like, the stone is literally right here. We could certainly take the stone that's in here, take some of it, make it into sand, feed it in here, that's glass. And then the clay brick, I don't think would be convenient over here at all, because the clay is there. And I'm not really producing at a meaningful capacity. Because it's one I set up before trying to scale all that up. I actually lost money that day. You want stone and bandages. Brick and bandages. Gotta get the bandages sorted. The thing is, people are buying them very aggressively. And that's what all this setup over here is trying to address, that kind of thing, is just getting the throughput higher. Okay, so that way one path goes towards where we're doing the bandages and all that, and the other path is just for, like, rope and whatever. And it loops back into itself, but I'm trying to make it so we have more of a path there so we can expand. Okay, so that's all backed up. So I think we're gonna do... You go here. Blacks. You go here. Blacks. Because if it ever truly backs up, then we can just deal with that. Okay, so you need more iron ingots. Okay. And sage. Alright. But yeah, there's gonna be an issue of throughput on the belt. It'll be hard to make that happen. Alright. Cool. And so we got that split off into two halves now. So that should probably help a little bit. Is that able to get fast enough to start filling this at all? I expect it to. It's almost a literal solid belt now. And because we had all the new machines, it's going to take a moment where they all just kind of buffer up their stuff. Okay. Yeah, so those belts are basically solid. So my hope is we're going to start seeing this catching up. Because the rope is getting slowed up waiting on the pulleys, I believe. Oop, I didn't mean to actually take that. There you go. Just need the mic keep being fed into the system. Alright. Yeah, starting to get a backlog. So I'm noticing we got 2 buffer chests on this. So we're not going to have 2 buffer chests. We're going to go ahead and remove the other one. So that way it doesn't have that weirdness. And it's kind of over here we have the same thing. Yeah, it's going as fast as it can. But yeah, so with this, we're finally actually getting steady production of medicine, which has been a long time coming. Still surprised with all of that are just going straight on through. I mean, okay, so I see. The linen is obnoxiously expensive. It's 120 linen thread per minute. And you make 20 per minute, so I would need, just to match that, I would need 6 of these going. And that's 60 going into those. And then each of these is producing 20. Okay, so you're producing 20. So the ratio would be 3 of those running solid to 1 of these. And then 6 of these to 1 of those. So it makes sense that, I did at different points accidentally get the stuff in my inventory. Okay, put that there. Time to stack. Well, I mean, the big problem is I need even more production up the line. Like, these aren't running solid. We're trying to get more fertilizer in here. And we are slowly filling these up, which is good. But it looks like I'm going to have a problem where I'm just going to need even more throughput. Like, that's the shocking thing, is just how ridiculously much flax I need. Because we look at the things on the right for finishing. The sample quest, I need 50 bandages. Now, what I can probably do is just turn stuff off and let them collect so I can do the quests. But, you know, I'm making money right now. Yeah, so it's all going along. Second fertilizer. I'm really enjoying it. It definitely hits the kind of Satisfactory Factorio, like the vibe and everything you're looking for there. Yeah, all this is doing their best. It definitely hits that vibe. All right. So it probably needs to happen. Let's get the glass and the brick online somehow. So I've got these 2 over here that we can cannibalize now. Let's grab you. But I've very much been enjoying it. I think it's excellent. Yeah, so it's these 6 we're going to be cannibalizing. Can we grab the quick lime and we can move that over here? Oh, I see. All right, we're gonna have to do something a little cheeky here. There you go. But yeah, no, it's very much in the same vein as Satisfactory, except for instead of having to cross like ridiculous amounts of the map to do anything, you don't really have that kind of a situation going on. On the other hand, you know, the exploration is not really a big thing in the game. You kind of just have your little place here that you're maintaining. Oh, that's the grinders. Oh, right. I'll need to deal with that. But yeah, it's interesting just having a different perspective how much of a difference it makes. Okay, so now's where we're just gonna yank all this up. It's done as good, but it's no longer needed. Okay. There's so much tinkering with your setup. You're gonna have to rework almost all the factory due to new stuff I just unlocked. Oh yeah, no, it's one of the things here that there's definitely a lot more of like, I built this. Oh wait, everything has changed because I got this new thing. And like figuring out how you're going to adapt the new thing on your setup. Okay. So, we need to make glass, and we need to make clay brick. For right now, we're not going to do anything fancy with it. I'm just going to go boom, and that's where those are going to go. So, for glass, that should be pretty easy. We can grab... Where are you at? We can grab a couple of these. Actually, I have a buffer here. Then grab the box here. Okay. And we can make ourselves an elevator right here. Alright, so that's going to take care of you. Okay, so that's going to have the glass back online. Or not back online. It's going to put the glass online. So that's good news. I suspect I need more production speed than just that. I can try and squeeze one more in here. It's not going to go through the, not going to go for that chest. I've got more quicklime. That's fine. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, because you all go up in here. Now we crush that. Oh, right. There we go. Okay, so we got all that. That's going fine. That's all going fine. Stone's going fine. Money's backlogging. Love to see it. Fertilizer's going along. Fertilizer's backlogged. You're backlogged. None of you are backlogged, but we can probably just go right here. And just say, you know what? More. I think we're hitting that point now where the belts themselves are going to be the limiter. I'm going to have to run a separate set of belts. Alright. So that's all going really, really fantastic over here. You're starting to slowly get collection. It's allowing medicine to slowly build up. As much as I want to increase the medicine production, I don't think that's realistic because of the linen requirement. Yeah, we're getting the silver put aside. Okay, yeah, so they're officially starting to backlog. So what we can do here then... Let's grab one of these. That's the wrong box. Grab one of these boxes. And we'll yoink you two. Drop you here. Okay. So I've got 3 feeding in that, 2 feeding into this. And one of them's kind of a dedicated lane here. And these ones are splitting the difference for that one. Actually, we should probably do it that way. Yep, so they're kind of dedicated there. Nope, that's causing problems. There we go. So this box is gonna go over here. There's probably a chance we could expand even more. And probably need to. So that hopefully we can start getting a surplus in some of these things. Okay. So eventually some of that'll start backing up. That's good news there. The money's stacking up. We've got all that in line. Okay, so shop income. So we made pretty good money, about 17,000. What's going on here? Oh, this isn't right. Hang on, I gooped. This whole thing's wrong up here. These don't use the crucibles. They use the kiln. Let's go grab our kiln. Let's see here. And I'm assuming you won't... Yeah, you can't make the angle. So we can go here. I was sitting there like, why isn't this working? Right, it's the wrong building. Which means that we're doing the clay brick over here next. And that's also not right. It's probably one of those things that should be making dedicated places for that, but for as much as you have to set up just to get the charcoal powder kind of stuff going, I'm just kind of going by the thing of going, alright, well, we're just going to make this happen. Okay, so the next thing is if we want to do the clay brick, I gotta start getting the clay over here. And the clay was way over here, because the clay is what? Oh, the clay is just charcoal powder and sand. We already have the sand being produced in this area. But it's probably not enough. Like, how fast do you go? Oh, you're not set. Yeah, it's not looking like there's a lot of spare sand here. It's getting to be... It's jumping between about 10 and 5. Yeah, so that's using the sand almost at pace. So if I wanted to do more, I'm gonna have to make way more space here. We can probably squeeze a little bit more production in here. Keep that all going. There's a good chance I'm gonna ultimately... Oh, you don't even have... Oh, right. Okay. So disconnect that now. And connect that. Right. Then grab you. You connect this way and then that way. Okay. So that should help. But now we're splitting off our stone between multiple places. So it's looking like we might not be making enough stone now. We are getting a bit of a backlog in some of these boxes, but not as much as I feel would be needed. I think it's okay, but I do also think we're going to have to scale up the stone crushing. We can probably do that easy. Because fortunately, stone crushing is a slow process, so not that big of an issue. Okay. Oh, and I've got limestone I need to drop off somewhere. Is there a place over here I can pile it into the system? Yes, there is. Okay. That's all going really smoothly and all that. Alright, so we're doing good there. A little concerned at the reduced rate I'm seeing on the belt going this way. I think we don't let that track go over that way at all. You just loop back. We put one more crusher. Imagine being your next door neighbor. It'd be awesome, right? You'd be seeing all this, like... all this cool, like, factory kind of stuff going on. Definitely. Yeah, no, we did actually have a bunch more houses. Alright, so let's go see how much silver we've got now. Nowhere near enough. And then you get imminent domain. That's basically what happened, is like, these are all houses that are like, well, I have money, go away. I mean, to be fair, they all have for sale signs, and I am paying them the price they're asking, so if they're unhappy about it, they should have changed their price. Yeah, so it looks like this outside edge I can't buy into. Those houses I can buy, the ones over there I can buy. Can I go up these stairs? And is there more town? Oh no. Alright, so we can buy these houses up here, but not those houses. So I can't buy those houses, but these houses on this side are free game for me to buy. The houses over here, I can buy this property as well. That one I can't, but it looks like I can go through it maybe. I don't seem to be able to touch any of these houses. Oh, but I can get this one. You can buy a lot of this town. You can buy a shocking amount of this town. Oh, I can buy the ones over here. All right. Excellent. We can make sure to evict everyone from town. Okay. So you're ultimately still not able to backlog here. But those aren't hitting saturation. But the fertilizer is. So what can I do to increase the throughput even more? So the sage is getting enough. Yep. I mean, we're just a growth-minded company, that's all. In the most upsetting and cursed way for anyone who happens to live in the surrounding area. Okay. So I'm trying to think here is how to approach getting even more flax on the line. Money not in the belt? I mean, that's probably just from expansion. Actually. I see, it's prioritizing the top line. I expect it to prioritize the bottom one. Okay, so half of it still goes that way. We just need to increase our sales enough that I never have to worry about it, and I can continue to just filter into that chest. Okay, so the pulleys are starting to stack up. Love to see it. The linen is still a problem. That crap is super expensive. Yes, for right now, what I could probably do... I'll probably approach this in the lazy way. Okay. So that'll be even more flax. So that's 4 on this box. And actually, let's pick you up. And have you connect over there. Pick you up. And have you connect there. That way it's 2 to a belt. And just keep upping the production line. So it's effectively 2 planters per one of these containers, going into 4 of these grinders. And they're still not really backing up hardly at all. This one's just dropping off now because of the fact I dropped a bunch in there. Oh, okay, we're actually getting flax fiber building up here. Okay. Alright. So the flax fiber building up there, that's good news. That means I could probably plug you in here to split the load between these. Because you got 4 feeding into those 2 machines. Alright. Let's go ahead and get another one of these going. Linen thread. Oh, that's not the right place. Linen thread. Okay. So now I got another one of those going. You're slowly bleeding those down. You're probably outrunning that by yourself. Looks like you are. But that's still upping production. That's ultimately what matters. Because the more we up the production, the more linen cloth we get, the more linen cloth we get, the more stuff we can sell, the more... Basically, everything we can manage to get producing more. I need more linen rope as well. I just need more flax, more linen, more everything. Now let's grab half of that stack and chuck it in there. And half of this stack and chuck it in there. Okay, so all of you are feeding into the one machine. Does it make sense to just pull this belt and have just the one feeding into it? It's fine. So one thing I'm going to do to help with all this, I'm going to put that there. That's for me to just slowly build up the linen thread, because that's locking all our upgrades back there. And we've been sitting here this whole time and just not getting those upgrades because I've been wanting the store to run more and more and not willing to split things off to get it. So this will slowly build up and we can start buying our upgrades. Ooh. Your money's going down a little bit. That's fine. Yeah, you're still getting that all buffered in, that's fine. Oh wait, did I have... Yeah, I've got more limestone in my pocket. Let's go drop that off. Okay. Yeah, so we got lots of stuff here. So we got a potion belt. Oh, we can get the building tool. Cool. And then the next building tool is clay and clay brick. The gloves, we just need a little bit more stuff there. And I don't really know what some of the stuff does, but I don't have it. That's a good enough reason for me to buy it. Okay. We need to get the vitality potions going. I'm just chasing down all these unrelated things. So you need soap, clay and clay brick, 50 linen thread, a couple of healing potions, and some linen thread. Or the healing potions finally actually getting to a point of having a backlog? It's not much of one, but it is a start. Okay, there's the 5 there. Okay, so I need 6 more linen cloth. I'll see what the potion belt does. Okay. It mentioned... See, pipeline. Liquids and gases can be transported via pipelines. That's cool. Support check. Support check. Constructing building modules and floors. Oh, we can make multiple floors, but there is like a stability. Okay. So home renovation. When placing floors, aim at an upper section of building, and it can do walls. So I can go... Freely editable notice board that you... Wait, what? Oh. Oh, I see. It's just a thing if you want to keep notes. Is there anything else we care about? We got the bed, we got that. The extractor. Extract stuff. Let's try conical flasks. Blender. Okay, so what I need to do is I've been just trying to get all this sorted, which is not really a bad use of time. Oh, come on. That's not good. And the reason that's really not good is it means my fertilizer production is not sufficient to cover that. So where are we getting the bottleneck? You're bottlenecking on the belt a little bit. Yeah, so those are just doing their thing. Alright, well, I'm gonna leave that and just pretend everything's fine. That's how I'm approaching that right now. I'm just pretending everything is fine and nothing needs to be touched or messed with or considered in any way, shape, or form. You had the inventory 1. Oh, factory 2 is just more linen? We can do that. It'll take a while because I'm cannibalizing one of the most expensive things we have in production. But that's okay. We go and we do like 2 trips of yoinking everything off the belt and that'll do. Okay, so what the heck do I even need for the vitality potion? So, vitality potion is researched. So goods. They have soap we can make out of linseed oil, ash, and a blender. Vitality potion is quicklime powder, fruit wine in a blender. Okay. So the quicklime powder we've got. The fruit wine requires red currant put in an extractor. I already know I'm going to regret all of this. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alright. So that means even more crop production, which means even more fertilizer needs. And I'm not 100% sure on how we're going to resolve that. Okay, so that belt is solid, and it's barely keeping up with this. I'm gonna have to upgrade our belts the next level we get. Yeah, and you're holding up for this so far. And adding a second belt here wouldn't really help that much. Let's also check. we have just the one fertilizer. Okay, well, let's just get it to operate at a non-zero amount. That's our immediate goal. Just have it producing. Is it a good amount? Doesn't matter. Okay, you look like you can actually afford to give me a bit more. Hey, Sim, how's it going? We get a shout out for Simcopter1, our fantastic content creator on the platform. Okay, so I get the stone up here. But I hope things have been going good for you and all that. They've got that all hooked up on this side. Then we'll need to grab our elevators here. I'm doing good. Just checking out Alchemy Factory, which is new factory automation game. Very, very much like reminds you of like SAS Factory, but also its own thing. Okay, so the big thing we want to figure out here. You know what? I'm just gonna slam it all in there and just think about it later. Okay, so we've expanded that. I don't know if that's gonna help us or hurt us, but we've expanded it. Right, so we need to be producing... Oh, you need glass. We're making glass, right? Yes. Okay. So, for the vitality potion, I need fruit wine and quicklime. I have quicklime right there. For the fruit wine, we need the blender. And we need to put red currant in it. So, right now, I really do need to have another belt going for all this. Because you are pretty much... Well, I mean, actually, we might be able to get away with 2 more. It probably won't run at capacity, but that sounds like the kind of problem I'm going to choose to ignore. Oh, gotcha. Someone's asking about what a Twitch ambassador is. Yeah. Twitch ambassadors are important people. They get to work with Twitch a little bit more directly to, you know, hopefully have conversations to help guide things and all that. Generally they make our lives a bunch easier. Not that Twitch always listens, but it's at least a voice in the room. That kind of thing. Okay, so let's go over here. But there's a whole bunch of other stuff they get involved with as well. But, you know, it's a whole process to become a Twitch ambassador that you have to, like, you know, be selected, that kind of thing. Alright, so let's get the red current going. Like you apply to it and everything. All that. Did I get 3 of those? I did get 3. So let's go ahead and, even though we're not going to have the fertilizer for it, I'm just going to hook up a 3rd one. If we don't have the fertilizer, it just doesn't run. Who cares? Okay. So I've got those sitting there. And so for right now, we kind of are setting up a scuffed, non-ideal, get it working kind of situation. So we have you. So you're gonna make 100 fruit wine per minute. Okay. And then if we go to the blender, it can accept 600 fruit wine per minute. I see. So it can accept a ridiculous amount. I understand. Oh, I don't need multiple of these. I just covered that 6. Okay. So I could set you to the vitality stuff. We don't want to deal with the flask. That's the extractor. We've got pipes. Gotta think about what the heck button the, on a QWERTY keyboard. The angle brackets were. Nope. Game devs, please support multiple keyboard layouts. Because I'm trying to remember for the life of me where angle bracket left and right is on QWERTY keyboard, because I used Dvorak and I had to switch it. WC, I want to say it's up here somewhere. By like the, no, that'd be plus and minus are over there. It's over here somewhere, I thought. Next to M. Well, there's M, because M is the same on the two of them. But it doesn't seem to be... Yeah, that's M. Okay, well, there's one way we could figure this out, which is go and just type in. Oh, it'll be shift minus. Alright. Shift minus? Right a space? No, shift period? I'm getting so confused now. Let me just look at what a QWERTY keyboard looks like off topic. Most of the time I can mentally switch back and forth, but there's not been very many games that have asked me to use angle brackets. And I'm just like, angle bracket on a QWERTY keyboard is like, where was that, man? I don't remember. It's been like 10 years or longer. Oh, don't tell me the history, but I just want a picture. No, not the old typewriter. Just give me a modern keyboard. There you are. I see it. Okay. So. We can go here. So. Well, that's annoying. So I'm hitting what's period and all that on here. I'm trying both with shift and without shift. I tried turning the caps lock on and off. I can't imagine it's a thing where you can't raise and lower pipes. Unless it is, at which point, yeah, no, I'm hitting what's definitely supposed to be the right keys. And again, with the caps lock on and off, that's supposed to change it. Maybe it's a thing with pipes. Yeah, we could try lifting the blender. Which form? That is an excellent comment. Ah, okay. I see. so you don't actually raise it up and down. So it's hitting all these buttons being like, why can't I figure it out? It wanted a different set of controls. Okay, so with that, we are now feeding the fruit wine in here. So now what I need to do is I need to get some of this quick lime all the way over there. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to be real lazy. And we are just going to smack it right on in. And then with this, I need to get more small gears. So my small gears are down here somewhere. All right. Okay, so we're waiting on the quick lime powder. We got this. Now, unfortunately, as you can probably see, not a whole lot of quick lime powder is getting down the line. So we have a throughput problem here. Now, the way you fix this kind of throughput problem is you normally split it into multiple sections. We can do that. It's just going to take me a minute to make that happen. So what we could do here is I can go way over... Actually, you know what? We'll do this the other way. We can grab you. Oh, I need nails. Then pop on over here. Grab a stack of nails. Pop over here. Okay. Yeah, making solid money. Alright, so we can grab you. Now, I don't know how far back I want to go with this. Let's go here. And also... Oh, no, don't do that. Just trying to connect to the other line and shortcut around. That'll give me a box I can drop this all in. Okay, so that might cause us problems with the fertilizer production, which will bog things down. But at least we're now actually producing the other stuff. Yeah, because they're all struggling with the quick lime. Okay, so we still will have an output there, but that should split it so that of these last two, we'll almost have like ourselves a dedicated one here. Right now, I've only got the one, and this doesn't seem to actually eat that much quick lime compared to the other stuff. Hey, Agile, how's it going? But that is getting me the vitality potions, which are just going to take a while to make happen. Sorry, you caught me sneaking a bite of food. But check out Azrael, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of like simulation games, so you know your I'm trying to figure things out. So your games like Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, that kind of stuff. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. So I got more money going here. You're still working around here. These are now getting starved and not making nearly enough sage, and that's because I need more fertilizer. My hope is we'll get some more advanced tech, or at least a level I can do something with here in a minute. Alright, let's pick up that box. And check in our upgrades. I'm hopefully going to be done with the, yeah, so it looks like we're done with the linen thread-based upgrades. So I can go over here to where it wants the linen thread and just drop in a ton. Okay. So you want 16 mortars. I'm surprised the mortars are running out. I mean, you've got them there. Because we get the 16 mortars, I could turn another random quest. Overall, the random quests just seem to be a way to get money, and honestly don't feel like you get a bit of a premium versus if I were to just do it. Yeah, I see that. I'm wondering what happened. Did I... Something must have happened that I accidentally unreset, or like reset some stuff, but that's okay. Yeah, I noticed that as well, and I was trying to figure out what was going on. Like, it must be one of those things that when I'm like going around clicking stuff, I'm actually like pulling it off. But yeah, so get that random quest turned in. We'll also want to get the soap production. This is Tree's medical advisor. She is unable to work today due to suffering from cuteness overload. Totally a real doctor. Aw. You have a wool cloak that you got at a Ren Fair. If you had snow here, you'd be testing it out because you're a master shot. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you just gotta have a little bit of fun with things. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those things that the quests give you a little bit more money, but like where we're at right now is I could literally just AFK the game and let it run, and barring me having something way out of whack that like our heat production or our fire stuff shuts down or something, you know, infinite money would happen. Now there's the whole day thing, but as far as I can see, there's no rent or anything like that to pay. You buy the land and that's that. So it's kind of like Hydroneer, that like once you set up stuff and you get it to being like where it's producing goods, you can just seriously like walk away and just let it run. Eventually Hydroneer, the physics goes to whack and your game crashes. But you know, until that point, you can just let it idle and do stuff. Alright, give me one more. Okay, we can turn that random quest in just to have that off the board. $270 pulleys. Okay. I don't have that. Nor am I gonna get it. Alright. Oh, that's encouraging, so... They're still working along. Alright, I'm assuming the thing that you're stuck on is the berries. Because these are just not getting enough ash. That's because, again, we got this whole series set up. And each one... Basically, the problem with this series, if you don't know why, each time you go to this, it splits in half. So this gets half of all the ash, if there's room. That gets 25, that's 12.5, that's 6.25, that's 3.125. You get the idea. Because the rank quests are more for trying a no-custer run, where your only quests are that. Yeah, no, like, early on, they were a nice influx. I think I'm going to just, like, unmark them. Like, this one, like, the sample request seems to give me something special. The carpenter request seems to give me something special, but the random requests get out of here, the urgent requests get out of here. It's only, like, the special quests. There is an achievement for finishing with no customers. Ah. Right, so that'd probably be one you wouldn't want to use the portals very much at all, because you would end up having lots of times you could be operating at a deficit, versus the other way you'd want to sit here and, yeah, we're slowly getting the vitality potions. What do we unlock with that? So once we get the vitality potions, we get bound shrooms, sphere liquid flasks, I have no idea what an anther is, yeast powder, turquoise, shaper, advanced fertilizer. So most likely the advanced, so the advanced fertilizer is fertilizer plus the mushrooms. So it's probably like going and making things with the charcoal and all that. Where what I would end up doing is taking the charcoal and, you know, taking where you took like the logs and you turn them into like timber to put into the furnaces, then you make it into charcoal, then grind it into charcoal powder, then feed it back into the whole system. So that you are just kind of ramping it up more and more. Which would be good, because then we could potentially get that online. And with that, our struggles over here with the fertilizer could start being resolved. Because you're working just real slowly. And I don't see a great path of fixing you without tearing up everything else here. As you check to your work emails over the holidays, a customer replied to an email you sent out on August 21st. It's gonna be one of those days. Yup. Yep, I know how that goes. I do really like the whole setup over here of just throwing one thing up here after another. So other things we can make. So we can get the glass on the shelves. The glass right now is being stored here. We're not producing a lot of it. I don't really have an excellent way to get it all the way over there. And it mentioned I could go into build mode and do something with like the walls and all that. Because like build mode, you could set the floors, and then when you're doing that, I'm supposed to be able to tear down the walls. And that's the ones I haven't figured out. It specifically mentioned, like, when you're doing floors, you could do that. Alright. Oh, yeah, I was gonna start getting clay bricks going, because there's that. I mean, what I need to be doing is just expanding the operation. The big hesitancy is because of how elaborate setting this whole thing up is. It's caused me to not work on it. Okay. When I guess the reality of what I probably should do is just go over here and then set up a place to just make the clay bricks to begin with. That it could be that I just straight up don't bother with the charcoal and just feed the logs in, knowing it's not going to be as efficient. Or not the logs, but the timber. Because like when you think about these three here, all they're doing is making the fuel for themselves and these over here, which is good for scale. I do have that free one over there. There's not enough sand to make that worthwhile. Okay. And my clay right now is being produced here. Not a lot of it. I don't really need the clay in its raw form for much of anything. So I could take the clay around the outside over here. And then just turn it in at this... Man, is it all the way over there? Of course it's all the way over there. Alright. It is what it is. We can just go here and burn a ridiculous amount of supplies.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. Okay, so let's go here. And do all of this. Okay. This is going to be a little bit of a weird one. Well, first let's start getting the clay over here. So I can go over here to ramp up there. And get all that going. Okay, so what I need to do from here is I got two things. One is I just need to hook that up, but the other one is I need to get that up there. Now, normally, I could use one of these and it lines up to the right height when it's on the bottom area, but I'm one tile up. So I could have it go up and bring it back down, but I don't really have much space for that. I mean, I could do that. I think that'll work. I know it's going to be wasteful of stuff for a minute, but it is what it is. Okay. And that should be making clay brick on this side. Yep, so we got clay brick in production. Alright. At a horrifically abysmal rate, but technically in production. And what's going on here? Why are you suddenly not working? Oh, you're just really, really slow. That's fair. I do have a decent amount of stone coming out of there. Ah, but realistically I'm gonna have to expand this as well. You know what? It's fine. So I don't even know what's happening down here anymore. Oh, I think what happens is this one goes through and this one loops back in on itself. And then comes over here. So I could certainly go over here and put down another thing to make the sand. Or what I could even do is let's detach it back here. Yeah, there's room there. Alright, so what we're gonna do is while that's getting itself sorted out, we're gonna connect all those up. gonna grab a stone off the belt real quick. There, and I've just improved the throughput back there. Yeah, now all 3 of them are going, so it should be 3 times the sand production. Okay, we finished another day. Cool. So that should increase our sand production, which should increase our clay production, which should go over here and ultimately mean more clay brick. Okay, and you're just doing fine over there. We're not making enough sand over here to do more than keep the glass going. That's fine. Oh, and that's the reason I'm glad I went over here to check. Cool, so we are officially making clay brick now. Let's see. I tried an interesting farm game yesterday, Ancient Farm. You play as an ancient Egypt and have to craft tools you need to farm and build your own house. It's pretty dope. Oh, neat. That does sound like a pretty good one. It's always tricky with some of those ones. Because, like, I've been looking for ones that are decently made. You just run into a whole lot of them are, like, you know, your super low budget asset flip kind of garbage. Oh, would you look at all those healing potions building up? Little buggy. Gotcha. Cool, cool. That might be one for me to check out. Alright. Gotcha. Nah, I can check it out. Keymailer makes it easy. Thanks for the heads up. Alright. So you need even more stone if you want to keep operating. And that belt is solid. So if I want to keep making quicklime, I separate that off. I'm surprised you're actually struggling on the quicklime too. Man, ugh. Yeah, I feel like my entire thing is just becoming more and more and more just burning more and more stuff with the charcoal. I mean, it makes sense with the not having electricity. I'm feeling like this here is our equivalent of electricity, all the charcoal kind of stuff. But we might even have things that help out with that later on too. Copper power, malachite. Yeah, black powder, which has a very high fuel value. Coke. Yeah, so that's what's gonna happen, is once we tech up the next time, we're gonna start going after, like, producing coke to increase our stuff even more. And then that's gonna be our fertilizer more. Which is gonna be painful, because it's definitely going to require me to mess with, readjust, whatever. Producing coke? Yep. It is what it is. We are an alchemist. What do you think we do around here? Why do you think every house is for sale in the neighborhood? Oh yeah, no, and that's absolutely a thing in a lot of these games. A lot of factory automation games, usually around mid-game, you end up ripping up chunks of your factory and having to rebuild the whole thing because, you know, you get, like, the better version of this, and now things don't fit together and all that. I wasn't able to find a grab a bunch of things and move them as a group. I found I could blueprint stuff and then put down the blueprint again. But I haven't seen where I could, like, grab all of this as it is and just drag it to the side. Instead, I would, like, blueprint it, put down a new blueprint over here, and then delete the previous one. But I get what you're saying. It's interesting, like, we started building on the tables at the beginning, but then you can't really use the space below the table. And it was like, oh, I don't really need the tables, we could just use other stuff. Yeah, so right now I'm kind of waiting on these vitality flasks to get done. Blueprint has a cut mode that does that? Gotcha. So it's you cut and paste it. You just got this early, played for like an hour. The middle mouse gives a second mode that says copies everything above, but you couldn't get to work. But you need to restock inventories? Yeah. So we need more stone, and that's got a belt throughput issue. So I definitely feel like the next level up, we've got to upgrade our belts, because that seems to be the actual pain point, is the throughput of our belts is hurting us in just a lot of places. So you can see over here, these belts are saturated. Over by the fertilizer, the belts are saturated. This area over here, the belts are saturated. That if I want more throughput, I'm just going to have to get more belts. More belt speed. I just don't want to keep I want to keep respecking it or anything because that's hurting a lot. Like at the moment we're actually doing amazingly well on money, but I kind of learned the last couple times when I turned the money thing off, because we're using our money for the restocking automation, the whole thing just kind of choked there. I'm actually surprised. It seems to go back and forth whether I'm having a surplus of things or having a shortage. And that's staying constant. You need a selectable item. If you're on the ground floor, you can't use it. If you're on the floor tile, you need a building tool too. Select the floor tile. Gotcha. Let's check on these. So I got 65 bricks and a stack of glass. Let's turn in the carpenter's request to unlock new stuff. We need bandages, and those have not been happening. Let's temporarily do that so that the bandages get produced, so that we can get that sample request done. Just in case that's got anything down the road it gives me. Yeah, I'm like, part of the way I'm looking at it is it really feels like we need to just get this set done here. And that once we get that sorted, what'll end up happening is we'll then be able to turn around with all this. Sorry, we'll then be able to turn around with all this and go and start upgrading it. And I feel like with being able to get a better fuel source and better fertilizer, that this whole area over here that's becoming a problem for me, I'll be able to streamline it. But that's going to require a bunch of stuff. Okay, you know what? Are you backing up properly? No, you literally don't have spare. Takes so much in the way of resources to make these bandages. And I could just keep building more, but I already know I'm gonna rip it up again. Which has me a little bit of like a, not decision paralysis, but a little bit is like, well, I don't want to put that effort in right now if I'm going to immediately tear it back up like 5 seconds from now. Can I go under here? No. I was going to see real fast if I can take this other one, split that off, and drop it in here to belt balance. I think I can. Just need to do... well... Yeah, 'cause I could take a second belt over here, I could lift this up, drop it down here, belt balance to these two, and that would help a little bit. I mean, that's actually... No, it wouldn't help, because right now, if we're looking at this, those aren't moving. Like, this is genuinely getting backfed up here. It's just not getting to that line because I got too many in the series. And we have this one that's going and effectively bypassing. So let's go, So you're going here. Right, and then you lift over. I see. Let's unconnect that. Now you should be going up here. Okay, so we had the belt balancing, but because I tried to make a recovery kind of thing, that belt balance ultimately hurt me. Just trying to get this going. I just keep hoping I'll see a bunch of backlog stuff there. I'm gonna manually grab a bunch of this fertilizer. I can pop over here and drop it in there. Let's try and kick that over real quick. I'm hoping the fertilizer to ultimately massively increases the amount I can get done in that time. So I don't need quite as much fertilizer, like, so I can reduce the amount of fertilizer I'm consuming. Okay, so we're getting a more steady supply there. Alright. So. Yeah, the next level's gotta be the belts. Like, very genuine, just gotta be the belts. Because the alternatives, I just need to have, like, 5 belts carrying stuff over along the way. Doing, like, the bus-style factory and factorial kind of thing. Let's get that back online. You're slowly getting your stuff there. We got 6 of those going. Yeah, we will never back up the linen. I mean, that's not never. It's gonna take a lot to get the linen cloth backing up. Feels like copper wire, no matter how much you produce. 510 yield, total times faster. Oh, that means where I have all these ridiculous number of plants, it'd probably cut it down to just 1 or 2. Okay. Not sure how 2 silver coins got on there. Oh, you know what? I must have put them in the box at some point or something. Or we might have gotten a sale that was enough to push into the point of silver coins. I imagine at some point I want to start putting silver coins on the belt just because of speeding it up. There we go. That's what we want to see. So the fertilizer's not running at steady now, which is why I had the other thing going that way. Make it so some of that goes over here. So a little bit that gets over to this side. There you go. Okay, so I want to split 50-50, so half of it goes to this one. so that the stuff going over here will feed into this fertilizer production for those, as well as that machine. Okay, cool. So that way, in theory, we at least keep that producing to get that to running steady. And then we're going to have to get the mushroom things going, and that's going to be a whole different setup. It sucks how much of this is, based on just the heat source. I also imagine we'd probably get a better heat source in not too long, I would guess. I haven't seen one, but I would assume that. Relic Shelf. Relic Shelf got mentioned earlier, and I'm assuming that's another one of the things. Shaper. Yeah, so definitely want the bounce shrooms, the advanced fertilizer, heat consuming speed, an advanced anther chance with a chance of failure. As 2 conveyor belt outputs, failed products go through one and out the other. And then we get coke, and then we have filters. Ah. Okay, that's an interesting consideration. So it'll be our first thing that produces stuff that can have a failure, so I'll have to have, I'll have some of my product gets thrown in the garbage, and I'll have to deal with that. Yeah, so all these basic products stay plenty shelved up now. Still only 8 bandages after all this time. Oh, it's because you're not getting the sage way down here. The fertilizer's just not making it. Yeah. And scaling up the fertilizer is proving to be a problem. Alright, see if we can make a little bit more from this side go over there. It does. Okay, cool. Alright. So hopefully that'll mean a little bit more. Okay, so they're all running for the moment. Well, I mean, this one's turning on and off. So these 2 are kind of turning on and off half-time. We're getting them to run a little better. It's just, again, I think a belt throughput issue. And I won't be able to fix that till we level up. We level up when we get 100 of those. That's working on that. We've got the bandages going over here. I'm trying to think of what I could do to like try and fix this other than just puck down more and hope for the best. Okay, we got a bunch more money. We're gonna have to sort this out. Yeah, because even here, I'm putting all of my extra cash into the system again. Half of our money just goes right back into becoming stone and whatnot. Okay, that's been running steady. I'm gonna make a poor choice, and we're just gonna slap you in there to kick that back online for a little while. Okay. Now the question comes down to, can we see, so coke is crafted in Anthor. So it takes 6 of the charcoal powder, and of that it makes 2 of the coke brick. Okay, so we take 6 charcoal powder at 780p, and then the charcoal brick is 50, or is 780. So how much is... Yeah, you're 48, so it's 6. It'd be like 250, 260 worth of heat. and then on the other side of it, I would get 780. So it's almost tripling the amount of heat you get out of it. So that would definitely be a rework all this garbage kind of moment, which I hate. But not really. That's even more aluminum byproduct than you can reprocess back through the loop. I don't know if you... I'll have to double check what the byproduct is, because I can't make that out if that, because it could be it's going to go back into something that, yeah, I can grind it back up and try again, which would be fine if that's the case. But it does seem like the idea is I would, I could take the fuel and then reuse it kind of deal. Oh, it's good I'm seeing some come out of there, because the stuff I put in there is already gone. How are you doing on those bandages? 12 out of the 50. 37 of these. So we're doing good here. It's now waiting on the berries. And the berries are struggling because of the fertilizer. Can make great decisions here. Actually, let's do it this way. I'm just trying to get that to running steady so we can hopefully get this going. Either double the heat or get 1/3 back. Yes. But then we also have the thing where we've got a multiplier for our heat stuff. And it also depends on, well, I mean, the fail rate was listed as 50% chance. 1 second, gotta check on something. Alright, well, that's annoying. Give me 1 moment. And you are... That's fine, we'll just go. There we go, other games. Alright. Just had something get disconnected, I'd reconnect real fast. So many things to manage. Yeah, so fertilizer's already all gone, but we do have a little bit of a backlog in the berries. At least that's running. Okay. Yeah, it's this catch of, I could build this up, knowing I'm going to immediately tear it back down all the way. Ooh. So, well, one of those is getting low, that's fine. Because that's going to be the tricky thing is, we've got this whole setup here, and normally the way I handle these things is when you get, like, the big advancement in this, is usually I won't rip all this kind of stuff down. I'll go over there and I'll start building up the new thing, and then when the new thing is done and producing what the old thing used to do, then I'll rip down the old one. Because I've kind of learned over the years doing all the automation games that you kind of want to avoid ever, like, taking the factory offline, as it were. Yeah, we stole that from the linen, so that's just slowing all that down. Okay. Said, we need walls. Everyone can steal our trade secrets. Not even our trade secrets, we just straight up have cash going on by. Just straight up cash going on by on the floor. Okay. Wonderful stealable cash. Yep. Yeah, so those are basically running at full speed right now. So it does actually look like... It does actually look like I could get a second one of these going. Okay. Yeah, there's no reason to add another one. We're gonna get ahead of the red current being produced. That's a good strat for assuming you don't need the materials from older parts of Factor. Yeah. Like most games, they won't have like super finite materials that you're constantly dealing with that. Yeah, so it's been hovering at about 25. Let's see if it's at a net gain or a loss. I'm assuming it's going to be at a very minor loss. Yeah, it's at a very minor loss. That's good. Got 23 bandages. Yeah, because we're also not getting that much money back around. So I probably need to do here is we probably need to sit here on this setup. Let's unplug you for a minute and just let you feed the factory. I think I'm just taking too much cash off the line. And nothing's fallen behind yet, but I'm worried about it falling behind. Yeah, everything is over here fine. They're still on their buffers. Imagine eventually you get to the point of feeding gold coins across the whole thing, and it's just utterly ridiculous nonsense. Let me guess. If I were to redo my points again, it'd be even more of a thing. And I don't want to, but I do feel like the next thing we need, like we should just work our way down. Oh, these have diminished, so they're at 15. But when you get down here, so there's an infinite one, but the infinite one at the bottom, the buff isn't as strong as the previous ones. Okay. Well, I've got enough money to bury someone alive. So, that'd be 4,000, so it's doubling every time. So you have the fuel efficiency. I don't know what the base speed of the belts are, but this would be a 45 increase. I'm gonna do it because I need this to be faster. Because it should fix a lot of the throughput issues on the belts. Yeah, so this is just going steady. Now we'll start to see other things come undone, as now that we can move things faster, they become the issue. Yeah, so everything's starting to run steadily. Now we did cut into our profit margins considerably, but it just needed to be done. Like, the whole factory, like, is taking forever to do anything. Because we're waiting on this to get done. Which is going fine. And then we're waiting on the bandages. Oh. Conveyor speed. Okay, yeah, so the base is 60, yeah, so we almost doubled the speed of our belts doing that. Not quite. So that should help. Yeah, all these are running basically solid now, because we're able to clear these off the line faster, which means none of them are backing up. And are also, yeah, so like the stone, now that we've sped this up, these are all running solid. So now it's actually over here that we're not keeping up anymore. That's the fertilizer itself. Okay. That's going to tax it more, but that's because we've increased the yield. And all that. I kept the heat up, so that way we're not losing efficiency there. Alright. Okay, that's picked up some speed. You're still struggling. Okay. Yes, those are running smoothly. But it's also meaning on the other side of this, where these were all solid, they've been, yeah, so like where they were all solid, now they're actually reaching the storage chests on the end of the line there and backing up there. Yeah, so that's going to go until these fill up. And then we'll start backfilling the other ones. So it's good that these were on their own. Yeah, and those are actually getting full. So that's good news. And you're stuck waiting on the red current. And I can't realistically get more red current going on there. Not really. Actually, I take that back. I can probably get away with it. I'm trying to see if these stay backfilled or not. Because I could probably put another one on here and then just loop it over there. It's probably a mistake, but we're going to do it. Okay, so I got to go get another red current seed. Yeah, but I figured with as much money as I've got sitting around right now, I can eat the loss of efficiency so far as profit margin. So it'll make less per customer, that kind of deal. Okay, so we'll see how that does. Yeah, no, fertilizer 2, if it's 5 times yield, 12 times fast, that literally would imply I take this entire thing and I just have one sage plant, one sage plant, one flax plant, one red currant. I don't think we'll actually go down to that little. But yeah, as soon as we get that to the point where we drop those off, we can start retooling the whole thing. Yeah, these kind of things happen in the factory. I'm like, ooh, okay. So now you're falling behind. Ah. Okay, that's an easy to solve problem. Cool. That'll get that solved so you get more stone through the throughput there. Okay. Because it's going fast enough that the stone production wasn't enough to keep up anymore. Now I got the problem of the money's not getting around fast enough to feed this end. Okay, and the ash is solidly kept up. The stone's doing its best. The sand's doing its best. So glass and clay are just kind of collecting. Actually grab those. I think we actually do have a contract for them. I can just turn in while we sit here. Nope, it must have expired. Okay, so you're over halfway done. Coming along fine. You're producing fine, or about 2/3 the way there. Yeah, we're not getting quite enough fertilizer to keep that last one going that we just built. It pops up for a couple seconds and drops off. On the good side, these ones are full up over here, the flax. We're not getting these sage ones over here as often. That's fine. This is all good. It's almost solid on this belt. And now it's solidly keeping up to the point that the bottleneck is the stone, which it does have its belts all full here. Grab one of these stacks. Grab a couple of these stacks and spread them out a little. Try and help it along its way. They're like getting weirdly... Because again, it's a series thing, they're not getting quite distributed well. That's, what I need to do is like you do in Factorio, where you load balance, where you have like your 4 inputs and then your undergrounds and your splitters to like snake them in and out again. So that everything goes through the same number of splitters on its way to and from stuff. 69, nice. Because going through all that is going to help a lot. Alright. Yeah, all that black stuff, it makes good money, but man, does it just gobble up all your resources. So let's grab a full stack of this, and drop it in here. A full stack there, and drop it in here, just to kind of like manually load balance a little bit. See if we can kick up the speed on some things. I imagine eventually what happens, just judging by the way they've got the UI over there, I imagine is eventually we turn around and you just get repeating quests for like your main story quests, so you get the points. They like you hit you know, the end game or whatever it is. Restocking speed and all that. I don't really care about that. We're using equipment to handle that. 72. We're almost there. 28. I need you to give me way more money. How are we doing in these ones? There, I gave you a whole bunch of money. Gotta kick that over. You're doing fine here, you're doing fine there. Okay. 74. Those appear to very slowly... I mean, they're not really catching up. This one's slowly falling off. Oh, actually, I take that back. No, they seem to very, very, very slowly be catching up. That's good. Yeah, no, we're working on that. Okay, because that's what we need to do, is probably load balance stuff on the other side. I don't think we've had the concept of splitters and mergers to like quite do as over the top Factorio nonsense. But I could certainly see a thing of putting like your 4 buildings and having them feed into like however many, like doing the math, which I don't want to do, because I don't want to do the math. Why would I want to do the math? Yeah, all of these are getting no fertilizer. None of these are getting fertilizer down here. But these are running pretty solid from the looks of it now. Nope, I'm a liar. These two keep turning on and off. 77. 28. What's the soap take? My expectation is the soap's going to take a whole bunch of stuff that we already have. That's going to be more of a dependency on flax to make linseed oil. And then more plant ash. I'm going to leave that alone for now. That's another commodity I can make money off of, which is good and all that. But, very genuinely, that means I got to take this ash line, take it off of the way. And just another thing grabbing that. All of which is going to be retooled the moment we get the better fertilizer. Okay. It's good to see all of those are now running, like, at capacity so far as other than the two kilns. And you're running at capacity. Those belts are just solid. These ones, the belt's not solid. Oh, here we can grab you. Chuck you over there to even it out a little bit. Grab you. Chuck you over here to even out a little bit. 81. Only 19 to go. And then we get to see this nightmare. Alright, bear with me for a minute, chat. I just need to quickly use the restroom and stretch my legs and all that, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and leave the game running so I can just keep getting that done. I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. Okay, just clarifying. That mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? Alright. Yeah, heavens to Betsy's, my pearls! Those are such awful side effects. Let's see. Efrex, a common antidepressant, anti-anxiety, is also prescribed for chronic migraines. Look, man, if you want to do donuts, you can do them on your own time. The driver's just like, wee. Alright, this is a little dangerous. And the reason... I'm going to assume that's... Oh, please. Let me in the ship, 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 let me in the ship. We are on permadeath. Okay. Alright. Alright, and I'm back. 88. Okay, so we're getting really close there. 28. So that's making no progress. But the one that matters the most, the one that's got our progression locked and all that, is those vitality potions. But we can drop those off and that'll be good. We've still got the coins going everywhere. I wonder if I'm obligated to even make my potion place an interior space. Like, could I just rip down all the walls and be like, yeah, we don't believe in walls and all that. There might be a reason why we shouldn't or can't do that long term, but who knows? Oh man, there's gonna be so much to clean up on the other side of this. 90. We're at 90. We're so close. Oh, man. So, I think the first thing we set up on the other side is when it comes to be time, we figure out what it takes to get the coke going, and we work on just getting the coke production set up. Like, we just get that set up. We'll not do proper math. We'll try and get some, like, rough guesstimate math. That way we can turn around, get the coke production set up, to just have a rough idea of what we need to do that. And then once we get that, we'll take that and take the next step from there, and we'll look at setting up the advanced fertilizer. Once we get those two things set up for production, that's when we will start having, like, all this junk I've got set up over here. We'll start shifting that over to use the advanced fertilizer and all that. And then the good news is, because I've got, like, this line that's, like, where it all plugs into, ultimately what we could do is just stack a group of conveyor belts, bring it right over, plug it into our existing infrastructure, and, you know, it just works. So we're pretty much replacing that section, broadly speaking. And then the same thing is just like we did before, we'll just pull the plug on each of these. We'll run the conveyor belts going around to feed in the system. But that's going to be a pain point. I do think, though, what's going to end up happening here is our next level, now we've sped up the belts, is probably going to have to go into the customer stuff. Because we are, I believe we're still turning a profit, but it is one of those things, I'm not seeing much of the coins getting around the belts. So I do think it's a thing I'm going to end up needing to, like, manually intervene, you know, from time to time to, like, put more money on the belt. Alright, so I have 95, just 5 more, and one's already in production. 4 more. We're just waiting on the berries. Which we are at a net gain there. So even though it shouldn't matter. Oh, I need, well, give and give. I mean, I'm realizing we're really just going to rip that up in a second. Let's not worry about it. Okay. I do like that there's a leveling mechanic behind this as well, so that you can kind of specialize where you're like, you know what, I'm going to build my factory, but I'm going to level up to just work as efficiently as I possibly can with my fuel. Because if I went that route, for example, all of this setup over here, I could have knocked that down to maybe just 1 or 2 of them. You know, and then this setup over here, I probably have just the one making... Well, actually, I have just one. You got stretch? No problem. And we're making our last one right now, and then we can finally advance our tech. And then, like I said, then I've got a whole thing to deal with. Now, my assumption with all this is the first phase of the setup stays kind of the same. That I use... Oh, there it is. That I use the first phase of it to just get the powdered charcoal. Okay, so we now have rotten logs and charcoal, or coal ore. Okay. And we got... Oh, we get 2 unallocated skill points. Alright, so now we have an even fancier stuff there, and then a bunch of requests I'm going to ignore. And how are my bandages going? They're basically not. Okay, so with that, let's try and go into our stuff here. So we can do more levels here. Let's go ahead here and get the sales stuff bumped. So I get a little bit more money going around. And let's go to our research. So we know we want all of this. We're going to start with that. We're going to need the bounce room, the advanced fertilizer, and then once we unlock the first one, we will want the coke. And then we're going to figure out what we need to even do from there. I suspect we're going to have to pop back and forth between some of these, like the yeast powder might be a thing for the fertilizer. It's just gonna take things. The good news is all this research takes like 30 seconds. So let's take a look at how this thing looks. Heating, so it doesn't count under heating. Yeah, so it must be built on a heating element. And then for the bounce room, a bouncy mushroom that can launch you high into the air after you step on it. That's not what I was really looking for, and that's kind of something I've done to myself. Is it you that makes the mushrooms then? No, well actually I probably have to buy them. Let's go over here while it's researching and buy at least like 2 or 3 of the mushroom things. So it said we could get the rotten logs. Yep, I don't know what those do. Okay. Those aren't the seeds we're looking for. It's none of these seeds. We'll figure it out as we get there. Meanwhile, we can just go across the board and just start researching everything. I'm doing pretty good. Hey, Nitro, good morning. Hope things are going well. Alright, so let's take a peek at our stuff. So goods we don't care about. The stuff we got new. So we have coke, coke powder, and coal. So coal ore can be put in a stone crusher to make coal. And then coal can be burned in a crucible to make coke. And then there's coke powder. Okay, so let's look at what we got here. So coal here, we start at 540 heat. And that's for 1 unit. That ultimately becomes 120 coal. And coal is 702. So that is a ridiculously... Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I mean, that's the only time we had the hiccup so far tonight. Yeah, no, we had that happen. It's been happening the last couple days, but like the last 2 days, it was a fairly constant thing that's pretty obnoxious. But I think that's the first time it's happened tonight. But yeah, so then, right, so it looks like we're going from 440 for the initial, 30,000. Okay. So it's 30,000 times 100. So 30,000 versus 540 times 120. So this is going to be roughly double. Okay. And then from there, we would want to go to the coke. So we've roughly doubled, so that's now 540 per unit. It's a 1-to-1. So now we only get about 40 more. So that's going up about 10%, 20%. I'm trying to do math-ish. So interestingly enough, I can also use charcoal powder to make coke, which has more steps, but then I'm starting with a much cheaper base material, but then has the loop around kind of thing, whereas the coal guarantees me the output. This also goes faster, but then ultimately it goes up like another 20% after that when we grind it up. Okay, so then the question boils down to, so it's 6 of those. We'll say it's 12 of those per piece of coke because it's a 50%. So we'll say 12 of those is 1 piece of coke. Yeah, so it's 12 logs makes 1 piece of coke, roughly. Well, 12 planks makes roughly a piece of coke. And then a log is 200 of those. Okay. So then you've got the choice. I can spend way more money to just buy the coal outright and just streamline simple process to getting coke. Or we go through the whole powdered everything. And then all we need for that is the gloom shroom. Oh, so we take the rotten logs, we saw those up. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. Well, that's interesting. Okay. So, if we use the rotten logs, I can saw those up, I get the planks, and I get the gloom fungus. And how does that compare to a regular log, by the way? It's slightly worse than a regular log. But we also get the gloom shroom. And we use 1 gloom shroom every 4 seconds with a fertilizer. So we actually need a lot of that. Man, the amount of ratios you'd have to do mathing that out. Okay. I know against my better judgment, I should probably just buy the coal. But I don't want to go that route because I can gain... Well... Ooh, because I also have the cost of running the heaters to make the charcoal, to then run them again for the coke. There is a loss there. I'm not doing the math to figure out what the hell it is, though. Okay. Well, let's start this nightmare just around here. So what we can do... Alright, I'm gonna have to do some math, as much as I'm trying not to. Okay. So, we can go ahead and keep queuing these up, by the way. Honestly, as little as these cost, I wish I could just be like, just keep researching, just queue it all up. Like, once you get past the early game... Okay. So, we want to make coke powder. So for coke powder, we make that in a grinder, so that's 1 coke per 12 seconds. Okay, so our goal is 1 coke per 12 seconds. So for 1 coke per 12 seconds, that means I need... So it's a 50% chance it'll be roughly 1 coke per 1.5 seconds. So I would need just shy of 12 of those. Alright, so that means I need 72 charcoal powder. And so for 72 charcoal powder, I'm going to need 72 charcoal. And for 72 charcoal, I'm going to need 72 planks. And why would you not give this into numbers that I can actually understand? Okay, so we need 72 planks per second. That is a F ton of planks. So it looks like we get a plank every 2 seconds. Hang on. Oh, right, and we have 50% coming back. So let's say it's 36. Which is far less terrifying. So we have 36, and we get one every 2 seconds. That would mean I need 64. 64 saws going to maximize our coke production. F that. I probably messed up the math, to be clear. We're gonna go with the tried and true strategy of when you don't feel like doing math, you just keep building until things work out. and we just give ourselves lots of room for expansion. Actually, I'm putting this too close to the edge. 1 second. We're gonna take all of this up, and we're gonna move it like 10, 12 tiles that way. Okay. And everything's set to research. Let's see. Coke use 12 per. Coke use 12 per. Coke use is per 12 seconds. Oh, right, because it's the heating thing. Okay, I was getting it backwards. I was doing inappropriate. Let's double check that. Okay, so Coke powder. That's one that gives me the most. Yeah, so it's 1 Coke powder every 12 seconds. Right. Okay. I had it backwards. It's okay. So that's way less cursed, because it's sitting there going, oh my god, the scale of this thing. And don't get me wrong, these kinds of games usually will get that big over time. That just over time you will get these utterly ridiculous amounts. So let's start with 4, because now I don't trust any of the math I just did, and rather than do any type of math again, instead, I'm gonna go with the strategy of, to hell with it, we're just gonna slap some things down, and if there's not enough things, we'll slap more of whatever we don't have enough with. Okay, so that'll be log storage. We will need one of the portals over here. I need to go buy one of the portal things. And meanwhile, money's just slowly going around in circles, sorting itself out. So I don't know how many I need. I'm just gonna buy 5 of them and be done with it. That's right, sir. You go buy that crap. Special sale. We're charging double. Go find our competition. Oh, right. There is no competition. Oh, I was looking over on the right for that. I am going to want to get the other logs going here, but I'm going to worry about that later. Okay, first step is setup. So outside of this side, we're going to get a bunch of planks. So I'm going to make that go... like this. I need more ingots and all that. And how are you doing as I've disconnected you? You're still working on your thing. Carry on. The ingots are in this box. I've got a giant mountain of them. That's honestly where half of our money is. If we think about the fact that every one of these ingots I'm carrying represents... each ingot is 1,200 bucks. That's not true. It's 1,200 bucks for the ore, and then that becomes some number of ingots. Never mind. The whole fact that it's not a 1-to-1 or like, you know, very straightforward thing there makes it so much worse for me to try and math it out in my head. Okay. So logs go in. That makes them into planks. So we got our planks. So let's go in here. The next thing we want to do is we want to cook our planks into charcoal. So if we've got 4 of those going, so charcoal, so it's 1-to-1, 4 seconds. So basically every 4 seconds, I burn a plank and I get a charcoal. Okay, and the table saw. Because that's our first actual bottleneck. So it's 1 plank every 2 seconds. Fair enough. The 1 plank every 2 seconds. And so basically I need to have two of the heating things per one of these saws, right? Am I doing that right? Yes. So that means I would need 8 of these. Let's yoink. Let's start with something a little less cursed. I need more stone. Right, 4 crucibles. Right. Crucibles, not the furnaces. Right. I still need to grab stone. I'm like getting myself ahead and trying to think through too many things at once, and I am skipping many steps. That is not what I wanted to see. I want to see a nice big backlog. Oh, there's a nice big backlog of stone. Never mind. Okay, so it's 8 crucibles, not furnaces. And I could put... Yeah, so it'd be 8 crucibles, not furnaces. So if we look at it that way, we can go 1. That needs to be backed up a little bit more so it's not... Because this is one of those things I'm going to probably have to loop stuff in a lot. So that's 6 there. And that would be 9 if we set this one up over here. Okay. I know that's not going to be right. It's not going to be right at all, because this one needs 4. Oh, we can make this better. There. It is not perfect, and it'll do good enough. Because that means I have slightly more over here than I need, and the correct amount over there. Okay, so with that, I should be making a bunch of those. Alright, so we should be having an output of 8 of these every 4 seconds. So that means we will get 1 or 2 every second is what we should be producing here. And for that, we would then go to here. We would then grind that up. So we're getting 2 every second. And it takes 4 seconds to do that. I don't even feel like doing the count. I mean, those take the same time, so let's just put the same number of grinders on there and just hope it works out. That is how I'm doing this math. What is the number that's there? Yeah, let's just pretend it's the same. I need rope. Ooh, I am loving that I am seeing both the belts for fabric backing up. That is a real good thing. Because that means I'm finally gonna, like, my dependency on flax there is gonna start waning down a little bit. Okay. I mean, heck, I put in the time in here. I don't think I'm going to get this done before I need to wrap up for the night. This is probably going to take me a good half hour or so to work through this. We'll put a little time in. We'll see how far we get. Need more. Okay. Bear with me, I'm going to snooze this ad for as long as I can so you don't have to be subjected to it. But yeah, no, I can definitely see where this one, you run that same problem in like so many of these games where you get that next tech and you go, crap. How do I even want to deal with this? Okay. So with this, that means I do unfortunately have an odd number of these. So I'm going to go ahead and put a buffer here. And you've got your 2 on the right. I should have done this the other way around. So that way expanding could be an even number, and they would line up. Remember how many hours you stream Satisfactory? Well, this is early access, so I will not be playing through to do all the stuff. I will wait till like full releases before I like go full binge on it. How much does it cost? If you the game, if you do !Steam, I believe it'll pull whatever the price is where I'm at, which is in the US. It takes just a second as a heads up. That gives us the charcoal, and then grinds the charcoal. And then we box the charcoal. Because you have like 100 subscribers on Twitch? I mean, at the moment I've got like 300-some people watching on Twitch right now. The number of subscribers varies a lot day to day, depending on what's going on. You mean 100 viewers on Twitch? Yeah, no, like I said, I've got 300-some people over here on the Twitch side. Cannon. An advanced catapult with no angle restrictions, longer throw distance, and 2 conveyor inputs. Oh, that seems like chaos. Okay, so we've got that. So then the next thing we would do, so we've got our charcoal powder, and we would want to turn our charcoal powder into coke. So that's going to be in the Anthanor. And so this is where things are going to get really messy to figure it out, because I'm going to need the filter blocks and all that to make this work. So it's going to be a 50% chance it makes more charcoal, and a 50% chance we get the coke out the other side. Ooh. All right, 1 second. I need to give myself a lot more space. Yeah, there is a way to do it where you don't have the random chance, but you have to use a more expensive input material. Actually, 1 second. Give myself 2 more tiles. I have an idea on how I want to do this. What I'm going to probably do here is I'll probably ramp up and down the different ones at different points, so that I can like have where we feed in down here. Like really I should also space them horizontally more, but I've already got this building, I don't want to deal with it. And it just costs me wood, so it's not really that expensive. Now this side where it's the powder, I don't have to worry about anything there. Okay. So let's go here. Okay, so that's our charcoal powder. Alright, that needs to be built on another heating element. So let's take a look. So we are going to process 6 powder every 3 seconds. And we produce a powder every 4 seconds. So it's about 2 powder per second. So 2 powder... So it's about 2 powder per second, and these are producing 1. And I've got 8 of them going. 9 of them going. Well, it's going to be about 8 of them going on the ratio. And I missed that one. So I actually don't need all of these. So let's double check that. So yeah, so we're making one of those every 4 seconds. And then we use 6 of those there. And I've got about 8 of them running. There's 9 of them there, but we're running... One of them's not going to run constantly. So 8 of them going at 1 piece per 4 seconds. So that's going to be, what? 4 happening a second? If my numbers, my fast math in my head that you should not trust is right. And then that takes 3 seconds. So it should be what? Just 2 of them? That doesn't sound right. Where's the middle spot? Here's the middle spot. Why would you be this size? Why would you be any size but 3x3? Why would you be the only size that won't line up with the entire rest of this garbage? It's fine. So the recipe here is to make coke. Okay, so it's just charcoal powder as the input. Thank you, because for just a hot minute there, I was about to be like, don't you dare. Okay. Well, in that case, the way I should do this is probably merge up the belts and all that, but you know what? To hell with that. I put them too close. I keep deliberately being like, make sure I make enough space, and then I put them too close again and again and again. Because I got a whole big area to play with. I should use it. Okay, there's 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Okay. So, that'll feed all of that in there. Alright. So now, if we set you to making coke... Okay. Alright. So I'm not sure which one's coming out of which hole here. So we'll have all these ones. That'll be one path. And that'll be the other. I need more rope. All right. Got 39 over there. Okay. Cool. So we've got these, and I'm assuming at the ratios here, you can do something like this. Because like I said, I don't know which side's going to be what popping out of here. Okay. So one of these is going to be my charcoal and is going to loop back over here, and we need to reconnect it in these belts. Since this one over here on the far left only has one input, for right now, I'm going to do the lazy route of going like this. That's not right. Going like this. Oh no, they have to go back to the grinders. All right, 1 second. But yeah, I'm gonna do this, and we'll probably end up making it, making more of a present thing. Because the idea we have is that it would, like, bridge up, bridge down, go under, you know, poke it into the side of that one, like that kind of thing. Like, split it off where I'd have, like, 3 different tracks, and it all kind of, you know, go up, over, down. I could run 2 of them up there and kind of, like, split them into 1 being for each set of boxes. But if I don't have to, I'm gonna leave it alone. Alright, and then for the other one, I have lost track of what any of these ratios are going to be. So I'm going to go ahead and put... where's the grinders again? Go way down here. I'll put 4 grinders way up this way. Because honestly, having extra grinders won't hurt literally anything. And on the other side of that, we would have the powdered charcoal. Okay, we can deal with that when we know what's what. Okay, so here's the place where things are gonna get weird. May I ask a question about Disney parks? Sure, absolutely. More than happy to answer. Oh, let's go one more that way. And we'll need to put the stuff for feeding these in on this side. Maybe been to Typhoon Lagoon or Blizzard Beach? Have a preference? I have a very strong preference actually on that one. I would say Blizzard Beach is a relatively disappointing water park. Typhoon Lagoon is excellent. Typhoon Lagoon would arguably be one of my favorite 2 water parks just in existence. Blizzard Beach, I mean, if I'm getting in free, I'm willing to give it a go. Anything else, I'm probably going someplace else. It's fine. But it is definitely not as well received. What about for young kids? I don't think young kids would make a big difference between the two. Because I mean, with the young kids, I'm trying to think of the. I know you've got young kids. I'm trying to think of the age range, and I can't remember if you say on stream or whatever. Let me put it this way: we took my niece and nephew to Typhoon Lagoon last year, I think it was, and I think we're talking like, was it 4 and 8 or 6 and 8 years old? I should really know the age of my niece and nephew off the top of my head. Time goes way too fast. And while the nephew, the younger one, there was definitely a lot of rides that they couldn't go on. We had no shortage of stuff, and I mean, they want to just play in the pool. Like, they don't even care about the water slides, they just want to play in the pool. But they were able to do just about everything they wanted. There's also a really nice little kids place in Typhoon Lagoon for like the really, really little kids, like where you're talking like, 2s and 3s and that kind of stuff. And then the older one was able to do everything she wanted to do. I think she would have actually been allowed to get on Humunga Cowabunga, which is like the big water slide. But she had zero interest in doing that. So I didn't get to test that, but I think as long as you're talking like maybe 4, 5, 6 or older, pretty much the whole park is open to them for the most part. And if you're talking younger than that, like I said, there's a really, really good little kids place. I forget what was it Catch a Kitty Creek or something like that? There's a really good place there. And I wish I could tell you it was at Blizzard Beach, but man, I haven't been there in ages, because it definitely is not as good as Typhoon Lagoon. And like, if you want to look up reviews, Blizzard Beach gets some pretty lukewarm reviews. We went to this one because the other park wasn't available kind of one. That's pretty much the reason you go to Blizzard Beach, is you didn't get to go to the other park. That's why you went to Blizzard Beach. That said, if you're talking outside Disney, Volcano Bay is definitely the best water park in the area. But that said, I do think there'll be more limiting on the little kids, because they have like the Lazy River, which is the really slow one that, young kids can go on, no big deal. And then you have the fast Lazy River at Blizzard Beach, or Typhoon Volcano Bay at Volcano Bay, and that one, it's a bit much. Well, to be fair, I live very close to Disney, and pretty much anyone who has been in this area for any length of time has people they know that work for the mouse. Oh, that's right, that's copper coins, that's fine. Like, they're the #1 employer of Central Florida. If you know people here, you know someone who works for Disney. How many days does it take to cover Animal Kingdom? You can knock that out in one if you're making good time. Like, very genuinely, because like Animal Kingdom, when you go into it, there's kind of the 2 safari pass that have like the various like Asian and African animals and all that. That's your typical zoo experience. The one big thing is, if you go to Animal Kingdom, the very first thing you do is you go onto the safari trucks. Forget everything else, you go to the safari trucks. Because if you want to have a good view of the animals, you do that first thing, you do not wait. And if you wait, the line's gonna get bad. It's still worth doing. But you beeline right for that safari truck. It's like halfway in the park. For the kids, your kids at their age, they probably aren't going to want to do Everest, but that'd be the next thing you go after, because that's like a roller coaster. But it's like a show roller coaster thing, but it is something that it's something they'll probably come in too short for. But the safari trucks, you just beeline right to that. Once you get past that, those are the only two rides. Well, actually, I mean, there's the Pandora rides get a line. I just never think about it. But yeah, that's a tricky one. I would still say go for the safari first thing, because like once it starts getting to midday to late day, the animals all come in. They don't want to be seen or anything like that. No, so Animal Kingdom literally just shut down It's Tough to Be a Bug. And that is, I don't know if it's become or becoming. It's becoming a Zootopia thing. But they literally just shut it down. The good old Bug Life, really popular show that traumatized children for ages. I'm gonna keep playing a little bit longer. I was gonna stop at the ad break, but there's things. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Looks like the new line is jammed up somewhere. Well, I don't have this turned on yet. Like I'm kind of verifying things as much as I can before I plug it in. Because once I plug it in, then we're burning money. Oh, and you're slowly dwindling these things down. I mean, the answer is a lot of this is turning into iron ingots and getting backlogged here. Yeah, no, like, I liked the show It's Tough to Be a Bug, but it's very kid-targeted, and they dropped spiders from the ceiling in the middle of the show. Like, there were rubber spiders or whatever. So you're like, yay, it's got this fun song, it's got this... Spiders. And the screaming would start. It was definitely one of those ones that they needed to label that ride a little better. Because the number... You'd have full-grown adults who were screaming in there, because it was just out of nowhere. But yeah, no, I would definitely say, also, for the kids, I'm not sure how you feel about sweets. They have this really cool sand pail. It's like the little green sand pail with the scoop and everything. They do that with ice cream. Makes you instant MVP parent. You buy that for your kids. It's like $15 or something like that, but you know, it's Disney. And it's a whole sand pail of ice cream, so it is what it is. Let's see. So we got all this. So the coins are starting to back up. Part of me is just like really debating just chucking a bunch of money on the conveyor belt. It honestly feels like I'm getting like next to no comes through. Yeah, to keep in mind, it's the little green sand pail. Like it's not a big one, but it's still like to a little kid getting ice cream. All right, so you're all hooked up. You're all hooked up. So that is gonna get powdered Coke done. My day's been good. Yeah. So the only thing I don't know is if this one's gonna give me. Like, which of these two boxes are going to give me what? That's the only thing we don't know right now. I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to assume I'm right. It's a 50-50 chance I guess right. So I'm going to assume that this one's going to be the side with Coke, and that's going to be the side with charcoal. And if it is, then we just wire that up there and plug that in there, and we're good. If not, then this one gets wired over there, and this... I loop over that, which would be a lot messier, but it's fine. Okay, well, let's plug in the very first section of this. So there goes all the charcoal. Then it gets powdered. I did that a little early, but that's okay. You could just reverse the belts. Yeah, there's a couple different ways I could deal with it. Okay. Actually, wait. You're gonna... Well, let's go ahead and leave that there in case it starts to backlog. Because then that gives me time to fix things. Okay. So there's the Coke. Plug you in. There's a charcoal. So charcoal should backfeed on itself. And then that'll grind, and so you're gonna see this thing shut down here in a minute. And the reason it's gonna shut down is just a bunch of stuff not getting through. But what should happen is let's pull that for just a second. I'm gonna need so much more material to prime this thing. Oh wait, that's the wrong way. What is with YouTube tonight where it's just a whole bunch of people pretending to act like people that know me? It has like literally been like every third comment has been like, I'm this person from your past. Dad, can you come home? Uncle, your brother's being whatever. It has just been weird over there. Do you not have anything better to do with your lives? I mean, obviously the answer is no, but you know. Yeah, no, it's like every third comment is a bot. You're saying it's not weird enough, it is. It's plenty weird over on Twitch. That's the reason I'm like, it's like, dude, you're setting a high bar over there on YouTube for just the weirdness going on. Okay, so what should happen is over time, this should just ramp up. I'm just gonna dump a bunch of cash into this thing. If I get a laugh. Yeah, no, the problem is, Talus, I know you're going for the joke. It's just been a lot of them tonight. Like, a lot of them. Like, that one was not that bad. There was some that were getting, like, really creepy and weird. There we go. Yeah, no, it's all good. That's the reason I was like, what's going on? Why is it so many of them? Okay. These are going fine. We're getting the backlog of the actual planks. So the problem we have here, what is with this weird distribution? Like, all of these should be getting fed at roughly the same rate. All of these have their own thing. It's like, are any of these not doing... Like, right now you're waiting on more fuel to come around. It's just gonna take time. Let's try and keep this running until this is primed enough that it stays running on its own. You're looking stuff for content. Well, I appreciate it. Auto mod for bullying. I'll allow that. Yeah, no, the first one was actually over on Twitch. There was one that was like, oh, hey, remember me? And it was like, it said like Tanner or something. Like, it's like, one, I actually didn't know anyone with that name when I was in high school. It was like, oh yeah, you used to have a crush on Sarah. Well, I married her and all that, and you're just still being a nerd. Because you get to die alone, or it's like, dude, I've been married for like 15, 16, 17 years, whatever the hell of time it is. Time has no meaning. I think we're coming up on 15. I think it's not next year 15. I think it's the next year after that is 15. We've been together 15 years. I was like, dude, one, I didn't have a crush on a Sarah. Like, I dated a Sarah, but I didn't have a crush on a Sarah. I mean, the one I did, I dated, and we parted ways amicably, where I was like, yeah, we're not a good fit for each other. But it was just a bot. It wasn't even projection, it was just a bot. I was like, what the hell is this unhinged garbage? Okay. So let's drop this. United against the Clankers. Yup. Let's see, that reminds me that for a long time you had a fear of your PSP falling in a toilet. I can see that. That's, you watch the people, like, lean off boats with their phones to take pictures, like, what are you doing? It's like you're holding, like, $200 to, like, $500 in the air off the side of a boat. Maybe I'm just different, just... Dear goodness, my man. Okay. So, are we at a net gain or loss on planks? Looks like we're at net gain. Yeah, no, if someone's gonna bully me, I want them to, like, actually get off their butt and do it themselves. Outsourcing it? Come on. Even for bullies, I expect better. That's a really low bar to be going with. So, I'm thinking my math ain't mathin'. Because all three of these are backed up. I don't know what's going on with this one. Doesn't have fuel. But we're slowly getting more and more of the coke going through. But the goal here is to get enough of the charcoal powder through the system that starts looping back where these are running on the charcoal powder. And I don't need to intervene myself. Because we should be at a pretty solid net gain once this gets kind of buffered. It's like right now, what's going on with you? Why are you not doing things? You've got the stuff here. Oh, you're out of fuel. The belt is connected there. I think it's connected there. What? Yeah, you're connected. Oh, right. There's, okay. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, but you'll see how that'll, like, slowly start ramping up where they'll be more consistent. It won't, like, stop and start and sputters and all that. And as that happens, yeah, because these are all starting to run on the coke powder. But yeah, as that builds up, the whole system should run more smoothly. Yeah, I might actually need a second grinder over here. Just judging by the frequency we get the charcoal out. Okay. Now the downside of that is, there's a bunch of money being fed into this machine that's literally... It's literally just burning cash. I'm feeding money into it, and it is literally just feeding it into the furnace as the materials I get out of it to get this all buffering. Okay. So, next up, we have the coke going. all of this is literally just to sustain itself. So the next thing on the list, we want to get to the point of making these mushrooms. And you get that from cutting up logs. Okay. So over here, I need to get more planks. No problem. Boom, planks. It's definitely going to off-balance things and back things up. I don't care. It's fine. The downside is these logs, unlike the other ones, are way more expensive. I'm gonna leave that just like that. Now, what I don't know how this works is we're getting 2 products out of here. So let's take the 1 log we got. Ah, I think I know. So we have the filters, right? Priority merger, priority splitter, filter splitter. Filter out the mushroom. Filter out the mushroom. So now the question is, which side is the part that the filtered comes out? Okay, so that's the part that is not going to be the filtered. So you're going to pop over here now. We're going to yoink you. And plug you in there. Okay. And then for here, I know I can get away with one of these, but I like the symmetry. We now have mushrooms. Okay, so that's giving me the mushrooms for the advanced fertilizer. Now my regular fertilizer is way crap over here, but we can go and start getting that work done. And so what's going to end up happening here is we've got all this stuff. I do feel like what we could do with this is we've got those priority things. There's a good chance I could go onto these lines and add a priority line to be like priority feed the furnaces. Okay, you got surpluses, divert them over here to the fertilizer. Or is that fertilizer we use? No, I don't think we use the charcoal for fertilizer, do we? Let me double check. It was ash and rock. Right, but we cook those. Yeah, so I can leave all of that setup alone over here. One of your tables doesn't look like it's a mushroom recipe. Oh, you don't set a recipe on it? I need the actual mushrooms here. And I hadn't turned the mushroom logs on yet. Because they're kind of expensive. Okay, so we fed a bunch in there to get that going. We'll start getting the mushrooms in here. The gloom fungus. And then, like I said, it's gonna divert the wood out here into the storage box. To then just be added into here. And that's all backfilled. Okay, so we definitely need a second grinder here. I kind of figured that was. I mentioned it a minute ago. But it was like, let's wait and see. Okay, so what we can do here now... Probably overkill. Actually, it should be like this. Just to make sure the charcoal never backs up too badly. So that way it grinds these up, keeps these moving. It does mean this will end up being a gradually this lane. Well, actually, that's kind of good. Because this one almost effectively has a dedicated lane, so that'll be a good thing to have. Now we're starting to get enough of that around. So are these all running solid now? You're starting to get backlog of the charcoal powder. Not quite a backlog, but you're getting there. Like, as long as that keeps on running, we keep just bringing that on around, it should just slowly get denser and denser with the charcoal powder as it slowly deletes all my money. I need you all to buy more. Have you considered buying more of my goods? 2 more bandages and I can finally turn in that other mission. And that's waiting on the healing stuff. And that's all this is backed up. Which is why we're doing this. This is to scale up what that other thing is. Okay. So now we've got this container with the fancy fertilizer. So the fancy fertilizer... So first we need regular fertilizer. And the regular fertilizer is effectively stone and plant. And that's what that is. So with that, we have our charcoal. That'd be where I'd need to branch off some of that. And I do think what we're going to end up doing here is we'll have, as I mentioned before, there is now, I can use the priority filter. And so my assumption of the priority filter and how that'll work is I can go like here and I can say priority filter, feed this thing. And then we branch that off. And, you know, what I branch off becomes my stuff for other operations. So they keep the fuel flowing. But, you know, if you get surplus, put it over here. Yeah, and I should have plenty of room that if I need to, I can put 2 more of these over here to expand over there. This, honestly, I could even put more of the logs over here and put more of this and just route the 1 mushrooms over here somewhere. I just put it here because it's convenient for feeding the logs into where I'm literally burning anyways. Man, even with 3 of them going, it's starting to, like, back up a little. And these are starting to back up, so that's a good problem to have. If all these are starting to back up, that means we're getting plenty of charcoal through. It'll go around until we hit the bottleneck, and later on we can expand wherever we need to expand. So I'm liking the setup we got here. It's going to be a lot easier to expand and move on. Like, say I have to, like, build out this middle layer. I can just route this wider, go out here. I can even route this even wider. So I've got lots of room to work. That's usually one of the things in these factory automation games. While it costs you more materials to do it, you kind of just very early game want to be like, no, I'm just going to keep... Make it take up more space. Unless you're playing a challenge run, you usually always have more space to work with. There are exceptions. When we did the factory automation game where you build the rocket inside, like you're like it's like a Stardew Valley automation game. You know, Stardew Valley but an automation game. When we did that one you had place where it's like, no, you've got like 100 by 100 space. Figure it out. Like maximize, which I kind of liked, because a lot of times I feel no desire to truly optimize, and in that one you had to kind of stare and be like, it's like not quite a puzzle game. Oh no, we're getting ahead. Yeah, little rocket lab. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I had fun with that. Even if we soft locked our save for a little bit, and then the devs had to make an update for us. Knowledge Altar, a device that can withdraw alchemy knowledge automatically from relics. Okay. It's got an input. There was also like a relic thing that we saw. An advanced shaper requires a recipe. We could deal with that later. There was something else here that mentioned the relics. Like, relic shelf. For displaying and selling relics. Because you played that game, you now finished that game? Yeah, I've been meaning to get back to it. Because we got to, like, I don't remember what chapter it was, where the whole town, like, rallies together to help you out. But, you know, like I said, I had soft locks at the time, and the devs are really prompt. They got back to me within, like, a day or two. They were like, here, we've unscuffed your save file. This is what caused the problem. We're working on an update right now, and the update was out, like, a day or two later. But, like, just don't put a conveyor belt right in this one spot, and you'll be good. So they were quick about it. But yeah, no, it's excellent. Yeah, so definitely getting plenty of the gloom fungus. So short term, while I figure this out, part of me is just ready to just like slam that conveyor belt right on over. I know that's not what I should do, because then I'm still dependent on the poorly designed setup we got over there. I'm just trying to decide how I want to even deal with the stone with the limited funds moving around the conveyor belts right now. Because what I could do is get this stone production, all of this garbage, that gets moved over here to start making the fertilizer. Because what I need is I will need to grow the, I'm blanking out what the heck this herb was. Grow the sage. I would need to grow the sage, feed it back into the thing. I mean, honestly, just even saying the priority things would be good. Hey, the 50 bandages. Alright, plug that back in. Plug you back in. After all this time. Alright, 50 bandages. Here we go. Dispatch portal. Raw material production. A portal you can send goods to the purchaser and receive payment. The corresponding purchase contract must be unlocked first. So my assumption... Well, that says contract. Hey, you just stand here all the time. Do you do anything? Didn't think so. Okay. I mean, they just run the shops, I guess. So, purchaser contract must be unlocked. So I guess the idea, though, is you'd have, like, the purchaser contract, and they'll be like, I'm gonna buy stuff, like, I'm gonna buy this material at this price. And then instead of waiting for customers to come to your store, you can probably just endlessly feed it the material, but maybe don't get paid as much. Ooh, good. That's starting to actually back up. That's what we want. If that backs up, that means more money can be diverted to the other ones. And how are you doing over here? It's still just circling around. But we are starting to see these fill up. Same with that. And then once that happens, I'll eventually back up and start filling up this buffer chest. Because that's the other reason I'm also not rushed to get the next thing going. Is if I divert too much of the coke powder out of here before I'm ready, then everything comes apart. Yeah, no, I definitely enjoyed Astro Colony. I believe they got the 1.0 release candidate or whatever it's called ready. I wonder what the limitations of the early access of this are. Alchemy Master. Interesting. So it looks like you can get down this whole way, but I'm not sure if, like, maybe we'll hit something that'll be like, this is not implemented. Yeah, no, I know Astro Colony isn't early access anymore. This game is early access. I just looked at the beginning of stream and it still has the early access banner on it. So I'm not sure what this doesn't have. Okay. Yeah, so I'm starting to see those in sets of like 3 going through here now. Yep, and we got a nice pacing now where it's just they're steadily going in, as opposed to like starting and stopping in fits. So it's all starting to stabilize. What's the game? This is Alchemy Factory. It's a factory automation game. Alright. There you go, the mushrooms collecting. You're all doing good over here. That's full up now. Yeah, so those you can now see the ash is like, or not ash, it looks like ash. But you can see a lot of the materials just sitting by the door, so that's all about to be full. And if we continue to increase the fuel efficiency, that'll also help it as well. Yeah, so this is going good. It's collecting here. What strikes me weird with this game's representation, you have a whole factory with valuable stuff sitting there in the open to be rained on, right next to a footpath where people walk by, could bend over and grab or kick out of random to desire vandalize. Yeah, but not all games have to consider all that. You could just kind of enjoy your cute little factory thing. Because, I mean, you go to, like, Satisfactory, for example, all the animals could run around and start banging on and attacking your stuff in real life, but of course they leave it alone. And it's also exposed to the elements just out in the open and you don't have to do any maintenance. It's not a big deal. Hydroneer is the same way. Someone could just like trespass and just take a whole bunch, like grab your gold ingots and leave. Not every game needs to consider theft and all that, or, you know, erosion, wear and tear, that kind of garbage. Yeah, the factory itself looks neat. It just looks wrong where it's placed. Can you build a fence? You can make your building larger. I haven't pursued that. Besides, what's gonna happen here is eventually I'm just gonna go across the street to my neighbors and I'm just gonna keep annexing all the property around me. Until it's just the outside border of the town. I'm gonna have to look at the road map after stream and see like what the limitations are. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so we basically have everything in stock except our potions. We're struggling there. Where do I have these art potions being made? Oh, you got a ton of those? How can I get you over here to get you on the potion shelf? Yeah, no, this is 100% a factory must grow game. Just, you know, the scale's a little weird. Alright. I didn't really give myself a great way of getting... Nah, that's fine. We can get this over... Oh, no, because we'll probably have to deal with those catapults. Sure. I can probably make this work anyways. So we can grab you... Because what I want to do is I want to continue to feed them all in over here. But this is the ones going to my potion rack. And I didn't really give myself a great way to get more stuff here. One thing I could do... Oh, I do have space over here? Okay. This is a little unhinged and weird. I don't really have a spot to easily bring it through there. Okay, what's it take to make the cannon? Ah, that's steel, unfortunately. And unfortunately the catapults, you have to have, they don't need to be like perfectly lined up, but they need to be relatively lined up. Okay, so what's going to happen here is we're just going to need to get this going over here. And grab you. Yeah, we can make this work. So then we'll do here is we'll drop you down. And now let's see how far over I have to be here to catapult it up to you. All right, we're about to put vitality potions up on the market. I forgot all our resources were going into those vitality potions, so they were just stockpiling in this box by the hundreds. And not being sold, which is not useful. Keeping everything trapped in your inventory and not for sale does not help your business thrive. Oh, wait a second. There we go. Cool, so that'll be a bunch more money coming in. Stocking potions and never use them. This isn't an RPG. Technically, if we want to technically get in here, I can argue that's an RPG element there. That we unlock things through leveling. Maybe not being like agility, strength, and fitness or whatever, but you know, there's a vague RPG element going on there. We have a role we play. There we go. The charcoal or the coke powder is backing up on the conveyor belts. Both of them. So pretty soon that'll be fully buffered. Ever go down? Yes. As an adult, Epcot's my favorite of the theme parks. They do things like it's not all year round, but most of the year. They do stuff like food and wine, Festival of the Holidays, Festival of the Arts, and not Lawn and Garden. Flower and Garden Festival, that you can go around like the big loop with all the countries, and they have all these booths where you can get like foods and drinks in all the different places. It's a little bit tougher with kids. It's got a lot of edutainment going on there. But like your kids have to be kind of into checking out like the different experiences there. Because unfortunately they did get rid of near the front, then this is going back like 5-6 years ago. They did get rid of what was it called? The front area that was like all arcadey, they got rid of it. I'm forgetting what it was called. Innovations. They got rid of Innovations, which is like where you could learn about like the body parts and all that. So that's unfortunately just gone. It's like a big open area. It's a nice looking open area, but they got rid of that. That said, they still have the Seas with Nemo and Friends, which is you know, where you can go and like see the giant aquarium. They got like they rethemed the ride to be Nemo. They've got, I really like the land, which goes to the greenhouses. That's a pretty cool attraction to go to. Nice, chill, relax kind of thing. Go see a bunch of cool plants grown in really weird ways. So they still got stuff up in front. But yeah, no, definitely of the Disney parks, that's the one we usually go to the most. We'll have friends who want to go for like food and wine, that kind of thing. So we'll pop in there because it's always a good time. Ooh, I can get clay bricks around. Where are my clay bricks? They're over here, right? I haven't checked on these in a while. Yeah. But yeah, no, definitely like for me going to the theme parks now as adult. Oh, it's not clay bricks, it's just straight up clay. Yeah, no, I mean, yes and no. A lot's changed about the theme park since you'd last there. Not as much as you'd think. I'm not clicking this one by one for 50. I'll grab a couple. But yeah. That said, I've already gone pretty long. I'm gonna be wrapping up here in a minute. This is definitely one of those games I can get myself stuck into it and just be like, I'm just gonna do the one more thing. I'm just gonna be doing the one more thing. I'm just gonna do the one more thing. Why did the sun come up? It's very much one of those games that you could just get into the flow, just like Factorio, just like Satisfactory. You start doing it and you're like, well, when I get the one thing done, I'm going to wrap up for the night. And then you derail onto the other thing, you need to do the thing, and then the thing you need to do that thing, and the thing you need to do that thing. and what you figured was going to take you 15-20 minutes, and it's now 4 hours later and all that. Yeah, no, and by all means, Sim, if you ever have any questions, by all means, you know how to you can always reach out and all that. I'm more than happy to answer questions around that kind of stuff, because I live right in that area. I have a lot of knowledge around that. Just, you know, again, they're the biggest employer down here. So with that said, what's going to end up happening is I am streaming a whole bunch of different things. So for those over watching on YouTube and all that stuff, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a thing there. Oh, I apologize on the TikTok side. You asked what I teach. I used to teach software development. I'm not currently teaching right now, so I apologize. Didn't mean to miss that. Apparently my combined chat did not include that for whatever reason. With all that said, on the TikTok side, that stream's going away. Thank you again for tuning in. Don't forget to like and all that